wrong. I don't belong, oh no. Nobody knows I'm here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nobody's talking to me, and no one can set me free. Nobody knows I'm here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Someday the stars over me will fill what I need to feel. Hear my voice beyond my eyes. Feel the love, feel the ride. There's no cloud in the sky, no reason to cry. Just the stars that glow inside. Won't go back, I'm out of sight. Cosmic dust fills the night. Hear no sound, see no light. Forgot who am I? Can't find home, I don't belong, oh no.
Hello everyone. I forgot I'm gonna start a new giveaway. No, what it is, I'm here, dude. Yeah. Nobody's talking to me. No one can set me free. Nobody knows I'm here. Yeah. Is it gonna show up in chat? I might have to restart the CloudBot again. By the way, if there's gonna be audio issues, I apologize in advance. I'm gonna try to keep an eye on the on my audio levels so I know that I'm talking. I had OBS kind of ignored my mic today, so come on, turn on. Let's try that. Is that gonna make CloudBot wake up? I don't think it's gonna work, guys. Turn itself off again. Come on. The CloudBot should fucking work, dude. Come on, it's bullshit. Okay, let's close entries. We're gonna cancel it. Confirm. I'm here. Oh, this song is so good.
Someday the stars over me will fill what I need to feel.
Who is that below Luigi? Here? It's Ralph. Ralph, dude. There we go, it works. Alright. Gotta put this over here. You have 20 minutes, guys. You can, hopefully it will count. I did not count Ludwig yet. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Counting Ludwig. There we go. Finally, guys. Let's see. What window are we gonna be blessed with? There we go. It's finally using the right window. By the way, the BNA soundtrack is really good. I highly recommend BNA. Great anime, great everything. Everything is fantastic. I'm gonna pick two winners as always, but so far only Ludwig and Phoenix Rush are here, so they got a good chance of winning. Let's see, the King of Hate Vlogs. So let's start with this. I don't think he added timestamps, so I can't do what I usually do. I'll do it the old-fashioned way because DSP was lazy. Which is bullshit. Like, look at this. Look at this shit. He didn't do the fucking timestamps. Like, I guarantee if you tell him, he's gonna be like, it's too late, man. No one really cares. I care. I care about the timestamps. And that'll give it dislike. This fuck that. You need god dang uh
completely
things.
not centered. There you go. I fixed it. Welcome to Ask the King, everyone. This is episode 82.
All right.
That's right. I've done 82 of these things over the past almost decade, I believe. The show has been running. This is the show where I answer your questions, whether you submitted them on my forums at thekingofhate.com, whether you posted them up over on my Twitter at TheyCallMeDSP.
Yeah, he has to keep begging for it, dude.
Live via contributions here today on the stream, or whether you just ask them and toss them out in the stream chat later on when I open the stream chat up to that.
Such bullshit. I have to do it the old-fashioned way.
I am here to interact with you and give you all the burning answers to the the answers to the burning questions that you've been asking. That sounds a little better. So a few things before we get started here. First of all, thanks to everyone who posted up a question. I really appreciate that, those who go out of their way. I've questioned the validity of this show over the past year, asking if we really still need to do it, because I am now an interactive streamer and have been for 3 years, and basically I answer people's questions.
Yeah, I love how shocked he is. It's not as bad as it used to be.
And I'm wondering what's the point of a Q&A show when my stream has
he kind of does it.
Q&A going on.
It's not as bad, though.
But every time that I kind of suggest this is the end of the show, people go, no, it's one of your longest running things. You got to keep it going, Phil, especially.
No, I like how he does this. I mean, of course they're going to say no. Of course people are going to say no, because when you see the end of something, it's like if, Cartoon Network sees a show not getting enough ratings, and they go on TV and they say, guys, this show doesn't seem to be getting a lot of ratings, so we're going to end it. Is that okay with you guys? And they're all going to say, no, don't cancel the show. I mean, come on.
The past few years, you stopped with the weekend preview and the channel updates and things like that, and we really like it because this is like a nostalgia trip for us when you do Ask the King. So I said, okay, I'll keep doing it as long as people keep saying that they want it. But I'm going to be very honest.
Again, see how like once something becomes fan service, it becomes ready for the chopping block. Anything that's fan service gets the axe. After Ask the King gets the axe, I feel eventually, we're going to see him start to back off from doing YouTube uploads. He's going to eventually just say, hey, I'm not going to be archiving my videos. He's going to eventually do that.
Honest with all of you. I said this to the people on pre-stream, and I'll say it now for the on-demand viewers on YouTube as well. This was a rough one. This time around, I didn't get many varied questions at all. I got a lot of questions that are things I usually answer every day on stream anyway. And quite honestly, a lot of the questions that I got were jokes, like people kind of trolling.
Trolling jokes,
but not a lot, to the point where it was hard to put together a show based on answering questions when a lot of people tell me, oh, I forgot to post up my question. You see what I'm saying? And the last week, 2 weeks, I've actually had it in the stream chat and everything running, and I think a lot of people are apprehensive to post up questions because of the forums. I mean, I can't imagine why you don't use forums.
I can't imagine why you'd be scared of using forums, dude. Because maybe it tracks the IP, but at the same time, his community is not welcoming at all. Like, they kind of gatekeep their own community. Like, let's just visit the King of Hate forums, guys. We're gonna go on a little trip, a trippy trip. Let's see. The vest is getting tiresome. Oh no. Uh-oh, guys. We got a Derek here upset about the vest. Am I the only one who is starting to think the vest is getting to become a problem? It used to be he would get the plugs out of the way in pre-stream, but now the entire stream is dedicated to counting tips and mentioning the vest constantly. Yes, people in the chat might talk about it on a night stream if tips are low, but DSP could easily ignore that and focus on the game. But instead, it looks like we're not getting the vest. Tonight's the end of the streak every 10 minutes. Chill streams are no longer chill because he's constantly reminding people they need to give more money, and is taking over the entire stream, and I think it's ruining the content. Now, he has a point, but you want to know what DSP is gonna tell this fucking Derek? He's gonna tell him, I'm not mentioning it. If you watch the streams, you notice that, like, I'm not talking about it at all. It's the chat. The chat's the reason why I'm talking about it. I tell my chat, to calm down. And that's why, like, when people go on my streams, I tell them they should hit the tips goal, as early as possible. It's not, I can't control people not contributing to the tips goal, so, like, it's not my fault, it's the chat's fault, and people should be hitting the tips goal way earlier. So, this guy is kinda yelling to the void about this. Another Derek comes in. It can be ignored, but it's not, because saying that it's useful to encourage people to tip, those chill streams were often fraught with rants about things anyhow. They weren't that chill, and they will not be that chill because, like you saw with Animal Crossing, you'll be getting that plug constantly toward the back half of the night stream until a big donator shows up. Now, of course, the other thing with these chill streams, I have said this multiple times, and DSP kind of admitted this too. He does not give a shit about the quality of those streams. That's why he picks such baby mode games to play on chill streams. He gets to just kind of clock out, and he mentally clocks out. He's more open to talk about trolls because, and I quote, that's the time to talk about trolls because it's a night stream or whatever the fuck. He purposely knows what the fuck he's doing when he does these night streams. That's why he seems more drunk. He seems more, like, open to infringe his own rules because he knows he could get a lot of money that way. He knows that people will tip more if he either starts going on crazy rants to get people to respond. He'll get people to do sympathy tip, all that shit. So he knows what the fuck he's doing with these chill streams. So that's why they're not chill, but they're chill in the sense that he doesn't have to care about the quality. The first stream is him trying to give, like, fake entertainment for people. Like, it's the streams for normies, pretty much. Like, the first stream is when he's trying to get normies to watch him and enjoy him. He's trying to be like the normal Twitch streamer in the first stream. The night streams are when he's like, oh, I'm gonna be Mr. I'm just gonna talk about whatever. Fuck it. I don't give a shit about the quality of the content. Fuck it. So that's why he does it. And Derek kind of gets that too. Guess what? Does not bother me. The last 30 minutes to an hour is dedicated to constantly saying, I don't know if we're gonna hit the streak, or maybe this is it. We all know that what DSP is trying to do, but fucking hell, it's starting to get annoying and ruining the quality of the stream. Oh boy, Moira Moira's here. This is totally valid constructive criticism, and I also think that reminding so often about the vest can be detrimental to Phil's streams. Not to mention that no one forgot about the vest anyways. Phil, what do you think? You guys pay for it! Phil would literally stop wearing it if people didn't ask for it, so blame yourselves! Well, KG really has good reading comprehension. No one is really blaming DSP for wearing the vest in this thread. It's not oh my god, guys, DSP's wearing the vest. People are complaining, him, like, begging for money in it. And him constantly talking about it, having eulogies in the fucking chill streams about it. But no, KG is so smart. He saw it as, oh, you guys are blaming him talk. Like, okay, KG. Let's see. DSP outlived another one. Who did he outlive? Oh. Mr. Mitokor, dude.
Like there's some horrid thing or
His,
something.
his, his, his community's horrid. Everyone there is a troll. Everyone there doesn't mean shit. And honestly, I think that the whole business with Kiwi Farms threatening to dox every member literally gave that the death blow. It literally kind of was the kiss of death for that forum, because like after that, it's like, yeah, they may not do it again, but why should I join this forum knowing this? So it's like that whole thing really killed that forum pretty hardcore. And I think also the other thing, that the reason why no one goes to the forums anymore, is that he doesn't read the forums. Like, that's another big thing, and he brags about it every day. He brags about how he doesn't interact with the forums anymore because he has a full life. And that's like really shitty. That's kind of how you kill your own community. Like, at least with I have my own Discord. I go there. I try to participate in some conversations. I mean, I'll be honest. I am a little like not super bummed. I don't want to like make it a bigger deal, but there's been arguments happen on my Discord, and I'm just like, I don't know what to. I feel like I'm the Joker in my own community, dude. I feel like I'm gonna snap and go crazy and just be like, oh my god. But people need to calm down and just relax. We don't need it. We're big buns, guys. Buns don't argue with other buns, dude. You know, that's not what Cleo would want. Okay, we gotta do what Cleo wants. Speaking of which, I petted her today. Pretty crazy. You know, I gave her a carrot. I was petting her a few times, and it was adorable. Me and Cleo had a moment, dude.
Also, I accept him on Twitter, as you guys know. Another thing I should point out, because I don't mention it much anymore.
But the reason why no one goes to his forums anymore is because he doesn't talk to anyone. He doesn't go there anymore. Like when he was he was with Leanna, he was constantly on the forums. Sure, he was kind of being shitty to people, but he was still on the forums. Now let's just go to the last participation DSP had with his forums. Okay, let's see what his history is. Post up your questions. Hello, here, post up here. Twitch watch party. I was considering until I just read it's only for Prime subs. Okay, wow, that's the only time he talked about that. Okay. Apple seeds versus animals. Oh wow, someone called him out on this. So he okay, you know, he talks to such unique people. He's in Random Thoughts, but look at the people he talks to. He talks to only regulars. He doesn't talk to anyone else. And the only way you can really get Phil to talk to you is if you shit on him. So it's like not a great time. I love how we have like Phil last won the day on June 3. Oh, okay. Whatever.
You're a patron of mine, and you're at the $20 patron level, the perk that you get is you get your question answered in detail.
I like how, and then he complains about how little like people participate. Why not just lower the $20 pledge then? Like, there's really no excuse to not lowering it. He claims it's to like make it to not have a lot of people use it or whatever. I don't know. It's really weird, but why not just lower it then? So more people will be inclined to do it. His Patreon is completely outdated. Like, let's go to his Patreon. Oh god. No. Let's go to his Patreon, guys. Yes, guys, I do have a Patreon. It's okay. You can join it if you want. It's it's there. It exists. But look at these rewards. There's like you get nothing. They don't even show the $1 reward anymore. This one you get to let's see. Who donate $5 a month or more, you can receive exclusive forum title and section to post on my website. In addition, you'll be included to nominating and voting. That's incorrect now. That's completely gone. Because now it's all viewers' choice. So this needs to be taken away. Like all of this shit does not reflect what he does now. He doesn't do Patron's Choice anymore. He doesn't do anything with Patreon. He honestly should just delete Patreon if you're not going to be using it. Like this is trash. This is complete trash. I'm sorry, I'm like wiping my screen as I'm doing this. It's like really distracting. It's distracting me, dude. But it's so lame to have his Patreon and really do nothing with it. But okay, I mean, nothing here is like updated. Like everything should be lowered. But okay, whatever, Phil. And the other thing that's kind of fun is that he never mentioned the sales tax that they instituted. It's state by state. Luckily, as far as I know, for my patrons, not a lot of people got impacted by this new change. So it's pretty cool. But he didn't even talk to his patrons to tell them, hey guys, Patreon is going to start adding sales tax to your pledges. Which they did by law. It was a mandate that they had to do. I mean, they didn't want to do it initially. Then they just were like, "Hey, we have to do it now. We have to institute the sales tax." So he doesn't talk about it at all. So that's pretty cool.
Here on Ask the King, guaranteed. You get a full-on, you know what I mean, answer. A lot of people are like, well, how is that better than just, like, say, cheering during a stream and getting a question answered? When you ask me a question on a stream, typically I'll take a minute to answer it, and I move on to the next question or the next piece of gameplay.
Well, well, to a point, I would think it's hard for Patreon to determine if a patron is not using it, using the services, because some services are off that website. So I don't necessarily think it would be right for Patreon to make this determination. What I think, so it is on the edge on the responsibility is on the content creator to remove it, but I kind of feel like that people should be more aware of where their money's going as well. Like I have patrons that stopped being a pledge for me, and I don't mind. I mean, I'm not gonna be like shitting on them for it, but they're like, hey, I can't forward this right now, and they go off to do their own thing, which is fine. Like I think it's irresponsible for people to just kind of have this, support a website or something, and years and years and years, they don't look at where their money's going. Oh, maybe I should cut this out of what I'm spending on. I mean, it's all, so I think it's more on the person who is supporting the person. It should be on them, because it wouldn't be fair for the website to just kind of make this determination, hey, you're not using it, you're gone. Because it's hard to make that justification on patrons' end, because I mean, so many people use it for many things. So it's hard, but I think the onus is on the content creator and the people who are supporting him. I hope that makes sense. But guys, the raffle is over. I'm gonna pick 2 winners. Winner number 1, Phoenix Rush. You have won a slot. Congratulations. You get a character on the canvas. Who's gonna be winner number 2? Goober. You are also a winner. Congratulations. Both of you, please post your character on in the chat, and I'll add them to the canvas.
You ask me a question on Ask the King, I take my time to answer your questions. I get fully thought out answers, and it's, a lot better than, say, just being glossed over on a regular stream where I got to get to gameplay. So that's what the benefit is. If you're interested in my Patreon, it's patreon.com/darksidephil. We actually hadn't had a patron ask a question in months. This time we finally got one. So we're actually going through a patron question today on the show.
Actually, we got a patron question last show. It was from Planet Jeff.
But that's what I mean. Like, even between Patreon, my forums, thekingof8.com, and Twitter, it was still hard to put together enough good questions to do the show. So again, I kind of went. I think it was around a year ago where I kind of got to the point where I was questioning whether the show should still exist. I'm kind of questioning whether the show should still exist. If you want to see it continue, I urge you, post up questions for the show. Participate in the show. The more participation I get, the better the show is. It's not like, kind of straight by questions.
Ken's a grappler.
Together. And being honest with you guys, this may end up being a much shorter show than usual because I don't have a lot to work with. You know what I mean? I'm okay with that.
Of course you're okay with that.
I don't want to be wasting everyone's time. If I could have been doing gameplay or something today, so be it, So let's see how the show goes.
Okay.
I am going to be asking, questions from those on the stream and everything as well. Now, another thing.
And Rayman, okay.
Before I started recording for YouTube, but I'll say it again for those who are live, all right? Ask the King is based on me answering questions that have already been submitted and then, live interaction. If you contribute during the stream, thank you very much. And, of course, we are still trying to hit the vest streak for today and hit a tips goal for today.
Damn it.
I'm going to give you guys shout-outs for your contributions, but you got to be a little patient because I'm going to be answering questions from the forums and Twitter. I'm not going to interrupt those to give shout-outs randomly. Okay?
Condensation.
When answers in between for shout-outs for contributions, I'll do it. But outside of that, I'm going to be primarily focusing on these questions once I get to them. Please understand that, all right?
Good, the audio's still working.
All right, so let's do a few quick shout-outs, and then we'll get to the questions. Spartan King cheers, and Derek says he's ready for Ask the King, and he posted some questions on forum and Twitter, and the next one is in September. Yes. Early September. I want to say it's September 10th. It's really going to be more dependent on what new releases are coming out in September, which we don't know yet, but we'll see. It's going to be early September. Snorlax cheers, said Phil, maybe for a future vest streak or sub goal, the fans can vote for a past playthrough or video series you backed up that was deleted to be re-uploaded. Maybe, except I might not have it. Number one, we're relying on these backup hard drives that I've used for a decade still working, which I don't know. I haven't plugged them in years. And
so then why did you do this
those
then?
Those files are still going to be working properly. Didn't corrupt. There's a lot of factors involved.
I love that he spends so much money on these fucking hard drives, and then he tells us, "Oh, I don't know if the hard drives are gonna work." Well, what's the fucking point? I'll do full screen because I don't think you really need to see much what's going on screen. You know what I mean? But that's so. What's the point? What's the point of backing up if you're just gonna be like, "Oh, I don't know if it's gonna work, man. I don't know." By the way, if you guys do want to add, a character to the canvas, you can tip me $1 for one, $3 for two characters. If you want to do a raffle, you can also tip for that too. You can say tip, you tip whatever and say raffle time, or a raffle, whatever. You can do that too. You have options. You have options, guys. It's all good.
One thing that people were saying is maybe older game playthroughs that have been deleted, like for example, Final Fantasy 13. That's a playthrough that people really like. It's gone. Maybe I could go back and replay that game in the modern era with direct capture. That's a possibility. But we'll see. Thanks for the suggestion. Ultimate Cloud did a 100-bit cheer and said, "Please ban They Call Me Jim Bob. He's been late 2 days in a row." All right. I guys gotta hold on, guys. Give me a second. We'll get to the questions. I gotta ban Jim Bob. Here we go. Ready? And gone. Okay, Jim Bob's permanently banned. He'll never come back. Yeah, right. Jean-Paul Gaultier has resubscribed for 4 months. Says, "Good to see Ask the King's back. Hope this helps in a small way towards the tax situation." Right now, I don't know what the tax situation is. We're going to find out, but thanks for the contribution. Okay. It is time to get to the questions. We're going to start
my ear is really
with
itchy.
a question from a patron and a longtime supporter, Planet Jeff. And he asks the following question. Is there a way that you could post your tentative long-term schedule somewhere other than on your pre-streams, like in a text format? It'd be easier to find rather than rummaging through the following question. Is there a way that you could post your tentative long-term schedule somewhere other
long-term
than on your
schedule.
pre-streams, like in a text format?
I don't do long-term schedules, baby. I like being random. You don't know what you're gonna get with me. I do tell you that I'll be playing Persona 3 for a while, so that's something. I don't do this shit, so that's my answer.
It'd be easier to find rather than rummaging through pre-streams. If you're already doing this, though, apologies. Of course, all qualifiers remain based on life and game factors, but it would be a great way for us to schedule our sick days. I remember doing that with your awesome dual playthroughs of Until Dawn, but it was a happy circumstance I was able to attend that and stay strong and healthy. First of all, good to hear from you, Planet Jeff. It's been a while, and I hope you're doing well. In regards to my gaming schedule, this year has been a pretty wild year for gaming and life in general. As everyone knows, with this COVID-19 pandemic, everything was thrown for a loop. I mean, at the earlier this year, in January, I said, gee, maybe I'll do quarterly videos where I'll update everyone on everything going on with me, and then I'll talk about the game schedule and the like, right? Then the pandemic hit.
This is such bullshit to say. I was gonna do
All game schedules got.
He wasn't gonna do these quarterly things anyway. And the only game that got kind of fucked up was Last of Us 2 because of the pandemic. Not many games got delayed. And it's such bullshit. Whatever.
You know what I mean? Everything got completely thrown for a freaking loop. All right. And it's to the point where we don't know what the hell's happening. We don't know what the hell is happening with the world, let alone game releases. So that whole idea of, every quarter I'll do a video didn't happen. Here we are in July, and people are actually asking me now, gee, Phil, when are you going to talk about the gaming schedule? What's going on with the gaming schedule? Are you ever going to update the gaming schedule? I'd like to, but I haven't really had an opportunity to, and I realized, okay, once July is over, I really don't know the dates of other releases for games for the rest of the year. I do need to take a time to sit down and talk about the gaming schedule. And I actually said what we would probably do is come this next vest celebration, which if we hit a 200 vest streak, that would be probably either very late July or very early August. I would have a segment in that celebration where we go through the game schedule for the rest of the year and talk about all the games coming out, the dates, and the ones I'm super interested in. And that segment can be uploaded as, here's the game schedule update that you guys can watch so you know exactly what to expect.
Oh, this one got crammed, dude. I really crammed the flash here.
So, if you feel that that's fair, that's what I think I'm going to do. Hold on one second, everyone, because I'm getting information that possibly things are not working right now.
Get information. Gotta check on it, man.
I don't know. It looks like it's working for me.
For me? For me? It's working for me? You know?
I just got a cheer from Spartan King. He says tipping isn't working right now. Well, I already got several tips earlier today on the stream.
Yeah, he's got so much shit. It's wild.
I haven't gotten word from anyone else that tipping isn't working. I don't know if it's not just working for you. Or I don't know what you got to give me more information about that. If there's an error or something, but it works. I just clicked on it and it seems to be working. And Ryan just tipped and it went through. So Spartan King, I'm not sure what you're experiencing, but apparently it's something that's not common because Ryan was just able to tip $1. So there you go. Dark Side Phil from 2010 cheered and did a quote from my Spider-Man playthrough from like 11 years ago. Thank you for the cheer. And then Ryan had tipped that $1. Let's add that. Anyway, so let's elaborate a little bit more on
next is Rayman
that I'm giving to Planet Jet. One of the things that I changed in 2020 is that I stopped doing an actual physical gaming calendar. If you remember, over here on my office wall, and then before then, back when I lived in Connecticut, on my kitchen wall, I always bought a giant wall calendar where I would put it up, and with dry erase marker, I would write all the game releases for the year out with dates and everything associated with them. And then I would know, okay, that's what game's coming out when. I would actually use that to plan out scheduling and to buy games, and I would take a video of it usually and paste that video up and all of that. I didn't do that this year. For the first time, I said, I don't think I really need the giant calendar anymore. Even though I'm a visual guy and I like seeing it, I was just going to try to play it by ear and just remember releases. And I have a piece of paper and note paper where I took notes of the game releases and stuff. And that's what I've been using as a guideline. Admittedly, though, like I said, this pandemic threw everything into a whirlwind where time is like completely out of whack. It doesn't feel like it's July at all to me. It feels to me like we're like what happened between March and July. Like March is when the pandemic started. Here we are over 4 months later. Where did all the time go? Where all the games go? Right? It's just a very odd situation. So I understand for those who maybe used to like, oh, Phil used to do a gaming schedule update video. Where's the video? It doesn't exist anymore. I don't do it formally anymore. I don't even have a calendar to do it. But what I will do is, like I said, when we hit Vestry 200, that's late in July, early August. That's when I'm going to sit down and do the next schedule update, and that will be a video where you can watch it just in its entirety about the gaming schedule, so that way people can reference it as such. Is there a physical place I can list it in writing? I mean, I'm not even sure where I would do that. I could do it on my forums, but most people don't use the forums and complain about the forums. If I post it on my Twitter, it'll get lost in the shuffle because I can only have one thing pinned to my Twitter a day, and that thing has to be the daily schedule. So I wouldn't even know where to put a text schedule. You know what I'm saying?
Can't think about it.
I wouldn't even know where that would be pertinent or how that would make sense. I would definitely say video form would make sense, and that's why, like I said, 200 vest streak, or worst case scenario, if we don't hit the vest streak, okay? That's okay.
Worst case scenario, I might do a video for free for you guys. Oh my god, what a terrible thing.
I'll just do a video of it anyway, an individual video near like the end of the month, okay? So thank you, Planet Jeff, for the question. Appreciate that.
I love how that's like a worst case scenario. We'll do it for free. I'll do a video for free for you guys.
Like
worst case scenario.
Days, take days off of work to actually watch it live. You'll be able to.
You know what?
Okay.
You know what? I'm gonna actually run a stream poll for the first time, guys. I'm gonna ask you guys, should we, for the rest of this stream, keep trying to cram as many characters in this canvas, or start a new canvas? So let's complete this. Let's do a poll. Let's see. Add a poll. Should we cram more or start a new season? Start new. That'll be command exclamation mark. That'll be 1. Can I just do 1? Okay. And then cram. And that'll be 2. Command 1 is start new. 2 cram. Start poll. Poll is currently underway. Enables. Oh, okay. So is it live? Can I see the fucking results? What? Really confused. Oh god, this poll is going on. Oh my god, complete this poll. Jeez. There was an old poll that was going on. Whoops. So now we started a new poll. Just do oh my god. It's exclamation mark vote 1 for start anew, exclamation mark vote 2 to vote. I'm so confused. This is so fucking weird. Just do so this vote 1 or 2. All right. So we got 2 for start new. I'll keep this open so I can look at it, and we'll go back to here.
Okay. Let's continue. Now let's get to the forum questions, people who ask questions on thekingofhate.com. The first question is from Yoshino Lover.
Hey,
And
Mitch.
he says, Phil, this is a gaming question that a lot of people might have asked, but why is it that you almost never do platinum or completionist runs in any video games? It may take a while, and it's annoying a bit sometimes, but I think you'll feel more rewarding.
For me, I don't really give a fuck about doing completionist runs. I only do that for games I really, 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 really like. I went out of my way to platinum Indivisible. I really love that game, so I wanted to get the platinum for it, which I did. I think I was so fucking close to platinuming Batman Arkham Asylum on the PS3. I was so fucking close. And then my PS3 died. And I didn't back up my save. So I was like, I don't know how this is gonna work. Like, well, if I get the remaining stuff I was trying to get, would that count? Or, whatever. So I was like, I don't care anymore. So I stopped doing Arkham Asylum Platinum at that point, but I Platinumed Indivisible because I love that game. The game is a really good game. I highly recommend it. Love the artwork, love the story, love the characters, love everything else. I did a New Game Plus playthrough of that game, so you can see how much I loved it. You know what I mean?
You can say you completely and fully finished a game, especially if it's a shorter game. For example, I just started doing them. I think it makes it feel more rewarding unless it's online trophies, and then I'll put it on hold because, there's all kinds of requirements for online gameplay or whatever. Good question. In the 12 years I've been a content creator...
And then, the other thing that was bullshit, I was close to doing a platinum again in Arkham Asylum on the PS4. I was like, maybe I'll do it on this. But then, the game glitched. So, when you, at the end of the game, and you, the thug goes through the list of guests, and he's like, alright, Batman, you're on the list, you can go in. The trophy is you do all that, and you still beat everyone up. Regardless, you beat them up anyway. I did that, but I think I did that way too soon, so it didn't count. And I was like, fuck that, I'm not doing the platinum for this game either, fuck this. I got all the Riddler trophies in Batman games, pretty much mandatory. The Riddler trophies were fun in Arkham Asylum, they sucked in City, and they suck even more in Arkham Knight, so after that, I did not give a shit. I do not like doing these stupid fucking trials at all. It's like, I don't like these trials. I'm not doing it. Fuck you.
Probably find that very few times that I ever platinum a game for a full playthrough. A couple times that come to mind, I think Sly Cooper 2 from his HD remaster collection. Bloodborne, I platinum. Spider-Man, the last Spider-Man game that just came out, on PlayStation 4. I platinumed that. Among a few others, they're not 100% coming to mind. I know.
Yeah, my PS4 still kicking. Now, it's just
why
bullshit.
Is it so few and far between when I platinum a game or 100% completionist run a game? Like, for example, I just played SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated on Xbox One, and I came this close to doing 100%, but I didn't finish it. Here's why.
Here's why, guys.
In most games, right? When you're watching me play the game, most people are in it to watch me play the narrative story and get to the logical ending of the game, and that's it. Very few people who watch my live streams are like, Phil needs to be a completionist and go back and finish every single piece of content in the game. If it's an RPG and it's every side mission or side piece of supplemental content or grinding style,
grinding style game,
or collect quest missions in platforming games, you know what I mean? Like, those take a lot of time. In reality, do people like hanging out with me on stream? I think they do, and I think there would be some people in reality who would like to just hang out with me no matter
you
what
know
I'm
what?
playing.
I don't think so far not many people went for Cram, so we'll close poll. It's complete. It's done. You guys have spoken. I hear the cries. I hear the cries of the people. I listen to you, and and you guys have decided we're gonna start a new season. But I'm not gonna remove this just yet. So the next person who requests a character for the viewer canvas will be the start of the new season. So that way, all these people still get their day in the sun. They'll still be part of the stream until the new era starts. So, you guys gotta wait until someone tips, or if I feel the need to do a RNG type raffle. But just so you know, it's $1 the tip if you want one character, $3 for two, and go from there. You know what I mean? Sound good? Sound good to me. In reality.
In general, people are looking for at least entertainment and quality of gameplay while they're also entertained by my personality and my interactions with them. If I'm playing a game that's boring as freaking dirt, they're not getting much out of it, okay? And I'll give you a perfect example here. I'm playing SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom, and it was really fun to go and get all the collectibles, the spatulas, the stinky socks, getting enough of the sparkly.
The spatulas you have to get, though. The spatulas were an optional.
The spatulas or whatever. But we got to a logical point in the game where I'd done everything but the collect quest stuff, grinding in order to buy the final items and do 100%. I'd done everything else in the game. I even spent about 25 minutes at the end of my playthrough, the final stream, grinding, and we still didn't do it. It's like, now, in reality, I'd done everything else in the game.
I like this part.
I even spent about 25 minutes at the end of my playthrough, the final stream.
25 minutes. That was 25 minutes until clock out. That's nothing special. He had nothing else to do. I like how he's using that as like a, look at me, I spent extra to do this and I still couldn't do it. That means you had 25 minutes left in the stream, dumbass.
Grinding, and we still didn't do it. It's like, now, in reality, do you guys really want to see me go back and do another hour to hour and a half stream, just sitting there repetitively doing the same thing, doing nothing but just kind of talking with you guys? It's not entertainment. You see what I mean? Now, there may be some people who do get entertainment factor.
Oh my god, wow, just banging the fucking mic,
people
dude.
Out there. I think there's a guy called the games completionist and stuff like that.
The games
Achievement
completionist?
hunter, right? These are people who, they're known on the internet for being 100%ers. They go out there and they have to do every piece of content in a game to feel like they've completed it, and that's good because that's what people go there for. That's not what people come to watch me for.
Wait, what?
Known on the internet for being 100%ers. They go out there and they have to do every piece of content in a game to feel like they've completed it.
Those channels don't do it because they feel like they have to. They do it because they want to. He acts as if like all these people have like ingrained instincts like we're animals. Like, you know how like, the bees always build a nest. They're ingrained. They have to build a nest.
And that's good because that's what people go there for. That's
these people they have to completion the game, man.
And although there have been times where I have enjoyed another one that came to mind,
Spider-Man?
Blue Dragon. Blue Dragon is a game that I 100%ed. Why? Because I just love the game so much. That was back when I was grinding games offline before I was doing stuff for YouTube all the time. And I just enjoyed grinding it at night, having a drink, getting all the characters up to level 99. And you know what I mean? I enjoyed getting 100% of all achievements in that game. But it's not entertaining for a stream. Especially someone like me who's a variety streamer who's trying to give you an entertainment
variety streamer, that's funny.
Stream. This is my completionist stream where we grind shinies in SpongeBob for 2 hours.
Shinies,
There's no
dude.
content besides me just gabbing with you guys because the game's boring.
But you're an interactive streamer.
Oh, look, I got 100 achievement points because I did it.
Look at this bullshit, dude. He tells us every day for the chill streams that those games are boring and they wouldn't do well for the first stream, whatever the fuck. All this stuff is grinding, boring nonsense, but what the point is the interaction. He could do that for SpongeBob. Oh, it sucks, man. It's fucking doo-doo. Okay.
You see what I mean? There's people who have that gimmick. They can run with it, and people will tune in. People who are completionist viewers will already tune into those people. They're not going to come over to Darkside Phil's stream to watch
Darkside Phil, loco. I keep thinking about Serpent
fun to do so,
clip.
but in general,
keep thinking about
it's probably not fun to watch me do it. The few games that I've done it usually was because it was easily obtainable. Like Sly Cooper 2 in particular, as long as you spent just a little bit of extra time in every world, it was fairly fun and reasonable to 100% the game, get all the collectibles, and do everything you needed to do to get the platinum. Alright, Spider-Man was a little bit more of a grind. I remember you had to take over all the random crimes that were happening in every district of New York City. You had to keep doing them over and over, and it got really boring near the end to do it. But I did do it, and I got the platinum. So it really depends on the game. Okay, it does. It's going to depend highly on the game. But in general, I don't think it's what my audience tunes in for. And you guys never really ask for it either. Like, very rarely are people are like, you got 100% the game, Phil. It's usually more the opposite. Once the narrative's done, people lose interest, just move on to something new, right?
Yeah, I like seltzer.
Only Iced Coffee did a 150-bit cheer. Say, hey, Phil, we're doing well today. Thank you, Only Iced Coffee. I am. And thank you for the top cheer of the day. Let's get you up on the leaderboard before we move on to our next question.
Man. Well, you know, I will say that's a better question that Planet Jeff had last time. He's getting better at asking questions. I remember last time Planet Jeff asked the question was like, how do you sleep?
Moving on to the next question from the forums.
Hey, Phil, how do you sleep in Minecraft?
Okay, interesting question. This one's from Mora Moria. He says,
I've
heard you mention this term several times. Do you actually believe in karma? The concept of sorrow
karma.
While we're at it. I've been taught that karma is not quite like having a system of instant rewards and punishments where a divine entity judges, but instead it's essentially the laws of cause and effect, in which the intentions of the person matter and influence it naturally. In simple words, if you sow compassion, then you're going to reap compassion, which should also affect your next life according to some interpretations, and behavior motivated by greed, hatred, or delusion naturally causes pain to oneself and to others, and vice versa. There's a wide number of views on this topic and a lot to cover. And I won't extend myself. But to me, this is nothing more than another way for humans to cope with this world's misery, and there's no scientific evidence that good or ill intentions directly affect the outcome of anything just because of the morality.
Jeez, do you like the smell of your own farts, Moria? Jesus, man.
In any case, what's your opinion on all of this? And I figured I'd ask since you used this term. Interesting question that we can talk about for a little bit here.
So the question pretty much is, do you believe in karma? I mean, to an extent. Like, I don't think, like, if you do things for yourself that are good or bad or whatever, I don't think that's gonna really change an outcome. It's not like, if you do good things, you're gonna have a happy life, necessarily. I think karma works in the sense of interacting with other people, kind of socializing. Because if you go to a group of people and you put in good energy into that group, or like, if you do a stream or anything and you put good energy out there, chances are you might get good energy back, and I believe that kind of karma. Like, you get what you put in. While, like, if someone goes on stream and is miserable every day and is just like, oh, hello guys, welcome to the stream, I don't want to be here, but I'm here. You're gonna get people that also don't want to be there, and they might just be like, yeah, let's fuck with this guy or whatever. You might not get like you might not get an outcome you might want in that point. I mean, I think it's that kind of thing. Like, if you're a good person to other people, they're gonna treat you with respect. I mean, you get what you put in. If you're an asshole to people, no one is gonna return the favor. No one's gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna be kind to you. They're gonna be an ass in return. So, I feel that's the karma system and I think that's kind of where it kind of stems from, honestly. But that's how I see with karma. Like, you put in what you get out of it, in some way. Of course, there's gonna be people that might just be assholes to you anyway, and like, yeah, whatever. That it is what it is at that point, but.
Here, especially in particular to someone like me, who admittedly has done many things in the wrong over my 12 years that I've been a content creator, and I've tried to actively improve myself, not only as a content creator, but as a person over the last, dozen years. And karma becomes a factor, because a lot of people say, the reason that a lot of people hate Phil is because early on in his days, when he was very popular on YouTube, he was the underdog. He did a lot of fucked up stuff. He said racist things on his shit.
This guy loves to pretend he's the underdog in any situation. He tells us in the past that he was white hot popular back then, but now he's the underdog again. What?
He did messed up joke about the Jews,
The Jews.
and Nazis, and he used to say so much over-sexualized content that people really
Now,
found offensive.
I remember hearing, because I was talking to my dad, because I remember like when I was in high school, I was kind of like, because my dad also liked South Park with me. We both watched South Park, all this kind of stuff, and I was telling him about this joke, and I said the Jews, and he was telling me, Theo, you should be careful by saying that. I was like, why? He's like, well, they could see that as a derogatory term to say that, so, I mean, that could be a TOS term, dude, apparently, supposedly,
Very
maybe.
sexist towards women. And all the stuff that Phil used to do basically compiled for 2 or 3 years.
No, you're still sexist, DSP. I mean, you blamed Abby for something that was Owen and Abby's fault, dude. That's totally sexist, dude.
A viewer base there who liked how immature he was. Then it kind of just turned on its head, karma bit him in the ass. And next thing you know, he became the running joke, the butt of YouTube gamers. You know, oh my God, he's the worst gamer ever. And then
Now, he became the butt of YouTube about being the worst gamers, not for what he said, just for how he played games. How do you miss that major point? That has nothing to do with karma.
whole thing came from underdog to guy who didn't deserve any success whatsoever, and the whole thing got flipped on its head.
Well,
Okay?
okay.
A lot of people have said that over the years. Okay? Admittedly. Then
But you didn't say that those
it's
people are
funny
bad?
because recently, if you guys haven't noticed, this year in particular, 2020, at least up to now, and I'm not superstitious, but knock on fucking wood just in case, things have been going pretty good for me this year. Things kind of have taken a turn for the better in regards to things behind the scenes for me that were going horribly and were basically ruining my life, and a lot of them got cleared up. And now I'm in a situation where there's like one more major hurdle for this year, and if I can get over that one hurdle, I'm basically in the clear to kind of be how I was many years ago when I was, making good money on YouTube.
Making
and I
good
was able
money.
to do, okay, I can improve my business by doing this. I can improve my setup. I can go on a trip.
Man, this is a meme, dude. When he was making the big bucks on YouTube, what major improvements did he do? Because he got direct capture later. And then after he got direct capture, and then even he got the mic through Patreon money. He got the green screen through Patreon money. And then what else? He tried to finesse a camera from Patreon, which, I look back at and that whole thing was so fucking weird. It was the weirdest fucking era in his life with Patreon. Because if you go back to his fucking camera stuff, it is so confusing. I don't even remember the details. Because, like, the way that Patreon works, and I think he kind of fucked up his Patreon, but for the way he does it, because if you add a goal, if you have more than one goal on your Patreon, the next goal is gonna be the previous goal plus more. So you're gonna have to make as much as the first goal. That you have to hit the first goal to hit the second goal, pretty much. So, but the way he was doing it was that he had to force the amount to go back to zero almost. It was so confusing. And then he would say the next month was that the money that was made in the previous month was going to the next month, but you still have to hit the amount that's on the website. It doesn't show the correct amount. And it was just like, if you have to explain the amount of money you have to keep to get stuff and all that shit, maybe you shouldn't do it this way. Let's see. He stole Patreon money from the Gold people for non-existent Project 7. Reboot and demand money to continue the Crash Bandicoot playthrough. He did that with Banjo as well. Banjo-Kazooie, I believe. And Conker's Bad Fur Day, I think. But yeah, he took money for Project 7 and said, you guys don't want this. He took, that's the thing. He took money on a project he had no idea what to do. And he kept telling us, that's another thing that was puzzling. The whole time he was hyping up Project 7, he kept saying, I don't know what to do with it. I don't know. And then he did it anyway. Or he canceled the... Now, to some degree, the Persona 3 event, that wasn't... I don't think that was guaranteeing a full playthrough. I don't know. It doesn't really matter, honestly, but... he was such an idiot about beating that game. All you need to do is stock up on fucking anti-charm shit, and he never did it.
I could do this. I may actually be back to that level again. If I
Now,
just get...
now what's goofy with this, though? What's goofy with this is that he's hyping up going on vacation. Again, what content creator hypes up going on vacation? Guys, if I get through this, I'll be able to think about going on vacation. Stuff that you don't get to see. Why would the viewers care about you being able to go on vacation, DSP?
Get through one more hurdle and things don't go horribly wrong, which we're going to find out hopefully within a month or so from now.
And you know, if he goes on that vacation, he's gonna come back and say, "Okay, guys, I gotta catch up on vacation time. You know, that was a whole week of no income. I gotta pay the bills." And people should be telling him, well, when people go on vacation in the real world, they don't get paid. So, do they go to their boss and complain that they didn't get paid for a week? Oh, this guy is a fucking joke, man.
But in regards to that, it's crazy because if you look at the history of my life and the history of music,
and he says this, that, oh, I'll be able to do this. He was planning date nights with Kat to be like a couple of days throughout 2017. He was dating Kat then. He then went to Connecticut in 2019. So, I mean, he did all this stuff during the worst time of his life. But now he's saying that, oh, well, I mean, if you get through this, I'll be able to go to Hawaii, dude.
It was like, when I started on YouTube, I got some popularity, and then all of a sudden, very negative things happened to me, including false copyright strikes and hatred. Then all of a sudden, things got very positive for me again, and I became super popular, but I got cocky. So I did a bunch of dumb shit that was really bad, and then all of a sudden, bad things happened to me again. But then over the years, you know,
it's not really karma though. That's kind of
a
reaction.
Sudden, 2017 was the beginning of my life, kind of turning around again, and then things increasingly started to get more and more positive to the point where this year is like one of.
So the back taxes were positive. He said 2017 was when his life was getting positive. Remember that time when he got 3 years of business occupation tax he wasn't paying? Positive. Oh my god, this face is this. Come on. Here we go. The holy T pose. That's what we call this. The holy T pose. It's like he saw God when he did that.
2020 has been one of the best years of my life because of some good stuff happening behind the scenes, and could potentially be the start of a whole new life for me, kind of reboot, which is good. I want to have a reboot life with my family and have a chance to be happy rather than having things hanging over my head for the rest of my life because of bad decisions of my past, okay? Is that karma? Is it you do a bunch of bad stuff and then shit bites you in the ass and then you go down, but then things build up as you do good things again and then good things happen to you? I don't know, you know? What I would say is my life's been very interesting, and from my own personal experiences, it's weird because I am not superstitious at all. At all. But some weird shit has happened to me. Like, for example, let's go back to 2010. In 2010, I was still working my office job. I had worked at this helicopter company for almost 5 years, all right? I had busted my ass at this job. I was working overtime, unpaid. I was doing things
like everyone else.
My pay grade. I was trained to become a continuous improvement guy who I would look at the processes inside of this company. From start to finish, I'd map them out.
Oh, hold on, guys. Sorry about that. I had to kill something. I killed a bug. The bug was threatening my family.
Employees to find out what were the bottlenecks in the process that made it be hung up or not be efficient. What could we improve? I redesigned entire processes within this company and didn't get paid for it. They were paying me as being a customer service rep, but I was doing the work of someone like 2 pay grades above me. And they never paid me for it on the promise that they were eventually going to pay me for it, and I was going to be able to do this for a job. After doing that for about a year and a half, they told me it's not going to happen. They transferred me to another department where I had no experience in this kind of work, and within a month I was laid off from my job.
Now, what's kind of silly about this is that what they could have done was say, oh my god, that they couldn't afford it. Like, hey, we know we promised this, but we're downsizing. So that's not really like them saying, "Ha, fuck you, Phil." It was just like, "Hey, man, shit happens." It's nothing we could do, dude.
So all that happens. That's bad shit that happened to me that I didn't deserve. That was behind the scenes, and I relayed that to my YouTube audience. Right? My YouTube audience in turn decided, enough of that shit. We're gonna support Phil. He's a fun content creator. He's a good guy. He doesn't deserve that kind of shit. I relayed that to my YouTube audience. Right?
I relayed that to my YouTube audience. I cried to them, dude.
My YouTube audience in turn decided, enough of that shit.
Enough of that shit.
Phil.
Enough of that shit. We're gonna support Phil.
He's a fun content creator. He's a good guy. He doesn't deserve that kind of shit.
Let's make YouTube his full-time job, dude. What if they're trolls? Dude, back then the trolls got him, man. They trolled him into doing YouTube, dude.
That people would mistreat him. Let's try to make things better for him. So they supported me in my efforts to try to make YouTube my full-time job. And it's funny.
Wait.
Guy, he doesn't deserve that kind of shit. That people would mistreat him. Let's try to make things better for him. So they supported me in my efforts to try to make YouTube my full-time job. And it's funny because
now, remember when he told us that for months, days, years, that he fell into this, man. He wasn't planning on making YouTube his full-time job. No, the viewers made it his full-time job, man. They banded together and said, guys, let's make DSP work for YouTube, dude. What? Okay.
at this one point I went to this
even though he told the quartering that he decided to do vlogs because he could make money off that, but okay.
Chinese restaurant with my parents, and this was at a time when everything was uncertain. I didn't know if I was going to be able to make money being a YouTuber or not. Everything was kind of up in the air. It was before my YouTube partnership with Machinima and all of that. Okay? And I opened a fortune cookie at the end of this Chinese meal, and the fortune inside the fortune cookie said, you will not have to worry about financial stuff ever again. And I'm reading it, and I'm like,
you never have to worry about financial stuff ever again. But guess what he has to do now? He has to worry about financials, though. So that fortune cookie lied to him. Come on.
At a time when my life is incredibly uncertain and the biggest concern on my mind is financially what's going to happen because I just lost my job, I just got a fortune that says you don't have to worry about it. I'm not exaggerating. Within like 2-3 months, everything blew up for me on YouTube. I became a full-time YouTuber. I was able to do everything. I mean, is that superstition? Is that karma? Or is that coincidence?
How was that karma, though?
I don't know.
How was that karma, though? You just opened a fortune cookie and it said something a random guy typed. How is that karma? That's not karma at all. That's just... It's coincidence.
I don't know about how things work. Behind the scenes of everything. All I know is what happened to me in my personal experience, okay? But like I said...
Yeah, dude. Fred put that cookie
I started to become a cocky idiot. I thought that my shit didn't stink. I thought that no matter what I did, I was above...
You still think this, though. Whatever.
My content was the best content out there. I didn't need to improve because I was popular, so obviously I'm doing it right.
He still thinks this, but then he goes the other way as well, saying, well, I think this stuff is pretty bad, but, pretty good, but, sometimes it can be pretty bad. There's room for improvement, dude, you know what I mean? But, like, that's such shit. Like, you don't have to say your shit sucks ass, but you can at least have some faith in it and also take some suggestions, dude.
Right thing. Basically, every wrong attitude you could have, being someone who has an audience who watches you every day, not growing, not adapting. You know what I mean? It was just terrible, the attitude that I had there for about 2 to 2.5 to almost 3 years of me just being an idiot and being hard-headed. And it came back and bit me in the ass because of that attitude. Is that karma? Maybe.
No.
What I could definitely tell you guys, all right, is my life has just been a series of ups and downs like this, and at the very least, the last couple of years, or last few years, since I became a full-time streamer, all right, I feel that I've become a way more conscious person of things out there in the world, people's attitudes toward me, but also just the way that I behave. And I feel that I've tried to actively become a better person.
Yeah, what is karma?
That I try to be responsible now with the things I say and do on a daily basis. And even though sometimes I still probably make mistakes regularly because I'm human, and at least now when I'm called out for those mistakes, I've tried to fess up to them. You're right, I fucked up. I shouldn't have said that. I said the wrong thing. When this whole pandemic first started, I was a staunch critic of wearing a face mask out in public. I said it doesn't do anything, right? Evidence at the time
oh my God.
said it didn't do anything. There was actually a report from, I think it was the CDC, saying there's zero evidence that face masks will stop transmission of the coronavirus. There was actually an actual scientific article printed that said that.
But like that was them trying to like do investigations on the thing and all this stuff. But the problem that people had with his stance on the coronavirus wasn't really that as much as him saying, "Oh, people died from it. Big whoop." And I like how he doesn't bring that up. What about the big whoop, dude? Remember when he also said that we should just spread the virus?
Here we are months later, and I've completely done a 180 on the situation. I 100% believe every single person out in public should be wearing a face mask, right? So I still to this
You hated the idea of wearing the face mask, though.
People.
Whatever.
I say things that maybe, and at the point of time that I say them, we have misinformation or not correct information, and then I have to try to correct myself later. But thank God today I correct myself. Because back in the day, I wasn't like that. I'd be like, man, I said Minecraft sucks and it's just for kids. I gotta stick here and just say Minecraft sucks and it's just for kids. And I'll say that for 5 years straight, even though I'm an idiot.
He still does that. He has been shitting on the Switch all the time. Like, he was saying, like, oh my God, of course that Deadly Premonition 2 is gonna run like ass on the Switch, dude. Because it's the Switch, it's underpowered. Which is like bullshit. How is Deadly Premonition 2... It's not a graphically demanding game. The game just runs bad because it was programmed badly. There's so many games on the Switch that run better. You have Astral Chain, you have Wonderful 101, Bayonetta 2, you have Doom 2016, you have, what else? What else is there? Xenoblade Chronicles for the most part. Like, you have all these games that run well, but he says that, oh, well, the Switch can't run games, like a Deadly Premonition 2. Well, the game is just designed that way. Like, and how is a Switch exclusive, like, overpowering the Switch? It makes no fucking sense. It's so stupid, his argument that he makes for this fucking game, for the fucking console. He's so ignorant about the Switch. It's ridiculous. Deadly Premonition 1 does, because that's the only game that was on multiple platforms. Deadly Premonition on the PS3, 360, PC, all run like ass. And on the Switch. Deadly Premonition 2 is only on the Switch, so, I mean... He just hates the Switch, but he's so ignorant. Yeah, it'll run the same no matter what, because that's kind of how it is. Yeah, Deadly Premonition 1 is great. I'm playing it. It's so fun. I love that game. I love Deadly Premonition. I made it to the, when you are, like, in the car following Nick, and then you go to the museum. I'm at that part in the first game. I have to make it to the second game, though, dude.
And never played the fucking game. That's just ignorance, and that's just being a pig-headed moron. And I don't want to be like that anymore.
But, like, Deadly Premonition has, like, a reputation of having bad frame rates, so, like, it's to the point where people don't care, and they're like, ah, whatever, fuck it.
I've actively tried to make myself a better person.
It's a meme, dude.
Person, and in reality, the biggest part here, a wiser person. Because I think as you get older and you get through a lot of life experience that can be both positive and negative, you gain a lot.
Yeah, it's really good. It has a lot of Twin Peaks vibes in it.
Yourself, especially if you're a public persona.
Now, I was watching someone play Deadly Premonition 2 very briefly. I didn't want to spoil it for me, but he was talking about this interview with Sweary about it, and someone said, hey, so, like, the game, like, references a lot, was Twin Peaks a major inspiration for Deadly Premonition? And Sweary just tells her, I don't know what that is. What is Twin Peaks? I never heard of it. Like, I love his attitude with it. It's like, hey man, this game sounds just like Twin Peaks. Was it a big inspiration? I don't know what that is.
Like I am. And so
good.
I really do feel that I've become a lot more wise And now I actively look for times when people are correcting me or saying, no, Phil, you were maybe wrong on this. You want to reevaluate your situation. I'll do that.
No, wrong! Wrong! People try to correct him on the Switch shit, and he yelled at them over it. He yelled at Last Rainbow saying, "You're wrong! All the third-party games run like shit. If you notice, only the first-party games run. Okay?" And it's like, that's not true though, Phil. And he doesn't listen to them.
Like how I used to be. And all I can say is this, like I said, this year, 2020, pretty much almost everything has gone my way. I hope with this final hurdle that I'm about to jump over, or at least try to jump over with this tax situation, is the last one. Everything else, can go smoothly. And if things keep going as positively as they are with the amount of support you guys are giving me on a regular basis and everything, the future's looking bright. It is. I was just talking.
Wait,
about
what?
Smoothly, and if things keep going as positively as they are with the amount of support you guys are giving me on a regular basis and everything, the future's looking bright. It is.
Guys.
I was just talking with people.
I'll be able to go on vacation.
I'm like, man, if things keep going the way they are, by the end of this year, maybe I can finally get rid of this stupid love seat that's sunken in and gives me no support, and I can put a different kind of chair here. Maybe I can finally get a green screen for my content, which people have only asked me for a million years, and we can do all this.
Now, remember when he said that now he's like all for green screen? But before, he was saying it was stupid, it was a gimmick, no one cares, no one wants it. All this stuff, now we all want it, everyone wants the green screen, you love this. It's like he really wants it to be a nice little carrot to dangle in front of you. Oh, this is a great face.
Do it now. I'm in a situation where I'll be able to fucking do improvements, which I've wanted to do for years and years. That would be amazing. Now, I'll guarantee that that's going to happen because we got to see what happens, in this next thing. But you see what I mean?
Have to
like,
see,
things are
guys.
just so different for me now. My world is opening up for the first time in years.
Whoa.
Is that because of karma? Is that because over the last 2-3 years, I've actively tried to make amends for the messed up things I've done in my past?
No, you just asked for a lot of money. Like this is so lame. He's acting as if like this is brand new. It's just you're going to get the bankruptcy anyway. You're not a big person, Phil. I don't think that the judge who granted it really cared that much, to be honest. I'm sure a lot of people that are out there that file for bankruptcy, they probably get it anyway. It's very rare that people get in trouble for their bankruptcies.
A better content creator? I don't know. I don't know who's pulling the strings behind the scenes or if it's all just coincidence. And I think that's always going to be this ongoing debate for everyone. Is there actually something behind the scenes of everything? Is there this big universal path that we all walk? And if you act one way, things will go right. And if you act the other way, things will go wrong. What I will say is this. It sure seems there's a lot of people on this planet that get away with shit that shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, it sure seems to me like there's a lot of people in positions of power. There's a lot of people who are filthy rich. And you look at their history and the way that they behave as humans. And you're like, how the fuck?
Look at this shit. Now, if a troll said this to him, he has 174 vet streaks, and how can the vet streak continue? He's such a terrible person. He would be like, well, those people are negative, and they're idiots, and they're just jealous. And he's doing this. But dude, cancel culture, man. Cancel culture.
How could the giant CEO of a corporation who just announced I have to lay off half of our workforce because of the coronavirus gives himself a pay bonus?
Yeah, man. I wonder where that pay bonus came from, dude.
Like, what? You know what I mean? Where's karma for those motherfuckers? Where is it to go bite those people in the ass? But I don't know.
Well, they have they're in a position of power, dude.
I don't know what to say in that regard. I'll just tell you, maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't. I'm not, like I said, I'm not. What if cancel culture is karma? Superstitious guy in any way, shape, or form. I'm a very analytical, very logical, facts-based person, always have been. But at the same time, it sure seems for me there's been these weird patterns in my life. It does. It seems to me like there's been these very weird patterns in my life, things going up and down. And right now things are going good, and I'm wondering if that's because of active changes I made in the last few years. I'll tell you this, I love the person I am now. I want to stay this person. I don't want to revert back to being an immature idiot who's obstinate and just, you know, basically offensive to everyone around him because I think I'm better than everyone else. I don't.
Yeah, you never paid anyone, and he's like shitting on his CEO for the same shit.
Of how I used to be as a content creator, and I hope that people
Mr. Beamer over here
on a daily basis on my streams. So, a few more shout outs. Ryan just tipped me $5. Says, I gotta go for a bit, but I'll catch up with the YouTube uploads. Hope to Ask the King goes well. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
And thanks for hanging out a little bit that you did. That is the biggest tip of the day. So we're up to $14 a tip so far today out of our $100 tips goal on this stream. Yoshino Lover Cheer, he says, okay, I understand now. Thanks for answering. That's the only question that came in mind. I didn't feel like it would be a question to ask on a gameplay stream. Fair enough. And I gave you a good amount of time to answer it. ATS 318 Cheer says, I was curious what you think was the major factor in, and then it cut off. Then he did it cheered again. He says, in videos like Spider-Man doing so well compared to other videos you made. Because I was the only person doing
oh my god, we're gonna listen to this.
And play through it. And in
Fuck
2008
that.
through like 2011, I was one of the top guys, obstinate, as I just described. And that's why the Spider-Man thing blew up. At that time, people were looking for fun Spider-Man games on YouTube.
And I got them.
They type in Spider-Man, boom, my video comes up. Right?
Boom, baby.
Beastbot tipped me $1.30, so I'm not going to lie, 2020's been good for me too. I feel bad for other things on the grand scale. Of course, you look at this year overall, it's been a shit year for everybody. We got coronavirus ruining everything. We got Black Lives Matter movement coming out because people of color are being insanely mistreated in this country. We've got all kinds of crazy unrest and things. Like I said, these last few months, I don't know where they went. I know I was here every day on stream with you guys, but this is just like crazy to me. Like, I've had the coronavirus lockdown, the vest streak, like all this stuff going on. It's nuts.
It's nuts, dude.
It's crazy. You know, it doesn't feel normal. It doesn't. The world does not feel normal right now. It just feels like crazy shit's happening all over the place, you know? Angelo Bestia did 100-bit cheer. He says, it's the law of attraction. Your bad attitude led to bad things happening. Your improved attitude leads to improvement.
What improved attitude?
Angelo Bestia, maybe that's what it is.
He's the same.
But
he's just more lying.
With me is that you get highs and lows. So right now, I'm going to be very honest with all of you. Even though things have been going really well for me this year, I'm really scared. And I haven't really said this publicly. I'm scared. And here's why I'm scared. Because every time in my life that I've had an extended period of good stuff happening, it flips and becomes insanely bad, right? Like things will look like they're turning around.
Oh, victim segment.
Something comes out of nowhere and it's just like hits me like a fucking freight train, and now I get screwed over again.
He loves that Metallica song.
Better, and I'm excited.
He must love that song.
Incredibly terrified about what's going to happen with this tax situation. Like I'm really worried that like I'm going to get slammed with penalties and the government's going to demand money I don't have. And now what's going to happen, you know, I'm really fucking nervous about it.
I'm nervous, dude, but like, he has been nervous every year, and he always gets his way. Like, at this point, there's like no point in thinking this. Just assume you're going to get the payment plan. This is so lame. Like, first off, he said that he got the payment plan, but then the bankruptcy canceled it. The government's probably going to give him the payment plan. They're probably going to be like, okay. But then again, like, I guess the bankruptcy might give them cause to say, well, you're bad with money, we're not going to put you on a payment plan, maybe. But at the same time, he could just fucking sit there and wait for it to happen. And go from there. Like, if it's something that you have to do, there's no point in sweating over it. If it's beyond your control.
So, I'm hoping that the positivity that I've had and tried to portray and put through on streams and being a more positive, constructive person willing to change and learn and grow and being wiser, I'm hoping that pattern of positivity and success is going to continue. I am. I hope so. I really want it to. But I have this nagging in the back of my head that's telling me that stuff's gonna go wrong. I hate that. I fucking hate that. I hate that feeling in the back of your mind, feeling like you're never gonna be successful. You're never gonna be to the point where you were at one point. You're never gonna be set. Your family is always gonna be in jeopardy and everything, financially and stuff behind the scenes. I hate that fucking feeling, but it's always there. It always is just there, and it's weird because I thought that when my bankruptcy went through that maybe I'd be able to feel a little better, which I did admittedly at first, but then it kind of sunk in that you're not there yet.
This guy bragged and bragged and bragged and bragged about getting his little precious bankruptcy. Told us that, oh, the trolls are upset that I got the bankruptcy, dude. And now he's like, dude, I got the bankruptcy, and I have a long ways to go, dude, before I can get my credit back.
You know what I mean? Like, you're not through it yet. You jumped over a giant hurdle that was in your way, but there's still more to come. I mean, that was one of the giantest things you needed to get over, but you're not there yet, you know? And it's kind of worrying me that something's not going to go the way that's going to be good for me. I don't know. That's just how I am, though. You know, like I told you guys in the past, I've had pretty bad depression at one point in my life, and in reality, it's probably that nagging depression that pulls me back.
This isn't depression, though. This is more. This is stress. You're just stressed, dude. Like, depression isn't just feeling sad and being sad and worried about shit. That's not depression. It's more than that emotion, and it's like how many people who are depressed go around and say that was my depression. My depression did this. My depression did that. No one, because usually for a decent, I feel it's a good amount of people who are depressed probably don't self-diagnose their depression. I don't even think they're willing to admit that they have it because they probably don't think they have it. You know, they might be told that they have it by someone else. They may not believe that they have it. You know, it all depends on all kinds of stuff. It's just there's more to it than just saying, "Oh man, I feel really sad and stressed out." Like there's so much more to it than just that. And it's kind of frustrating to hear people talk like him used as a shield. It's kind of shitty.
The bad things, the bad thoughts, that things aren't going to go good. I don't deserve it. There's always going to be, no matter how much success I have, things are going to get fucked up for me and everything.
No, and that mentality of, oh, I don't deserve this. It's a fucking lie, because he tells us every day that he deserves this money and all this stuff. Oh, that's my money and all this kind of shit. So this is such fake. I would believe maybe this is Cat's depression. And DSP is just using what she said to say that's his. Oh, this is another good face.
Believe that. I want to be a positive guy, but that's what happens when you have something like that, an ongoing mental health issue, is it'll always pull you back to the negative eventually, and that sucks. I don't like that. I don't want that to happen. I want to stay
That's
positive.
Not depression, though.
I want to be a positive person for the rest of my life.
That's just you're stressed. You're stressed out.
We'll see what happens.
Like,
that's all we can do.
This is literally just stress. When you're going through a lot of shit in life, and you're just sitting there, and you're just like, oh shit, this could happen. Oh my god, you know, it's the same shit as people who are like afraid to drive a car. Sometimes, oh, I could go into a car accident. Oh, or like, you know, you go into the car accident, you get into a car accident, and then you have this, you're getting sued by the person you hit. Oh my god, I'm going through this lawsuit. I don't know what's gonna happen. I might go to jail for this. Oh my god, this and that. That's not depression. That's fucking stress. Him going through all this is just stress. It's stress. Yeah, the I don't deserve shit is just him being humble and saying like, see guys, I don't feel this way.
Teen abortion took me $4.20 and says go on PKA. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but thank you for the tip.
Yeah, like he's the only one with ups and downs in his life, right?
Okay,
David, you understand? He's the only one on planet Earth that have ups and downs.
All right. From Jeff Bezos Right Nut, who somehow sprouted arms and was able to type a question on my forums, he says, do you ever feel like the gaming landscape is becoming too homogenous? With a few notable exceptions, it seems like AAA gaming is more focused on providing more of the same.
Oh, this is funny coming from him, but uh, I would say there is a homogeneous amongst AAA companies. I think that's kind of where it's all the same. They give you the same kind of types. The movie type, the gamey type, whatever. I think AAA development is all homogenous. While I think the indie scene is way more diverse and way more varied. And that's why I think when you look at the indie games, the price models are all over the place. You might find an indie game that's like $10, 15, 20, 30, even 40. You see these games that are like that, and they have different kind of play styles. They try different things, this and that. It's the indie games that you have to see this diverse set of games. If you just go to triple A's like Activision, EA, Naughty Dog, etc., like Sony Santa Monica, 343 Industries, these people who do Gears of War now, they all give you the same kind of shit that you know what you're getting. Like Naughty Dog kind of tried to take a risk with Last of Us 2, but it's still kind of the same shit you'd expect from that game. It's just they took more of the risk in terms of the story. The story took the risk, but not the gameplay. The gameplay is very similar to the first game.
I have been calling this out, I'd say the past 3 years, that sadly, even the biggest AAA games and even the studios that used to take chances and put out.
What studios? Why doesn't he name these studios? He keeps saying these studios, but what studios? Because you want to know why he doesn't want to name them? Because these studios that he probably is thinking of probably never took risks. Because, like, you really think EA is going to take a risk on a lot of stuff? No. I mean, Capcom, I would argue, is probably the only AAA company that takes risks. But, I mean, it's Capcom at the same time.
Varied content, take chances with crazy new IPs. Almost no one's doing that anymore. It seems like, okay, what game are you making? I'm making a third-person shooter. Bloop! Right into that category. What are you making? I'm making a first-person action game. Bloop! Right into that category. I'm making an RPG. Bloop! You see what I mean?
How is it homogenous, though? Those are all genres. Wow, that's a really... Wow, I don't think he understood what homogenous is. Because just them being different genres doesn't mean that they're homogenous. Like, Horizon Zero Dawn is like an action RPG, but it also feels refreshing because of the visuals, the story, the gameplay does feel good. But I mean, it's an action RPG, so they've done. So just going off of genres is kind of lame and unfair to the games that you're putting that into.
I mean, and then they all just fall kind of cookie cutter into line of what's expected from those genres. Maybe you'll have a tweak here or a tweak there. But I think the worst offenders of this are games like Fallout 76 or...
low-hanging fruit games.
Fuck, what was the one that BioWare put out? I can't even remember the name of it anymore because it was such a flop, no one talks about it. I can't even remember the name of the goddamn game anymore.
I mean, I get after that kind of made a little sense.
That's happening now. These games, Anthem. Yeah, it's called Anthem. I couldn't even remember the name of it. The games just fall into these categories. Oh, Battle Royale is very popular right now. We got to make a Battle Royale game. But everyone else already make a Battle Royale game. I don't care what everyone else did. We're jumping on that bandwagon. We're making that goddamn money. You see? So that's the problem, I think, with modern gaming is that these companies, instead of taking chances and doing things that are unique, fun gameplay experiences, instead what they're doing is they're just trying to say, how do I guarantee profit? How do I guarantee return on investment? You can't do that, especially when you're doing something that's considered creative or a work of art. Yeah, it's business, but also you got to make something that's going to be unique and different that people are going to like. Not, oh, it's the same as every other game that.
But if you take a risk, that doesn't mean people are going to like it, though. Like he ignores the whole thing of, oh, you don't take any risks. But if they take risks, then you might get games you don't like. Like he ignores the consequence of making games that fundamentally have a risk of alienating a community. He ignores that.
Played, but just because those games made money, ours will too. I think the worst offender of this in the last a few years has been the co-op shooter games. Again, the Anthems, the Fallout 76s, the Destinies. These games all are exactly the same. I'm sure you can think of a million. The Division 2, there's probably like 10, 12, 14 of these games that have come out over the last 3-4 years. They all feel like you're playing the same fucking game. Yeah, there's variation. Oh, it's first person instead of third. But they all have the same goal. Constant repetition, grinding of combat, cooperation with a team, getting loot, improving your guy over time. You know what I mean? And they're not unique at fun at all. And if you actually just kind of skip over them, you've missed nothing. You literally didn't miss anything in the gaming landscape if you didn't play them. Is there an audience for them? Absolutely. Team-based shooters or team-based gameplay like that has a big hold on modern gaming. People who just want to play online with their buddies and chill and have a beer and hang out and have this cooperative experience. But if every major studio puts out a game like that, there's no innovation and we don't get any advancement in games. I've actually said this in the last console generation, both the Xbox One and the PS4. I don't feel we had much innovation at all this console generation. What we had was expanding upon previous things that were already successful. Like open world exploration and sandbox style games and RPGs have expanded huge. You now can put out games that are like 50, 60 hours long, right? But if you actually look at the quality of the gameplay in the game, it's kind of the same as what we were always doing. It's a lot of grinding, repetition, not very fun stuff. You know, not every game turned into Witcher 3. And that's sad. It would have been nice if every game did turn into Witcher 3. But instead what you had is every game added on a ridiculous amount of open world content that's pretty much a waste of everybody's time and you didn't need to do. So
I wish games didn't need to worry about open world though, honestly.
Because this year,
like I don't mind linear games. I think it's kind of lame to shit on linear games.
That people swore were going to be giant blockbuster, oh my god, jaw-dropping game of the year releases, and I have not played one yet. Every game I played this year, and I've covered every major release, lackluster.
I thought SpongeBob was game of the year.
Followed a formula. Or tried to veer too far from a formula and ended up
like for me. Remember when he said SpongeBob was his game of the year?
Constant, visceral, rock paper scissors.
Oh, Doom! I love that he keeps saying rock paper scissors for games he hates. Like he said the same thing about Soul Calibur 6. Oh my god, dude! Oh, it's rock paper scissors. And then now, like with Doom Eternal, is rock paper scissors. Like. I don't think Doom Eternal is a bad game. I just got kind of like exhausted with it by the end. It's alright. I kind of like Doom 2 a little bit more. I like Doom 2016 a little bit more. Like Doom Eternal has good gameplay. Like I like the combat. I like the combat and the Marauders are kind of fun, but I don't like them. They're not my favorite enemy type.
Stuff to maintain your momentum, and it just became too much about momentum and adrenaline-fueled gameplay rather than actual game development.
Well, that's pretty much what Doom is.
I just haven't really liked anything that much this year. And that's sad. As someone who's done this for 12 years, this is probably the most disappointing year for me for games. And a lot of the things is because people didn't really do that much for games. Like, the games that came out were just checking a checklist.
Look, I guarantee, well, mark my words, guys. The top 10 games of 2020 is going to have Doom Eternal, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Last of Us 2. Well, actually, no, maybe not Last of Us 2. Maybe not that one. Dragon Ball Fighter, Dragon Ball Kakarot. What else? SpongeBob. Probably Deadly Premonition 2. Cyberpunk. I think there's one more. There's a few more. But I guarantee those will be on his list. Guarantee.
This is what you expect from the game. Here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is, here's your game. Well, that's great, but I've already had that from other game dev studios. I've already played that game. Why would I want your game? Give me a reason. Give me something interesting. Give me something fun, refreshing, different, or an innovation on something previously that didn't happen. And really, That hasn't happened. I would say
No,
give
listen
me
to
something
this.
interesting, give me something fun, refreshing, different, or an innovation on something previously that didn't happen. And
So what's okay, babies? Whoo! Let me tell you a little something. No one is going to be completely original anymore. Everyone has done everything that's been done. So it's to the point where you can't really assume that you'll get constant refreshing ideas. You'll get the same shit at some point. I mean, it could be good shit. I mean, not to say that's bad, but you're not gonna get monster innovation as much as we did at the beginning of the gaming eras and shit, dude.
really, that hasn't happened. I would say the one game actually that stands out in my mind is The Last of Us Part 2, where the gameplay, the world design, everything did improve from the first game, but it was all soured by an awful story. So it's kind of like, even that, they tried, and then they failed because of something else. So,
but it was a risk.
I agree.
The story was a risk, dude.
The gaming landscape this year in particular is kind of deflating and kind of disheartening.
Yeah, you'll definitely have some. Like I think you'll have Last of Us 2 on both disappointing and best game. It's gonna be that. It's not the best because of the gameplay. The gameplay is really good. It has good environments and cool gameplay. All right, guys, time for the worst games of 2820. Last of Us 2, not for the gameplay, but for the story.
More of the same, more of the same, more of the same. And then when you get a game that looks like it's going to be unique and interesting, for some reason it just doesn't hit the mark. I hope that that'll change.
Like Death Stranding? Oh, shit. Death Stranding is pretty cool.
Dork 7 resubscribed for 36
Everyone
months.
hates
That's
that game, right?
3 years of support. And he says, been sub for 3 years. Let's go. Thank you very much, Orcs or Dorks, for 3 ongoing years of support. I really appreciate that. Okay. Continuing on.
I hate when he does this. Like, come on.
Beautiful Butterfly. Where can I get the best tasting
Wait a second.
Okay. Continuing on.
Oh my god.
That's 3 years of support, and he says, been sub for 3 years. Let's go. Thank you very much, Orcs or Dorks, for 3 ongoing years of support. I really appreciate that. Okay. Continuing on.
Oh, nice noises.
The next question here is from Beautiful Butterfly.
Beautiful Butterfly.
Where can I get the best tasting pollen? Well, I'm going to... Actually, that's not the question. It's, which of these games would you say is the best Valve game? Half-Life 2, Portal, or Left 4 Dead? See, questions like this I kind of laugh about.
I laugh at these questions,
because
dude.
I feel that questions like this cannot really be answered objectively. And you guys know me. I like to approach things from a factual perspective, a logical perspective.
Look how lame this is. I go by stuff logically, and I like having facts. This is asking your opinion. Like, he wants all these games to be different, all this stuff, right? But he wants everyone to have the same opinion with games he likes. Oh, if you're gonna like this game, it has to be factual. You can't like a game that people don't like, dude. Like, what's the point? Oh, that's so lame. He wants to have, like, a factual opinion on shit. Are you like fucking 9?
First of all, I like all 3 games. I think Half-Life 2 is a really
Again, this is him just afraid to rock the boat. He doesn't want to pick one because he's gonna piss off someone in chat.
Really great puzzle elements in the gameplay. Okay, I didn't play Half-Life 2 when it was a new release, so I can't speak to it being, oh my god, the graphics were groundbreaking at the time. I have no idea. I only played it later on when it was ported to consoles and stuff. That's when I actually experienced Half-Life 2.
Oh, for me, I would pick Left 4 Dead. I like Left 4 Dead more than Half-Life and Portal. Half-Life was fine. I never really got a chance to really experience that game. I tried playing it on the 360 and I didn't really care for it. But Left 4 Dead was fun. I liked Left 4 Dead. That is one of my favorite games. I loved playing as Bill. He was pretty cool.
Portal, I played on PC when it was a new release. And the Portal series is pretty awesome. Graphically, no. But just the gameplay elements and the story are very intriguing.
He played
most unique gameplay.
He played Half-Life on Xbox.
I'm disappointed they only made Portal 1 and 2, and that was the end of it. Left 4 Dead I mean, that was amazing when that came out. It was a really well-developed first-person cooperative zombie survival game with really fun stages that weren't focused on, oh my god, it has to have a 5-hour story narrative going. Instead, it was these little snippets of story tossed into different maps, different enemy types, challenges. That was a really well-done game, man. It was.
Oh, yeah, the mods are pretty cool. It's
Those games, they're also very different,
pretty funny.
right? Really. Half-Life 2, very story-driven game.
Whoa, these games are different. Genres are different.
Portal, mostly puzzles that are gonna, rack your brain with some really quirky story, but mostly puzzle element gameplay. Left 4 Dead, pure action-based gameplay. Is there a little bit of story in there? Yes, but it takes a backseat to crazy visceral action and really fun survival co-op gameplay. They're all completely different. How can you look at all three games and be like, which one's better? Which one's better? Here's the thing. I really enjoy Half-Life 2, but out of the three games, I gotta say that's the one that's the lowest on the list for me. And I know people would be freaking out. How dare you, Phil? Half-Life 2 was one of the best franchise or best games of all time. The franchise, one of the best franchises of all time. You have to understand, my perspective is I didn't play those when they were new. I didn't play Half-Life 1 and 2 when they were new. I played them so many years later, and I appreciate those games. Absolutely, I do. But I'm not like, oh my god, I played when they were new and they were revolutionary games back in the day. You see what I mean? Playing a game much later is it's harder to appreciate something when you play it when it's already outdated. You see what I'm saying? Like some people say, oh, these classic retro platformers that I've been playing recently are some of the best games ever made. I'm like, I like them. I don't know if I would go that far because I didn't play them when they were new, and I can't compare.
Why does that matter?
They came out at that time because I wasn't there.
Oh, that's so lame. You have to compare to fuck that.
If I had to decide between Portal and Left 4 Dead, I would probably go Left 4 Dead. As crazy as that sounds, and here's why: it's pure nostalgia factor for me. Left 4 Dead came out the year I started on YouTube. It was one of the games that I was doing ongoing coverage of and playthrough coverage of on YouTube during 2008 when I first got my start, and I loved playing the game. When the sequel came out, I played the shit out of the sequel. It kind of has that nostalgia factor for me. Kind of like when people ask me, what's my favorite GTA game?
Okay, this is going on too long.
First major GTA competitive. No way. It was a character like
I can't handle this. This is lame.
For this guy and the shit that he went through during the course of the game.
Oh, GTA 4 is really cool. The game looks so realistic.
Similar to New York
More
City,
realism
with the way that it was laid out, which is really neat. What's going on?
It's so lame that he also says that like he likes GTA because
what's going on? People are freaking out.
What was it? He likes GTA because it's like New York City.
My stream died. People always do that. When a stream blips, 5 million other logical explanations for what's going on. But no, I'm looking. Okay. I played it at a time when I was trying to re-immerse myself in video games, and it was the game that blew me away. Now, objectively, when I look at it on paper compared to other GTA games, you could argue the gameplay of GTA 5 is more robust. It's a longer game. It's a better game. You could argue that there's more nostalgia factor, classic stuff with the older ones. But GTA 4, I just still kind of hold up.
Why? How come, like, when you like San Andreas, it's always people always say, oh, it's because of nostalgia. Like, the game could be good on its own, dude. Of course it's old. Of course it plays like a PS2 game, because it was a PS2 game.
Play it again right now. If people wanted me to, I'd play it. I enjoy it. It's really nostalgic for me to play GTA 4. It is. So that's why when you ask me, Half-Life 2, Portal, or Left 4 Dead, I say Left 4 Dead because that was a game that was when I was starting on YouTube.
I answered it anyway.
It was an awesome game to play and record, and I enjoyed watching people's reactions to my gameplay every time I played it. It was just so fun. Okay.
I like San Andreas, but
all right. Let's time for a couple more questions before we take our first break.
I got stuck, dude.
DSP and Wings Chaser, did you forget Dragon Ball Z Kakarot released this year? It has not been fully disappointing. I didn't say that, but it certainly isn't Game of the Year material either. It's far too repetitive and doesn't innovate at all. Archangel 007 resubscribed for 27 months. Thank you, Archangel. I appreciate that. All right, continuing on. The next question is from The Gambler. He says, my question to you is about wrestling. As a big wrestling fan, I loved your series Smart Guys. I'm wondering, in your entire history of watching wrestling, what is your favorite match or feud? What was it that made the match so special for you, and what do you think would make for the greatest wrestling match of all time,
Ugh,
be it WWE or AEW or outside of that in New Japan.
man.
Thanks for taking the time to read this. If it doesn't make it, then continue having a great show for Ask the King.
Oh, I do not give a shit about
Now,
wrestling. Fuck
wrestling.
that.
Big time of transition, top promo, and it felt like there was going to actually be an active WWE. But he came back, and Punk had done everything. It was like he's anymore because the plot lines will break. What was the funniest gaming session you had while drunk? Well, I don't drink and stream or drink and play games anymore.
Nothing really wild happens when I'm drunk when I play video games, so I can't really say anything about that. But there was this funny moment in MGS3. I don't know how I did it, but during Operation Snake Eater, the second half of the game, when you go back to where you meet Sokolov, so when you're meeting Ava for the first time, for some reason when I got there were soldiers there, and I didn't expect them to be there. So I CQC'd one of them, and I tried to interrogate them, and it was around the time when he caught me. So whatever. So I'm like, speak, and he says, and the guy was saying, HQ, enemy sighted, requesting backup, and I was like, what the fuck? So I knock him out I kill him, right? The other guy comes, and I wait for the timer to run out. The timer runs out, I go back, and I interrogate that one. And the moment I interrogate him, HQ, the enemy is spotted, please send backup. And I was like, what the fuck? So the whole time after that, I was fucking around. I held one up, I shot him in the legs. I was kind of being really, evil to this guy, because he kept snitching on me. You play Metal Gear, and if you're a snitch, you don't snitch on Snake. That's rule number 1, baby. So, I shoot him in the legs, I shoot him in the hands, and he's just to see the reaction of the model, to see what would happen. So he's just kind of laying there, and I'm like, oh, all right, let's see if he's gonna tell me what I want to know. So I interrogate him, and then he calls for HQ again, and I was like, this fucking guy, get him out of here. And he got sent to Ban World. And then I could. It was so fucking wacky. That to me was funny. The other moment, I was playing my friend was playing Resident Evil 4 on the Wii. He came over after school. I was like, hey man, you gotta play the game on the Wii. It's so different. So we're at the part where you're trying to get Ashley to cross these dumpsters around, and during this, there's an Iron Maiden in the room. So just before he could kill the Iron Maiden, he tells Ashley to go inside the dumpster. He accidentally hit the follow me button, so Ashley makes it all the way to where the Iron Maiden is. And the whole time, the thing is circling around Ashley, pretty much. It's going around almost, and I just see Leon sound like a crazy person. Wait, follow me. 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 And during that, he had to shoot the Plagas. So he did that, and there's one Plagas that's on the back of the Iron Maiden. So he kind of had to use Ashley to lure the Iron Maiden around. It was so funny to see it. I cannot do that scene justice. You kind of had to be there to see it. It was so funny just to see Ashley just move, stop, and just hearing, follow me, wait, follow me, wait, follow me, wait, follow me, wait, follow me. It was so good. It was awesome.
At all. The only exception to that rule may be Christmas time. If I'm doing a Christmas event, I'll have some eggnog or I'll have some beers or whatever. But I do not do that anymore. But back in the day when I first started on YouTube, before I did it professionally, before anything was taken seriously, usually, if I was going to play games overnight or late night, I would drink. And my drinking choice was rum and Coke. And I would sit there drinking while playing. And it was certainly a unique experience. People, I'm sure right now, would start bringing stuff up from that time period and say, oh, this was the biggest thing, this was the biggest thing. But I think the one that everyone goes back to was my Fallout 3 playthrough. I was playing through the game, and I was in the town. I forget the name of the town, but this is the town where I guess the kids had been growing up in Little Lamplight, which is a cave society of just children. And when they grow up, they get exiled. They can't live there with the kids anymore. And as they went out into the wild, they all just grew up in this other town. Okay? So the people who lived in this town really weren't adults. They were kind of children who never were taught how to be adults, but they were just trying to learn how to be adults on their own. They were all kind of immature. They would get into fights and do stupid shit. And I remember having, if I remember correctly, I don't remember if I rescued one of them that was captured by a super mutant or whatever, but for some reason I went to the town and one of them got mad at me because of dialogue options or something. They wanted to fight me, and I killed everyone in the town. Because I basically pulled out a gun and defended myself, and then everyone aggroed to me in the town, and I was drunk and really angry. I was like, fuck this, if you're gonna attack me, I'm gonna fuck you up. And I just went and killed them all. Because I was drunk, I didn't care. Now today, if I'm playing a game like Fallout, and something happens,
I like how sensitive he is.
I want to reload. That's messed up. I want to try to do this non-violently.
Wow, what a bitch.
Back then, I didn't give.
If I was playing a game and like something bad would happen, I would restart. Who cares? Like, come on.
So I was like, fuck this, nuke them all. So I was running through town using healing. I was just killing everyone. It was a bit of slaughter. It was a huge fucking slaughter.
That's like fun though.
Where I just slaughtered everyone.
In a video game.
In the town. It wasn't kids. Someone said you can't kill kids. It wasn't the kids. It was the kids who had grown up to be too big to live with the kids in the Lamplight, and they went to this town because they were like young adults. I slaughtered the whole town, and people still to this day will say that's the funniest part. Although,
now look at this. Look at this. He says that, oh, this is a funny part. Everyone loves it. If I was playing that part now, I would not want to do this. So he would much rather give us a boring ass playthrough that's so generic and whitewash and vanilla and basic ass shit. He doesn't want to do anything that might be fun. Like, it might be fun just to do stuff that's like not planned like that. That's so lame. That's so lame. He would much rather give us a boring ass playthrough than something different.
Same playthrough again, playing it late nights, drinking. I got lost in the sewers for like 2 hours, where I was so drunk that I couldn't see where I was going in the sewers, and I ended up walking in fucking circles in the sewers, and I couldn't find my way out because I was so drunk that I couldn't do it. I would say the final thing that's also infamous about back in the day was my original Batman Arkham Asylum playthrough. During this playthrough, okay, listen to this one. There's a part where you need to figure out that you need to use a bat grappling hook to grapple from one building across the way to another, and that unlocks the next portion of the game. If you don't figure this out, you're soft locked. You can't progress in the game. I was drunk, and my mind wouldn't put 2 and 2 together about this at all.
Whatever.
So I spent a good I
don't think that's how you use that term, but whatever.
In this area, trying to figure out what to do, swearing, so angry. And then people were like, you're so dumb because you were drunk, you couldn't figure out that, you know, the game was basically telling you, use the grappling hook to do this. And I couldn't get it because my brain wasn't, the sparks weren't firing in the brain. And by the way, back then I wasn't a live streamer, so there was no one on stream saying, Phil, you idiot, just do it, you know. It was me walking around for 40 minutes in a video, and then coming back the next day, I was like, man, I was a real idiot yesterday when I was drunk, but now we'll continue on with the game. So.
Hell yeah. Let's continue on with the game.
Woody's gamer tag to me $4.20. So would you be interested in paramotoring with me? And come on, PKA. I don't know what the hell. Thanks so far.
All right. We will. I don't know if we'll be able to finish the second part, but we'll start it. Yeah, let's start it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's do it, guys. I say let's do it. And let me guess, no timestamps. No timestamps! This will get a dislike from me. Fuck you, Phil. Timestamp your shit! I don't want to sit here and listen to... Surprise, motherfucker!
Of Ask the King, episode 82 for July 9th, 2020. I almost forgot what the date was. Welcome back. If you missed part 1, go check it out. It should already be on demand on the King of Hate vlogs. If you're watching this on YouTube, if you're watching this on live stream, well, you're just gonna have to wait a little while for that to go live later today. But I think we should jump right into the next slew of questions. So let's do that. The next question is from Let's see here. Kill Bill 216. And he says, I miss 2018. We had God of War, Spider-Man, Assassin's
Oh my god, 28 God of War. Oh.
Red Dead Redemption 2, Detroit Become Human, and more.
Oh,
My video games in the
Detroit.
last year and a half have been such a letdown with a few good titles here and there. I know you would need to do research to really find the answer, but would you consider 2018 to be one of the best years for game releases in recent
Yes!
memory? Yes, it's weird.
In my opinion, the best gaming years, honestly, I would say 2017. Because you had Gravity Rush 2, Nier Automata, Persona 5, Yakuza 6, I think was also 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, was that 2018? Shit. It might have been 2018. But yeah, those are good. I think 2017 was a good year.
It's definitely weird how the game landscape works, because it seems like every 3 years or so we have a crazy good blockbuster year. Seriously, like the year that BioShock Infinite came out, I remember that year being like insanely outstanding. Like Call of Duty, I think, was great that year, and you had Assassin's Creed that year. Like that year was like so many giant high-profile releases, and they were all good. So you get to the end of the year, you're like, oh my god, how am I going to narrow it down to what game of the year is this year? I have no clue. I can't figure it out.
I know Nier was 2017, but
year,
Yakuza 6, I don't know if it was 2017, 2018. I think Yakuza 6 was 2018.
Seriously.
If I remember correctly.
And it just seems like this is a pattern. That you're going to get 1 year of ginormous
overload
of great AAA games that are all amazing.
It was 2017. Like, I don't remember.
I just can't. I don't have enough money to buy and play all these games. And then you got years where it's like, I could just skip all these and it doesn't even matter. But 2018, absolutely. 2018 was a year of high highs for gaming. All these. It seems like this is a pattern. That you're going to get 1 year of ginormous. There's like nothing. Like you're like, oh my god, how am I going to narrow it down to what game of the year is this year? I have no clue. I can't figure it out. And then you end up with a year where there's like nothing. Like this year so far, everything's been disappointing to me. Seriously. And it just seems like this is a pattern. That you're going to get 1 year of ginormous overload of great AAA games that are all amazing. And people are like, holy shit. I just can't. I don't have enough money to buy and play all these games. And then you got years where it's like, I could just skip all these and it doesn't even matter. But 2018... Absolutely. 2018 was a year of high highs for gaming. And whatever year, I believe the year Batman Arkham Knight came out, which I believe that would have been like 2015. I think that was a really good year for gaming, if I'm remembering correctly. It's it almost seems like every third year.
The thing is that game development takes a long time, so of course you're gonna get a year that's gonna have fewer releases because people are making games. No one can make games every year in a year span. Does he think video games are like in a year? Oh, I know you could. Well, I'm not counting Japan. I don't live in Japan, KWO. I live in America. So whenever Yakuza 6 came out in America is the year that it came out for me, okay?
Almost every third year is the year when things like just explode with great games. So yeah. Only Iced Coffee is giving a couple subs to the channel. One to Mark McCauley and one to Tales from the Crypt. So thank you, Only Iced Coffee, for the channel support. Continuing on, Random Ron asked the following question. He says, my question is the state of fighting games in itself. The beginning of this generation felt like there was always some kind of new fighting game that was coming out. Now I barely even hear anything about fighting games, and it's starting to remind me of the pre-Street Fighter 4 days. Even if I had my issues with EVO Online, it was still a good way to get lesser-known games attention.
Like,
and even...
There's been no new consoles that starts out with a fighter. I don't know where this meme came from. DSB was so convinced that the PS5 was gonna have a launch game that was a fighting game. Like, no.
Even I only registered because
why would they make a fighting game as a launch title? Come on.
Going to be on that list. Between larger fighting games getting bad reps and smaller fighting games having little attention and player bases, does it feel like we're reaching another slump when it comes to fighting games? And even if Capcom made another Street Fighter or another Marvel vs. Capcom game, can we still trust them considering their recent track record with fighting games? Yeah, it's funny because...
Well, I get a track record of Resident Evil, dude. And now people love them. Like, I think that's lame because they can still make a good Street Fighter game. Street Fighter 5 came out way before the resurgence of Capcom. Like, when Street Fighter V came out, they still had games like fucking. They were still, like, recovering from Resident Evil 6, Lost Planet 3. They had all these, like, stinkers. So, like, Street Fighter V was, like, Like, just keep this in mind. Street Fighter V came out, when they announced that game, it was being applauded for allowing you to get new characters for free. And of course, yeah, it had a microtransaction model in it. Like, oh, you either buy the characters straight up, or you could just grind for in-game currency to buy these characters. But at the time when Street Fighter V came out, that was like, whoa, guys, Capcom learned. They're not gonna charge us for DLC. They're gonna allow us to buy these characters for free in-game currency, dude. Uh, like that was like a high note for Capcom. Now they have like Resident Evil 2 remake, they have Devil May Cry 5, they have all this stuff going on that people don't like Street Fighter V's model anymore because it's so like transparent now with it. So Street Fighter 6 could very well just be a return to form for Street Fighter. Like that could revitalize that. So especially now that they have the Resident Evil engine. Yeah, fight money. But like at the time, like was it 2015 that it came out or 2016? Like it was still a greedy system, sure, but I mean, it was like out of all the stuff Capcom did in the past, it was like the nicest thing they did in comparison. It wasn't like Street Fighter Cross Tekken where the DLC was on the disc and you had to pay $20.
I grew up in the absolute heyday of fighting games, but I didn't really become like I didn't try to play them competitively at a serious level until they were almost dying out. Okay? And then we had
that's bullshit though, because he bragged about fucking Super Turbo and how he was so competitive and he was beating everyone up. But okay.
Renaissance of fighting games with Street Fighter 4, and now it almost feels like here 10 years later that's all over. Okay? Let's follow the history. Street Fighter 2 released in, I believe it was 1991 in Japan, and I forget if it's 91 or 92 in American arcades. And it created a whole new genre of competitive fighting games. Then you had the many versions of Street Fighter 2 combined with Mortal Kombat, combined with other game franchises that tried to compete. You had Midway, who came out with a million games like Primal Rage, War Gods, stuff like that. And then you had the Killer Instinct series. Street Fighter, of course, exploded with not only Street Fighter 2, but then the Alpha series, then Street Fighter 3.
Hell yeah, Alpha series, baby.
So arcades were absolutely jam-packed with fighting games, and fighting games literally drove arcades throughout the 1990s. It's the reason why our video arcades were so popular. Then, around the year 2000, it all crashed. The market kind of crashed. Not to say that the fighting games were worse, but I think maybe there was oversaturation because there was literally 3 to 4 Capcom fighting games out at the same time, while you also had Tekken, you had Virtua Fighter, you had Mortal Kombat. So you had so much going on at once that maybe there was just too much at once. And what ended up happening was Capcom had a big shift in their division after a few big failures. Like, ultimately, Capcom felt Street Fighter 3 was a big failure. They tried something different with improved graphics and a very different kind of gameplay engine. And overall, they did not sell anywhere near as many as they wanted to.
Yeah, because people wanted Ryu,
especially
dude.
Because the hardware was so expensive to put in a gameplay, to put into a game cabinet. And basically, Street Fighter 3 was a ginormous flop for them. They tried a few other things like Capcom vs. SNK 1 and 2. Really, the only game that was making them tons of money at the time was the Versus series. So Marvel vs. Capcom 1 and 2. But Capcom decided they wanted to go in a different direction. They basically kind of almost shuttered up their arcade division and started working primarily on games like Resident Evil, Devil May Cry, a different focus for the company. And so from the years of, say, the year 2000 all the way through, like...
No, he says this, but Capcom was more than just fighting games, though. He acts as if, like, Capcom only made Street Fighter. They made Mega Man, they made Contra... No, Contra was Konami. What the fuck am I smoking? I know they did Mega Man. I think they did a few other classic games that I'm just kind of spacing on. But, like, they weren't just Street Fighter.
2009. Capcom really wasn't giving a shit about fighting games. The few that they released were absolutely terrible, like Capcom Fighting Jam, a game that had like only a few new sprites, everything else was reused from other games, and the game played like shit.
Every fighting game that Capcom did was reuse sprites. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 reused sprites from the first game. They reused the Morrigan sprite from Darkstalkers. What are you smoking? He's like, well, they used all the sprites, so they all suck. They've been reusing sprites forever. That's why they've been using sprites for a long time. Ah,
Shit.
huge fighting game fan doesn't know the history of the sprites.
Basically, when consoles came out, Capcom was like, screw it, when they kind of retired their fighting game division. Now, I'm not saying the fighting games died out completely. Mortal Kombat turned primarily into a console-based experience that really wasn't played competitively anymore. It was more like just messing around with gory stuff at home. Tekken remained competitive, but because of the decline of arcades and because of the decline of major fighting games available, Tekken really didn't break into the mainstream as a ginormous thing like Street Fighter ever did. And so there was basically, to maintain competitive fighting games in the 2000s, it was a grassroots movement. It was just people who absolutely loved fighting games and playing them at a competitive level who did these little homegrown tournaments. It wasn't about backing from companies and sponsorships, and Capcom never sponsored a tournament. But we call them the Big Four, okay? We call Super Turbo, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Capcom vs. SNK 2, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Those were the Big Four Capcom tournaments that at a major fighting game tournament you would hold. Then you would have things like Tekken, whatever the latest Tekken game was, if there was a new Virtua Fighter available on a console, and then maybe a few other games like Guilty Gear and stuff crammed in there. That was a major fighting game tournament.
BlazBlue.
But no exaggeration, from like the year 2000, 2000.
I know it was BlazBlue or BlazBlue. I say BlazBlue.
There were no new Capcom fighting games at all. So it was very, very
evil,
lackluster.
baby.
There were some ports. They tried to port the games and stuff, but there was never really mainstream appeal. So that was really a dead time for games. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, after like almost a decade, Capcom decides they want to rejuvenate the Street Fighter series with the first numbered entry in Street Fighter in over 8 years with Street Fighter 4. Modernized graphics, new gameplay mechanics, basically recreating Street Fighter from the ground up, having some familiar feelings from previous Street Fighter games, but also having new elements to it. Street Fighter 4,
a game you will never go back to,
with popularity when it released, and invigorated the entire gaming genre. In fact, it prompted games franchises like Mortal Kombat to reinvent themselves and become more serious and more competitive again after, you know, a decade of kind of just being a silly mess around game that you would do at home, but there was really no competitive play for it. All of a sudden, Mortal Kombat comes back. Tekken, ginormous in a big way. You're right, and that was around 2009, so that was about 11 years ago. And of course, we had all the versions of Street Fighter 4. That lasted, what, a good 4 or 5 years. We had the Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And then Capcom started to lose their way with stuff like what was it? Street Fighter Cross Tekken.
Oh boy, that game.
And then, I hate to say it, with Street Fighter 5 being such a flop at launch and then eventually gaining traction over the years, primarily because of hardcore fighting game community support. Let's be honest here.
Is Street
Fighter 5 as popular as it is because it's a good game, or is it because it's the only game from Capcom that they really promote and do any kind of updates to? You see what I'm saying? Like, outside of Street Fighter 5, what else is there?
Street Fighter 4, dude.
Capcom hasn't put out a new fighting game at all. So because of that, that's what people have to play.
He says this, but if he made Street Fighter 6, he'd say, See, Capcom? They didn't even like Street Fighter 5. They dropped it and made Street Fighter 6.
So it remains the top game from Capcom for fighters, despite the fact that, honestly, we could go for something better, right? So it really feels...
Well, why would they make Street Fighter 6 now, DSP,
like,
when the PS5's coming?
Street Fighter 5 has now been out. I mean, the beta came out in 2015. The full game came out early 2016? So the game's been out for over 4.5 years, and we just get season after season, tweak after tweak. Enough is enough. We need something new. You know what I mean? Like, we need a new game to reinvigorate the fighting game community, and Capcom doesn't seem very eager to do it. They just want to keep milking the same cow and beating the same dead horse, despite the fact that I've always hated the game, and a lot of people in the
Capcom care
community basically said they didn't like Street Fighter 5, and even though it does have a vibrant community of competitive players, it's probably not for the right reasons. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fuck those people who might like the game.
Now,
They like
Other
for the wrong
franchises have
reasons.
continued on. Tekken continued on with new iterations.
But they like the cast. I like Karen.
We had
Karen's
this whole
cool.
Dragon Ball Fighters, right? Oh my God, Dragon Ball Fighters, ginormously popular at the time. But now look at the sharp decline. Dragon Ball Fighters is nowhere near as popular as it was over about 2.5 years
Yeah,
ago.
no one cares.
In fact, you barely ever...
No one cares about Dragon Ball Fighters. No, I kind of meme it too. To be honest, I kind of just love triggering people by saying the game's dead, dude. Skullgirls is better than Dragon Ball Fighters. Come on.
hear it even talked about anymore, right?
They just released a new season. People talk about it.
Like
whatever.
come out, there's giant hype behind them for a little bit, and then they just kind of fizzle out. It didn't used to be like that.
There's hype for the new Guilty Gear.
The big 4 Capcom games from the year 2000 to 2009.
Ooh, man,
you know what I mean? We put 9 years. Now, what other fighting game has longevity for 9 years in the modern era? Probably none, right? I mean, that's a good point. Like, look at Dead or Alive 6, where no one even played it. The game was an utter failure and flopped completely.
Yeah, because of the fucking microtransactions. That all killed it.
Aren't doing so well for fighting games, in my opinion. Mortal Kombat...
DOA 6 struggled because of the money system that they put into it. So, I mean, it's a fun game, but I mean, the fucking greed ruined it.
And came out, people played it competitively, and then kind of were like, meh. And you know what I mean? Like, that's what's happening with these games. They're getting popularity for a very limited time, and then they kind of die out. So, I actually agree with you here. Random Ron. I think that fighting games are kind of at a point where, is it as bad as it was in the mid to late 2000s? No, we're not there yet. But it certainly feels like we're getting there. Like, since we haven't had anything new from Capcom in 5 years, okay? Tekken is...
Why would they do something new when there's a new console coming out?
Mortal Kombat and Injustice are continuing on from NetherRealm, but they kind of fizzle out competitively after a very short period of time. So, in reality, what do we really have that's really, you know, mainstream?
Guilty Gear, baby.
Supporting the fighting game community's vibrance and you know, nothing. Nothing. It's the very... Again, in 2009, you had Street Fighter 4, Marvel vs. Capcom 3, all these new versions of Street Fighter 4, and then a new version of Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Street Fighter Cross Tekken, multiple versions...
What if these seasons are the new versions of Street Fighter 5, though?
Stream Tekken, and then Tekken Tag Tournament 2, plus Dead or Alive came back, plus Mortal Kombat had a reboot. It was like, wow, the fighting game renaissance, and it's over. In my opinion, we're getting back to stagnation. And is it because Capcom has moved on and said, we want to focus on Resident Evil, and we want to focus on Devil May Cry, and we want to focus on other franchises again?
Oh yeah, they're focused on Devil May Cry. That's why they
we
didn't announce a new game.
With modernized graphics and gameplay mechanics, that it's not as bad or as difficult to develop as, say, a new fighting game from the ground up or whatever.
They remade Resident Evil 3 and 2. That didn't take time to make. Okay.
We make a ton of money doing that, so why are we going to make Street Fighter 6 right now? You see, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just seems to me like fighting games have completely slowed down and no one really cares that much about them. Even releases like the Samurai Showdown game that came out last year. Outside of the competitive fighting game community that were like foaming at the mouth for a new fighting game, it didn't get any mainstream appeal at all. I never played it. I never heard of anyone really wanting me to play it.
Well, what's funny is that he plays Fighting EX Layer, but he skips Samurai Showdown. Who fucking does that? Oh, I'm not gonna play Samurai Showdown. I'm gonna play fucking Fighting EX Layer.
Be Random Ron. I think what would it take for us to get out of this rut? Capcom needs to focus on fighting games again. In regards to, like, they have to make a new Street Fighter for sure. It has to play better than Street Fighter 5, which plays terribly. And they need to, I would say, you know, the Versus series or something new. We have to get like 2 new fighting games from Capcom, and that might reinvigorate everyone else to start making fighting games again. I don't know. Zach the Guy asks, out of the many Resident Evil games that you have played, what would be your top 3, and is there one that you actually really hate? I would say...
Wait, what was the question?
Asks, out of the many Resident Evil games that you have played, what would be your top 3, and is there one that you actually really hate?
Top 3, and the one I would hate, let's see. 2, 4, and 1. No particular order. I love those games. 4 was my first Resident Evil game I got into. 1, I love the Mansion. The remake of 1, I should specify. And The remake of 2 I liked. So those are all good. The one I hate, 0. I like the idea of 0. Don't get me wrong. I kind of like the story. I like the 2-player gameplay, but I just don't care that much about the gameplay. Like I like the gameplay on paper of controlling 2 characters, but there's so many like little things that I do not like. I do not like that there's no supply box to use. You have to drop all the items on the floor. Like that shit, fuck that shit. The leeches are an okay enemy type, but I do not care for 0 all that much. I just kind of was like, yeah, later. But oh man, 4 was good, has a good pacing to it. 2 was good, and 1, baby.
I would say, out of all, if you look at every Resident Evil game ever, Resident Evil 1 will always be my favorite. It's the one that actually, for me,
It's a top 3, baby.
Horror. Like, I couldn't tell you any mainstream survival horror games before Resident Evil. That one it brought survival horror into the mainstream with the way that it handled it, like almost like a cheesy B movie, but it had like all these horror movie cliches and things in it. It was the first game that I played that I actually legitimately felt scared. So that game I will always hold up in regard as the best survival horror game and the best Resident Evil ever. After that, I would argue Resident Evil 2 Remake.
Oh,
probably
man.
the best in the entire franchise, because it's got...
Oh, he's got the same opinion as me. Fuck.
Like I did. But it's got good variety of enemies. It's got great gameplay mechanics. It's got replayability.
2 has variety of enemies?
Characters.
What?
It's just insanely well done. Probably.
No. I think Resident Evil 1 has variety. Because I think 1, you have hunters, you have dogs, you have the Crimson Heads. The Crimson Heads are my favorite enemy type. I love how they work in Resident Evil 1 Remake. If you kill a zombie and you leave the body, they might turn into a Crimson Head, and they're faster, they're more vicious. Those were my favorite enemy types. I just love that zombies you either killed or you think are dead could just turn to that, and it's so rad.
One of, if not the best survival horror game that I've played. It's just that good.
Snake is a boss fight though, so it's not.
And then then after that, it kind of becomes, I don't know, maybe Resident Evil 4.
Of course.
Was really, really good when I remember playing it. I would say the one I don't like the most is Resident Evil 3. I feel Resident Evil 3 is too short to be a mainstream.
I don't think 3 was that bad, but I wouldn't hate it.
To go back and play it again. There's no scenario B. It has really annoying gameplay elements in it. Now, the remake actually did away with some of those elements. Like, for example, a time segment where you're rushing through zombies, and if you...
But there is different scenarios, though. In Resident Evil 3, you could pick what to do, and that changes stuff.
Shoot wrong, you should blow up a barrel that insta-kills everybody. That's not even in the game. They improved the game to the point where all that stuff was removed. But I would say, original Resident Evil 3, the original version is probably my least liked Resident Evil game in the whole franchise. Okay. Continuing on. Oh, we're only like not even 20 minutes into this part. We got a lot of time.
Oh, I sound so disappointed.
Blanca Balls, and he asks the following. So, I've been asking various questions pertaining to your fighting game community history, such as playing in tournaments.
Oh my god.
Turning to EVO in the future.
Another fighting game question.
Comments on EVO and the developments surrounding the tournament leader, which we can talk about later, I guess. I now realize there's so much more going on than I ever could have suspected, even with you sharing a lot of your stories in these past years. I actually feel the need to apologize to you, and now I know what the real deal is. Just in summary, just so you guys know, a lot of people over the past decade have asked me, why don't I go back to EVO? I would love to see Phil go back to EVO. And there's multiple reasons why. First and primarily is that because I've moved on from being a competitive fighting game player. I don't really care about it anymore. As much as I do get the bug to play games at a competitive level and maybe win some matches and go back and play Super Turbo or something like that, it's not worth the amount of sacrifice that it takes, the amount of work I'd have to put into it, the money and time to travel. You know what I mean? It's just not worth it. That's really the reason why you haven't seen me at EVO or tournaments or anything like that. But there's always been there's always been other reasons. Like, I knew that if ever I go back to Evo, I always face the chance that I'm going to kind of get treated unfairly behind the scenes, screwed over, put up against matchups that people know are ridiculous and not fair. It's ridiculous because there's always been this kind of hatred towards me in the community, and in particular Evo staff, because of bad blood that happened years and years and years ago. That you would think by now would be exempt, but I really doubt it. At this point, there probably still would be shit that would go down
of course
behind the scenes.
Yeah,
Try to screw me
they're
over.
gonna get him.
So I really didn't care. I talked about this at length recently. All the controversy that's come out, Mr. Wizard, the allegations of his basically pedophiliac actions back over.
Oh, I'll hear that question again.
There's a chance that there's always the to you, and now, I now realize there's so much more going on than I ever could have suspected, even with you sharing a lot of your stories in these past years.
Dude, this guy, the person asked him, thinks that DSP was like molested.
I actually feel the need to apologize to you, and now I know what the real deal is. Just in summary, just so you guys...
That's the real deal? Oh, congrats, John. Zach, you hear that? Johnny Woo just picked up the game. Yes, I think he will have a good time playing Delayed Premonition 2.
Guys know, a lot of people over the past really care about it. It's the amount of kind of get treated on me in the community. At this point, there probably still would be shit that would go down. Basically, pedophiliac actions back at 20.
Pedophiliac actions. Who talks like this? Mr. Wizard is just a creepy fucking pedo, dude.
Years ago at an arcade in California, and how basically everyone in the fighting game community kind of always knew the stories, but no one held him accountable for it until now, because one of his victims finally came out and admitted that, yeah, he basically stared at the guy's dick, which is fucked up because the kid was underage at the time. And then that, not only that, but then the fact that the canons, the people who own Evo behind the scenes, knew about this.
How does he know they knew?
Didn't care. Had Joey Queller.
Like, this is kind of like a leap to assume that they knew, but I'm not, whatever. But what's also dumb about this is that, well, no, I don't know if he says it though, so never mind.
Mr. Wizard be the head of Evo for years and years and years, despite the fact that he was basically a scumbag behind the scenes back in the day.
But like,
about modern day.
Now, according to DSP, he knew this too. No, this is bullshit. DSP is like, well, the kids do about it, man. They do. But DSP has also told us that he knew. He knew it too. Okay.
And didn't care. Kind of swept it under the rug, didn't give a shit that any of it ever happened. And now Evo goes into their hands instead of Joey's, but it's like, but they knew all this, so how are they any better? So all
because
that
they didn't do it?
Evo falling apart. No Evo this year now because of all this going on. All right, kind of gives him more interest.
Now, look at this, right? He's saying that the canons should not be in charge of Evo because they just knew. They didn't take part, but they knew, right? So let's say DSP was in that situation. He knew, but didn't do anything, and they gave him Evo. And people are like, oh my god, Phil, you knew, or you shouldn't be running Evo. What are you talking about? Look, I didn't do it. Mr. Wizard did it. He's the one. He's the guy. Okay? I did nothing wrong. Just because I knew doesn't mean that I'm responsible for what happened. You guys need to calm down. You guys are being very jealous.
Take on all the stuff I said about Evo over the years and the fact that I didn't want to go back to it and stuff. Just imagine. You're getting into the fighting game, the competitive fighting game.
He hated all this before. And the thing that's insane with this is that if he knew the canons knew, then how come he never dunked on that before? He goes out of his way to say that he was the Edward Snowden of the fighting game community. He exposed them, he hated the canons and how corrupt they were, etc., but he never, not once mentioned that they knew that Mr. Wizard was doing fucked up shit. I mean, like, there's one thing, like, it's one thing to say that you didn't know, and you just don't like the canons, Fine. You didn't know. Fine. But don't go on to say that you knew that they knew or any shit like that. Because it doesn't make you any better. That just means that you're just as culpable as they are, dumbass. Ah.
And the first major tournament you go to that's not in your hometown, you get mistreated, you get cheated, you spent all this money, thousands of dollars to try.
And look at this. Like, there was all this going on with all these kids, right? And he's upset because they gave him bad matchups. The bad matchups made him hate Evo, but not the pedophilic actions, right? Okay.
Across the country just to get screwed, and the staff tells you they don't care. They just don't give a fuck. Tough shit, don't come back. That's the attitude we were given from these same guys who run Evo, you know. They always thought they were better than everyone else. They were like in charge because they were big wigs with money. And if you don't like it, it's their way or the highway. Tough shit, don't come back. That's what we were told repeatedly. You don't like what we do, don't come back. That's how it was, you know. So that's why you asked me, oh, Phil, you should just go back to Evo for old time's sake. Not only the fact that I don't really like the modern fighting games, but why would I go back to a place where that's how the attitude is how it's always been? You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
So let's continue. He says, now for my question. Okay, do you mind people really asking you about your tournament days back in Street Fighter?
Another fighting game question.
I'm just very entertained when you play any Street Fighter game. I'd love to see some sort of comeback.
My God!
Thanks for all of your content over the years. Do I mind it? No. And the thing is, you know, I get the feeling that there will always be that element when you see me play Street Fighter 2. And you see me pulling off cool strategies and combos and things and just...
Oh, yeah, cool strategies. Let's look at these cool strategies that he does. These very cool strategies that everyone loves. These are cool strategies, dude.
Hello, everyone. Darkside Phil here. Alright, I'm gonna get a rematch with this guy.
Let's see. DSP is Dalsim. Whoa, man. Cool strategy. Whoa.
Trap in the corner.
Whoa, man. These are pretty rad moves. Jab, jab. Air dive. Yoga dive. Okay. Grab. Uh-huh.
Not what I did. I did drill.
Wow, the same move. Whoa, man, this is so cool. Guys. He jumps. Heavy kick. Move whatever. Down. Maybe a jab. Yoga fire. Whoa, man. That's wild. Crazy.
Yup. The Tootsie kick. I had tortellini soup for dinner, King Michael.
Crazy moves, man. Crazy moves. That took. I could tell that took hours to perfect.
People are like, wow, I'd like to see Phil actually go in a competitive setting and play these games, but you know what I mean. Like those days are in the past, and I gave them up purposely. I wanted to become a variety content creator. I wanted to go all in when I was a YouTube creator. Now I have a family and a life, and I really have no desire to sacrifice that to become a competitive player again. It would be a very concrete sacrifice. As of now, with what I do for a living,
okay,
in the morning,
victim time.
I started working on my stream. I just saw her for 5 minutes during my break. You know, I'll see her for dinner before there. And outside of that, I saw her this morning.
Whoa!
In the morning before I
Dude, listen to this. Look how little time he spends with Kat. He sees her in the morning, saw her at break, sees her at dinner. How? How does he do it? How does he do it, guys?
I started working on my stream. I just saw her for 5 minutes during my break, you know. I'll see her for dinner before she goes to work, and then I'll see her for like an hour before we go to sleep tonight.
Oh my God.
Significant time on
guys, that is... Oh my God. That's such a sacrifice. Look how much he has to sacrifice. He sees her like 4 times a day. Ew. He needs to see her, like, for, like, 5 hours, obviously.
Days that we're working. It's only our day off that we really get to spend any kind of significant time together. Now, can you imagine? Oh, I want to become a competitive player. Now I'm going to have to practice constantly. I'm going to have to travel and pay money. Like, holy shit, you know, it ain't worth it. It's seriously not worth it at all. So, for me, I don't think it would ever be something that's going to happen. Would I ever, on a whim, on a one-off, maybe go to a tournament and try to compete if it was a game that I really liked? It might happen. I'm not going to say it's completely and utterly off the table for the rest of my life that I'll never go play competitive Street Fighter in any capacity ever again. But it's certainly not a concern. It's not a consideration. It's not something that I would care about. Am I bothered when people ask me about it? No. It was part of my life. It was amazing why people want that from me. The problem is right now there's nothing. There's nothing from Capcom to even a content creator and having a back.
Okay.
Probably not.
I'm done with this.
But it may happen. Am I ever going to EVO? Probably not. They really are. They're petty people, and I know that if I went back, I would be treated unfairly. So,
oh, poor Phil. They would give him bad matchups, man. Oh, what? He's the real victim here, guys. All that stuff at Evo, no, that's nothing. They gave him bad matchups.
I really don't ever see, unless Evo gets completely under new management, the canons, you know, have nothing to do with it whatsoever. You probably never see me back at Evo ever again, ever. Maybe the one exception would be if I don't enter any official tournaments and I enter a side tournament for Super Turbo that has nothing to do, it's not run by Evo staff. Maybe then I would consider it. But outside of that shit ain't gonna happen.
Oh, I'm sure that's gonna happen.
Trust me, they know what I said on my stream. That's how they are. They probably were sent it by a million people. They watch it. Oh, motherfucker, he says that. It ain't worth it. RBG fan, cheers.
Whatever that makes him treat you fairly, though.
In real life. Sorry. Okay, continuing on. All right, Polish Frog actually asked a lot of really good questions for this show. In fact, on the pre-stream today, I had people vote for what vest I would wear if we hit the vest goal, which, by the way, we're not even close, so maybe this is the end of the vest streak today. I have no idea. It's very likely, but, basically, Polish Frog not only had a lot of good questions, but a lot of good suggestions. Thank you for that, Polish Frog. I really do appreciate that. Let's get on to his questions, okay?
Getting on, dude.
Pick all of them. I think I picked maybe one or two of his questions. Let's see here. So he says, it's been about 2 years since YouTube kicked you in the balls with the Google Plus suspension and then AdSense issues that caused...
Yeah, that was such a big kick in the balls, the Google Plus thing. It lasted less than 24 hours. That's how big of a punch the balls it was. It lasted less than 24 hours. Like, 2 hours. Oh my god.
So all in on Twitch. A little bit of history on that. It was about the summer of 2018. YouTube screwed everything
and he went all in on Twitch before that.
Up. They were actually getting rid of Google Plus, but somehow in the process made it that Google Plus flagged my videos as spam, which makes no sense. I never wanted Google Plus integration with my YouTube channels. They forced it. It was literally mandatory to have a Google Plus integration. Then all of a sudden, as they were getting ready to shut down Google Plus, overnight they determined that all my videos were spam and they suspended my YouTube channel because of it. It's ludicrous. It made no fucking sense.
Luda.
Then I got all that fixed, but by the time I got it fixed, I couldn't enable ads on my channel anymore, so my whole channel was screwed up for like 2 months, okay?
You got ads on KO Gaming, though.
About your decision to move to Twitch full-time in hindsight.
Oh, let me guess. Okay? I love it here.
You made on both YouTube and Twitch.
Oh my god, Twitch is so cool.
Do you feel that you actually made the right move, changing your archive content from the 10-minute recordings into 1-hour-long recordings, which is when I did it, was the summer of 2018. Has this led to you to be more focused on gameplay and stream chat compared to before, when you had to keep an eye on the timer to cut recordings every 10 minutes?
Yeah!
Do you think that you'd ever start archiving your streams as a major 3.5 to 4 hour long video for an entire stream, and then a 2-hour video for the late stream? Or do you think that the hour-long recordings are a sweet spot for stream archives?
It's going to be the sweet spot. Guarantee he's going to say that the 1 hour is a sweet spot.
YouTube has been a factor in the recent positivity that you've seen over the past year, especially since Twitch hasn't given you anywhere near as many behind-the-scenes issues as YouTube has. And also, not to mention, Twitch as a platform has actual humans working for them there. They don't rely on bots to enforce their rules, so it didn't turn into an automated toxic cesspool like YouTube is. That's a lot.
But the mod staff is more inconsistent though, because like Like the issue that a lot of people have with Twitch though, is that the moderation is like inconsistent. One person might get banned for one thing while the other person doesn't get banned for the same thing. It's so inconsistent that people even think that there's favoritism on the site, that they favor partners. Like, from even what I heard about affiliates getting banned, they don't get help at all. They just kind of say you're fucked. If you get an indefinite suspension as an affiliate, you're kind of left without a paddle. You're kind of just done at that point. Like, you're done with Twitch at that point if they ban you. That's what happens there. But okay.
Questions, all right? All right.
Well, this is a massive Twitch dick sucking.
First of all, the changes I made on YouTube, all right? My videos went from being, say, anywhere from 10 minutes to 30 minutes long to basically a minimum of an hour. All right? What happened with that? Well, according to YouTube stats, engagement went up. What does that mean? It means that when you watch one of my videos, more people are watching it for a longer period of time. It used to be, some videos were watched for 30 seconds to a minute, people were out. Now the videos are longer, I guess engagement went up. Okay? Actual interactions with the videos went up. Meaning a video now gets way more likes, way more, things on it than it used to. Okay?
What are things, dude?
But you would think those things would have a positive impact, right? You would think, oh, when a video gets more engagement or gets more of these positive factors that YouTube apparently is weighing, then the video should get more attention. And according to YouTube and the way that they explain their methodology, the more positive interactions, the more engagement a video gets, it's higher in the rankings. You have a higher chance to be viewed by a wider audience, and it's a higher chance for it to show up in a sidebar if someone's watching other videos. Oh, here's related videos. Okay? That's all fucking bullshit. I can tell you that right now. It's all bullshit. Putting my videos from 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to an hour did nothing but hurt myself financially.
Hey, make a 64.
Because here's what happened. I used to put out a video that's 15 minutes. That video would have maybe 2 ads, right? So if you watch an hour worth of gameplay, that's about 8 quick ads, and I would make a certain set amount of income on that. I put out a video now that's an hour long that's supposed to have a certain amount of ads. Sometimes it'll have no ads. Sometimes it'll have a ridiculous amount of ads, like 20 ads.
Oh, this is a good part. This is a good part.
That's all automated behind the scenes by YouTube. I have zero control over that. When I publish a video, YouTube just puts ads wherever the fuck they want, and I can't control that. Now, what I have the ability to do is every video that I upload to YouTube, after the fact, I can go back and take a look at what happened. Oh my God, this video has like 1 ad, it's an hour long. Oh my God, this video has 27 ads and it's an hour long. I can see that, and I have the ability to change that. In general, I just let it go. Whatever.
Look at this. He tells us that, oh, the ads suck. If there's too many ads, I'm not going to go back and fix it. So, your vids have a lot of ads, but you're not going to fix it for your YouTube viewers. See how much he loves his YouTube viewers? Doesn't care. Fuck them. Fuck them. That's so insane. Oh my God, my videos get so many ads. I could go back, but I don't want to, man. Fuck him. But he loves the YouTube audience. He loves them, guys. That's how much he thinks about them.
Whatever is on there, and I just let it go because it's not worth my time. I'd rather be focusing on being a live streamer and putting out quality streams for you guys than sitting.
Hey, you know what? You could pick your poison on it and say that, oh, he's greedy for putting on many ads. He's greedy either way. Because I don't know why DSP volunteers to put himself in this position all the time. But if you go by his own saying, then he's lazy and he doesn't want to improve his videos for his audience. So he wants to make as much. So he gets to make more money for being lazy and doesn't care about his audience. That's what he's proposing here. Or he does choose the amount of ads, and what he chose is what he wants. So, I mean, either way, he's greedy. So you get pick whichever one you want. You can either pick that he's lazy and he doesn't give a shit about his audience, or he cares about his audience because he knows that they're gonna watch the videos, so he wants to profit off them. So, I mean, you can look at it either way, and it gives you the same ending. It's like It's like a Telltale game. They give you a false sense of choice, dude.
Behind the scenes on YouTube and adding ads, deleting ads, fucking with ads all day. I'm not an ad guy. I'm a content creator. I shouldn't be forced to do that because YouTube's system is inept. And it is. It always has been. YouTube can't decide anything to save their fucking life because it's all robots with terrible algorithms run by people.
But why should they place the ads, though? You should be the one placing the ads. You're the one that makes these breaks and all that. Like, it's much better for content creators to choose where they put the ad because they could put an ad break in the middle of the video and then say, okay, we'll put an ad there. And it will flow better, but whatever. Okay.
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's always been like that. So it's funny because sometimes people tell me, I watched your whole playthrough, I didn't see a single ad. And other times people are like, I couldn't even get through your video because there was 27 ads. I'm sorry. I wish I could control that. Unless I'm gonna clone myself to sit there and fuck with ads all day on YouTube, I have no real control over it, and I don't have time to work on that. Okay. But what I can tell you is this.
Yeah, you
Summer
can.
of 2018,
I mean, like, I need to look at what LSB said. But for me, the way that it's set up is that you can choose where you want the ads, but you usually have to wait for the video to process completely. Then you can go back and change where the ads go. But I don't think I think my monetization is different because I think I don't have a bigger audience. I don't have as big of an audience as Phil. I don't have the check mark near my name. I'm nowhere near as big as these other people, dude. I'm a little guy. Okay? So I see what I see, dude.
I changed my video format from being anywhere from 10 to 30 minute long videos instead to hour long videos. My revenue on YouTube went like this. Into the fucking shit.
Some Neil Druckmann humor, dude.
That's why I basically had to 100% focus on being a live streamer, and I don't care about content I create for YouTube anymore. Because my ad revenue went from being my primary source of income to, alright, kind of like maybe 60% of my income, to, alright, maybe 50% of my income, to, alright, still about a third of my income, to like not even 10%. That's how bad it got. It's just, and every month it's fucked up too. Like 1 month I'll put out more videos or I'll play better games. Views are sky high and I make less money because YouTube can't sell the ad space because they suck at what they do. So it's ridiculously ludicrous how bad YouTube is. What I can tell you is this. All right. Luckily for me, I have turned things around. When I started being a full-time streamer, I told you my goal was to make it that my streams would be my focus and my streams would be my primary source of income. That is 100% accurate as of today. YouTube is kind of an afterthought. I don't put effort into what I put on YouTube. It's literally just cut up the streams, upload raw. I would never put effort into a YouTube video because there's no point. There's literally no point.
Yeah, fuck you, YouTube audience.
Fucked their business up so many times over the years and took all the control out of the content creator's hands that there's no point in me even trying. So everyone for years told me if you make longer videos, you'll get higher engagement. Your videos will be better on YouTube. You'll get more viewership. The complete opposite happened. My views tanked.
But he just told us that his engagement went up, though. So how did...
Because I was making less videos. My ad revenue tanked because I was making less videos. And everything on YouTube went south. The summer of 2018 because of the supposedly positive changes I made and everyone told me to make. Literally backfired and did the opposite. Thank God I was able to adjust my.
So then why do you still do it then?
As popular and profitable as they have.
That makes no sense then.
I wouldn't be here anymore.
Then why did you do the change?
Okay. Now.
Whatever.
Is it easier now because I don't have to make take track of the length of every video and basically say, oh, I have to stop the recording.
It's really not that hard.
15 minutes to 30 minutes. Yeah, that was annoying. And it became something natural that I did over the years. I had this almost like a natural timer in my head. I could tell when it was about 15 minutes or when it was about 30 minutes. I don't have to do that anymore. Every hour, I just stop and start the video again, which is pretty easy to do. It's much easier in that regard, for sure.
Hell yeah. More easy,
would
dude.
Would I ever start archiving my streams as one video? Like, let's say Ask the King would be one video for YouTube.
No.
Right?
I need my money.
No. And here's why. Even though that would make it super easy for me, now I don't have to split it up at all. YouTube has major problems with the longer a video is, okay? The longer a video, YouTube just constantly has issues.
I don't have issues.
If you have a video that's over an hour, you exponentially increase the failure rate of YouTube to actually be able to process that video in a normal time frame and put it live. If I made Ask the King one video and I uploaded it, I wouldn't be surprised if it stuck in YouTube processing for a day and didn't go live for an extended period of time.
I have literally done long ass fucking streams, and it worked fine for me. Okay.
It out entirely because YouTube has issues with long videos, always has. It's gotten better for sure. The hour-long videos seem to always work now, which is good. But every once in a while, a problem creeps up its ugly head, and then a video gets screwed up, and I have to re-upload it a bunch of times. But the few times when
it could just be the file too.
I just,
I mean, OBS does
I just
weird shit
think
too.
It's not worth it. It's terrible. You know, I'm just not gonna bother doing it. It's too much of a risk factor of me having to upload, re-upload. Oh, now it's just not working at all. Split the video in a video editor and re-upload. I'm just not gonna do. I'll do the.
I thought you don't have a video editor. How? What?
Hour-long videos is kind of the sweet spot for me.
Oh shit! Silent Bob is here. Big ups.
Do I feel like going all in on Twitch and ditching YouTube was a major factor in the recent positivity that I've seen over the past year?
Yes.
Especially because Twitch doesn't give content, interactive content with you guys on stream. I feel is way more meaningful. Like whenever I put out a video for like many years there, I'd say probably years, as me all the time, of course. And it's mean. Whenever I put out a video, is shit on the video, tell Philly's terrible.
People still do that though. They harass them in
an environment that's not like that. Are there people who razz me all the time? Of course, and it's fine. I run with the memes or whatever.
Oh, sure you do.
In general, it's not about 100% Phil's a piece of shit and we're just here to debate. And you're right. Unlike YouTube, you got to. I think Twitch changed their rules or whatever in early 2018, and yeah, I got suspended like twice. And after that, it's been 2.5 years. I haven't had to speak to a single person at Twitch staff. It's not a single person. I've had no issues, nothing that
I could have sworn someone told him to calm down at one point. Oh, what was it? Oh, shit. Because there was... Oh, I remember. He kept telling us that he was going to go to jail. Remember that? Oh, let's see if Pig Go can find it. It's gonna be before this. It's not gonna be in June. I know that. Oh man, I don't think I'll be able to find it. What's this? Is this it?
we're going to jail. Call me Thick Daddy, thanks. Resubscribe for 5 months. Says if I run naked outside, am I going to get the coronavirus? If you run naked outside...
Oh no, it's a meme. Mm-hmm.
Tell me now is that someone could go to 30 years in jail for scamming 100 people. I mean...
Oh, it's in February? Okay, so I can like, drag it down. February 20. February. Oh, I have to like, whatever, I'll just do that. Fuck. I still did not do what I wanted. Screw it. But he went out of his way to keep saying that he could go to jail, guys. I could go to jail, and then I swear someone must have told him in Twitch, hey Phil, can you cut the jail talk out of your begging? And he's like, okay.
I need to work with them on because I just do my thing. I don't break the rules, and they ignore all the insane, stupid, false reports against me, and I never have an issue.
Whatever.
You know? So
okay.
I love it. I love being here on Twitch, and yeah, I do feel that the positivity towards me is a direct factor is because I became a full-time live streamer rather than a content creator on YouTube. I don't think that ever would have been possible on YouTube. I'm serious. I feel like I reinvented myself in the last 3 years, and this never would have happened on YouTube. It would not have been possible. The toxicity would have always continued on YouTube no matter what I tried.
You still have
Silent Mom just
toxicity,
took me
though. Whatever.
$37. Thank you very much for that. That's what? Like 5+ years of support. Thank you, Duel. Appreciate that. It's good to see you. Guys, please give me a second. I feel like I'm about to sneeze. I want to use a tissue. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Oh, of course. He knows how to sneeze. I like how he knows exactly when he's gonna sneeze, right? But he doesn't. But he can't mute the mic when he sneezes. Sometimes he can't mute the mic all the time. But he knows. But this time he knows to mute the mic. Okay. Not suspicious at all.
This year have been pretty bad on and off. And for the second half of this video, I don't know if we're gonna get through all the Twitter questions. We'll see. Okay. So the first question is from Vicente. He says, "Would you, The Last of Us 2 or Death Stranding? Which one would you prefer?"
I'm looking at this. He mentions Death Stranding and Last of Us 2, but that's like the title of the next video. What?
And why? Now that's an interesting question, okay? That's a really interesting question. And the reason I like that question.
That's a dumb question. I mean, personally, I would say Death Stranding. That was a rad game. I like that game, man. Great story. It made you think. But, man, what?
Is because you've got two games that are almost in completely opposite situations, all right? First of all, when you look at The Last of Us Part 2 as well as Death Stranding, the one thing that both games did well was the graphics and the actual, like, world design of each game. I think that each one of those did outstanding. That they hit the mark when it came to, level design, things you were traversing looked gorgeous.
People love the ball crunch, Phoenix.
Everything in the games looked absolutely amazing. And the graphics overall, just in general, of those games were outstanding, right? I mean, we can all admit that. I don't think anyone's going to say, nah, the games look terrible. But they were complete polar opposites when it came to what was good and bad about each game.
What?
So the Death Stranding was a game where most of the gameplay mechanics of the game were very basic. Basic third-person shooter style gameplay. There were a few elements in there that felt kind of like Metal Gear, admittedly. But it was mostly about traversing mountainous regions or rocky regions, getting through them and delivering packages, okay? Not the most riveting gameplay. Was there gameplay with combat and everything? There was, but it was kind of secondary to just walking from point A to point B, using vehicles to drive from point A to point B, building bridges, that kind of stuff. Not the best gameplay. Were there some boss fights? Yes, the boss fights were kind of the more refreshing.
I like the gameplay of Death Stranding, but it's very, like...
When it comes to...
It's very different.
Ban someone because they're spamming copy pasta because they're a brain-dead fucking idiot. I had to get rid of them. Okay?
It's a very different game.
Even then, when it comes to the boss fights, they were more simplistic. They weren't very challenging or interesting. In a lot of cases, they were just kind of interjected to feel like, oh, there's some variety in the game. But the primary gameplay of Death Stranding, boring. But one of the best stories of this console generation, for sure, if not the last 10 years, a completely original work. Was it weird? Absolutely. But was it entertaining? Yeah. Kojima did an amazing job with the story of that game. I like
Do you understand the story?
That story will resonate.
Did you understand it though, DSP?
For a long time, because it was lengthy and drawn out, had all these mystery questions that were answered. By the end of the game, all the loose ends were tied up. You had characters, you didn't know who they were, then they get revealed. Oh my god, what a twist and all of that. And in my opinion, the game's story...
I don't know if you understood the story, to be honest.
Absolutely outstanding. I loved it. Every moment of it. And I was sad when the game would push me into a gameplay segment that felt like it was boring and drawn out. Now, the gameplay was made that way for a reason. The whole point of the game was a long journey and stuff like that, and the connections between people. It was meant to be like that. The gameplay was purposely made to have segments that felt like they were long, arduous, and boring. But
I wasn't bored, honestly,
work of
for
art,
that game. I had a great time.
Was entertaining, to say the least. It was a really good game.
What would your Kojima character name be?
The parts that were kind of arduous and tedious, and maybe this game could have been a lot better if the gameplay was better. But man, it was a wild ride, and I'm happy I played it. At the end of the day, you feel like, wow, that was a great story, man. It was worth a
Bun Master.
The Last of Us Part 2 is the complete opposite. Although it has insane character models that are great and it has great graphics and all of that and great world design, the gameplay is insanely improved from The Last of Us Part 1 to the point where the
It's the
whole
same
sneaking,
game,
survival,
honestly.
looting,
But okay.
solving puzzles,
Salving.
platforming aspect of the game, the exploration aspect of the game, leaps and bounds better than the first game. The actual just gameplay of the game is fun, much better than the first game. Although a lot of people might say, well, the first game had more run and gun. That is true. This game made the gun much more difficult, but at the same time,
whatever. I think 2 is more run and gun, honestly.
Better. There was a really cool boss fight that I absolutely enjoyed in Last of Us Part 2.
Fun Nestor, man.
Gameplay, sky high improvement, right? Like technical achievement, even. But then you look at the story, and it's like, the story, sadly, is not well written. It's timed very poorly with flashback jumps and time lapses. Playing as one character during one timeline, then playing as another character aside from the same timeline and splitting it up instead of being in chronological order just makes it frustrating and confusing.
How is it on chronological?
Likable for a lot of people. I know a lot of people disagree with that, but for me, the characters are just not likable because of the way that they're developed and set up. A lot of the characters from the first game don't even act like the same people as the first game. They retcon things about their personalities and things. It's just a mess.
Oh my god.
Fucking
Ellie's not a damaged schizophrenic lady, dude. She needs to be schizophrenic,
enjoyed The Last of Us Part 1 for the story, and then, my god, the great graphics and the gameplay were just the icing on the delicious cake that was the complete game. In this game, it's like delicious, amazing chocolate frosting on top of a shit sundae. You know? I don't want to eat the shit sundae. In fact, I even said to people, if ever there's a Last of Us Part 3, which I almost guarantee you, there's going to be a Last of Us Part 3 because the game sold so well, I will skip every cutscene if I replay The Last of Us Part 2. I'm not exaggerating. Like, I just hated the story so much that
then why would you play it then?
Every time there's a cutscene, skip.
Then why play it?
Until I get to the next part of gameplay. Because the gameplay was great and the graphics
That just sounds like you might as well just play Last of Us 3.
I don't care about the story. It's terrible. It's a piece of shit. And I would, you know what I mean?
And you never told us this either, by the way.
That's the deal for me. So, when I'm looking, and you ask me, Last of Us Part 2 or Death Stranding, I would replay Death Stranding in its entirety again.
Oh, yeah?
If I had a choice between the two games, I would replay Death Stranding in its entirety again before I would replay The Last of Us Part 2 in its entirety again. I would. I would go.
No, I like how he says this, but he says it like in a negative way. So, do you like Death Stranding then? I mean, he makes it sound like, I would rather, like, usually, like, you do that as a way to, like, say how bad something is. So I guess he hates Death Stranding, dude.
Arduous, tedious, annoying shit, and maybe this
a game he likes.
To learn how the stupid pulley system or whatever it was worked, which I ignored the first playthrough. I would maybe try to do things differently.
The zip lines, dude.
I would probably thoroughly enjoy the story a second time.
Which isn't that hard to figure out.
I would not want to play The Last of Us Part 2 in its entirety ever again. I just don't ever want to see those cutscenes one more fucking time. I would bear through the arduous tediousness of the gameplay of of Death Stranding again before I would watch that horrible writing and those terrible fucking plot of Last of Us Part 2 again. So, Death Stranding.
What if you might get a better opinion the second time, though?
Last of Us Part 2, thumbs down in that regard. The head-to-head battle, Kojima wins. He did a better job, in my opinion. He did.
But
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I received a $39 anonymous points or penny points today. 100 vest goal. I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you for that. Snow White asked the following question. As a person that's a versatile gamer, you've played every genre of games. So my question is, what's your opinion on decision-based games where your choices decide how the story unfolds, and why do you think they're not so popular or get recognition like most other games?
Because they're...
This person is describing...
Because they're fucking walking simulators. No one really cares. And once he's seen one, he's seen them all. Like, they're not really that...
It's basically the Telltale model of game, where it's kind of choose your own adventure, narrative choices, or quick time event choices that you make determine how the game unfolds. I honestly think that they're not as popular for two reasons, alright? The first reason is, a lot of these games are bait and switch. Meaning, it says that your choices matter. Clementine will remember that. Clementine will remember that choice you made. In reality, it doesn't matter. Like, a lot of these games pretend like the choice matters.
I gotta
but
look
they
at
all
it and
steer
think
you
about
towards
it.
the same narrative end anyway. Maybe there's a slight nuance in the way that one thing is done versus another, the person who comes with you, the way that you do it. But if the resolution and ending is exactly the same, then did your choices really matter during that supposed choose-your-own-adventure game? No.
No.
Not at all. It's the illusion of choice to just end you at the same destination anyway. So I think a lot of people kind of realized that over the years. At first, when Telltale Games were making these games, people bought into it, and then they kind of realized, wait a minute, if you do this choice or this choice, it's the same anyway. Well, that's kind of messed up. So because of that, a lot of people just stopped caring about those games. There was also a massive oversaturation of the market of those games for a several-year period. I say about 4 or 5 years there, where Telltale was putting out way too many.
Yeah.
Walking Dead.
They went
Wolf
crazy.
Among Us, Tales from the Borderlands, Game of Thrones, Batman 1 and 2, right? All coming out within like a year. You're like, what the fuck? Like, how am I supposed to play all those? You know, and that's the thing, is like, it just got oversaturated.
And Game of Thrones sucked. It had only one season too.
Game, and Telltale went out of business because of that.
Oh man, Game of Thrones had only one
the other
season.
factor
Feels
here,
good.
I feel, is value for your dollar and the perceived value of one of those games. If you play a game like that, you're going to probably play it through once, right? And you're going to really enjoy it the first time through that you play it. But then, is there really any replayability for playing it a second time? A Telltale game, almost never. The Telltale games almost always, if not always, have the same resolution. It doesn't matter what you chose. It's the same ending no matter what. Therefore, there's zero replayability. Maybe you'll see a slightly different cutscene here or there, but what was the point? With games like, I would say, from the people who made, I forget the name of it, David Cage.
Oh
He makes
god,
games like Beyond Two
David
Souls,
Cage.
or Detroit Become Human.
Beyond
or,
Two Souls
you know,
sucked. Fuck
Heavy
that
Rain.
game.
Those games
Heavy Rain was pretty cool
actually
though.
have concrete changes that can happen in the plots and stuff depending on what you choose. People can die at various points. The outcome of the game can actually change at the end. And at least with those games, you replay it at least another time just to see the differences in your choices. So at least there's some replayability there. But in general, games as a whole have become...
I didn't mind
better
Detroit
and
Become
more
Human,
witty
but I
and
kind
more
of stopped
content
playing
to
it.
them in recent years. If you haven't noticed in the past 5 years, this console...
Kind of want to go back to it.
These consoles can...
But like, I'm at this part, and this part kind of like kind of was the kiss of death for me. So I'm playing as the butler guy to this old man, and he's like, "Oh, you know, my family sucks." Yes, your family does suck, but you're a cool guy. Yeah, teacher. Yeah, robot man, you're pretty cool. All right, old man. Oh shit, my son's here. Oh, the son's throwing a temper tantrum. Oh, the son wants more money. Oh wow. Like at that point, I was like, okay, later.
Capacity and more processing power. Every game's open
What
world.
is that
Every
smell?
game is 50 hours long. Sadly, there's perception out there that if you make one of these choice-based games, plot-based games, the game's only 5 hours long, and you play it once, maybe you replay it one more time, and you rush through it, so you got 8 hours out of a game. See what I mean? The perceived value is much lower. Now, for me, being
like
a
fire.
versatile gamer who's played all these different types of games, I can tell you, I've had just as much enjoyment with a franchise like The Walking Dead from Telltale Games as I've had with a 50-hour open-world action-based game or RPG. But a lot of people don't see it that way. They just it's apples to apples, 50 hours to 7 hours. It's not the same. Therefore, this game's better than this one. And I do feel that, sadly, that is kind of an unfair justification to make. I do feel there is still a place in the gaming market for this kind of game. I mean, last year we had Man of Medan. Later this year in October, we're going to have Little Hope. At least we got the horror-style choose-your-own-adventure game that's coming out still.
Until Dawn sucked, and all these other games kind of don't look that
That's
good.
great, because I like
honestly.
that. I don't want to see every
Glamorous Cowboy.
Cage games, the games from those horror game makers. I don't want to see those games go away because people now have perceived value in the length of a game, and because the games aren't lengthy, they're not going to buy them anymore. So for
But that's bullshit, though. This guy is complaining about games being too short and too long, though. Whatever.
There's a way for it.
Okay.
A place for it and a way for those games to be popular.
Okay, DSP.
And I hope to see them continue. But I think that, sadly, there's just these judgments that people make about those style of games that are kind of unfair. Or it could be, you know, again, their value they see in a game is length. And if those games usually are not very long, the value is not there and they're going to skip them. And that's why people kind of don't hold them in the same high regard. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second break of the stream. So if you're watching live on stream, it's going to be
Alright, let's start the third part. Maybe we'll finish it, maybe not. We'll see. Let me guess, no timestamps. Yep, no timestamps. You get a dislike, bitch.
82 for July 20. If you haven't seen the first two segments and you're watching this on demand on YouTube, go check them out on the King of Hate vlogs. They should be live already. If you're here live on stream, welcome back from the break. No, don't worry. We did not have an error. OBS did have an error, but I fixed it. It is recording. Don't worry. So
He fixed it, guys. Don't worry.
The time has come for the conclusion. Let us finish up with the Twitter questions. Then we're going to open it up to live questions on the stream chat. But first, let's do some shout-outs to patrons. Thank you to the Fun995 and Thomas. Question answered because of that. Please give it a look. Patreon.com/DarkSideFilled. Thanks for the support, guys.
Oh, we checked your Patreon out, buddy. It's pretty dead.
Let's now move on to the final
and a waste of time
of questions. So this question is from Thomas, and he asks the following. He says, every move you make, every word you say, every tiny thing,
every step you take,
I'll be
every
watching
step you take,
everything
I'll
that
be
you
watching
do
you.
is constantly picked apart and scrutinized to try and find some sort of conspiracy or a deeper meaning hidden behind your actions. Granted, you've admitted yourself that you've had to at times not tell the full story, or just
I have people who try to figure out Cleo's mannerisms, try to analyze the bun. Fucked up. You don't analyze the bun. Don't analyze Cleo. Don't you analyze her? She's a rabbit. Doing her bun things that people are analyzing her, what she means with her white paws, what she means when she sniffs, when she's looking into the camera, all this stuff. All you people trying to analyze the bun. How dare you? Leave Cleo alone.
Why is it, in your opinion, that you have such a massive following dedicated to unraveling the real truth? When any other streamer or YouTuber
unraveling the real truth,
parts of their life and
Jesus,
not suffer
man.
Any backlash.
Wait, what?
Following dedicated to unraveling the real truth. When any other streamer or YouTuber can do things to protect private parts of their life and not suffer any backlash.
Dude, this is fucking bullshit, though. Other YouTubers hide personal stuff behind, but they don't brag about it. You don't want, like, so many people probably keep stuff that they don't want to tell their audience a secret, and they don't tell it, and they don't make it up, and they don't make it part of their content, so no one thinks about it. That's why no one calls them out. DSP has constantly, every day, bragged about how he kept stuff away from showing us. Oh, I don't do house tours anymore, guys. I don't do this. There's stuff going behind this. I'm not gonna tell you. And and that shit is kind of like what makes people like want to know. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm like, this fucking chair, man. But he acts as if like, oh, it's all these reasons. But it's like, dude, these other content creators don't make it a big part of their deal.
I certainly think that I have a unique situation. The reason is multifaceted, all right? First of all, I've been around for a long time. I was around 12 years ago when YouTube was a completely different place, before live streaming was even prominent, and my style of content back then is very different than who I am today and what I put out today. And admittedly, that style of content, a lot of people could eventually have issue with over the years. I mean, just look at cancel culture now.
Oh, God.
Everyone is looking back at who I am today and what I put out today. And admittedly, that style of content, a lot of people could eventually have issue with over the years. I mean, just look at cancel culture now.
Like a cancel culture. Cancel culture got Angry Joe, dude. He got canceled. He's not making videos anymore. He's done. He doesn't exist anymore. He's gone. He's gonzo, dude. Got him. Nostalgia Critic, he's gone too. He doesn't exist anymore. He's gone. He got canceled. He's gone, man. No one watches his stuff anymore.
And how everyone is looking back at things people did 10 years ago and saying, haha, we're bringing this up today. You brushed it under the rug, but now we call it out. For me, always being a public-facing figure and a person that's always had a lot of attention on him, literally everything I've ever done went under a microscope, okay? And the thing is, a lot of the things from back in the day that I did that were wrong, I've openly admitted over the years were wrong, and I've changed to not do that stuff anymore. So even though cancel culture might like to look at me for something I did 10 years ago.
I love how he talks about cancel culture like it's a hive mind, like it's a group of people roaming around, and they're like, we're part of cancel culture. Urgh. Like I can understand, some people believe in it. I kind of, I don't think necessarily cancel culture exists. Like, I don't think that just because people bring stuff up doesn't mean they're canceled. Because I think the context of people saying, cancel culture trying to get Angry Joe and this and that, they're big entities. They're not gonna go anywhere. They're not going away. Now, I think, what people are really going after is false allegations. People bring up stuff that might have already been addressed. All that shit, which happens. I mean, I'm not gonna say that no one makes shit up, but uh, it affects people differently. Because obviously, if you have a smaller audience, if you're a smaller YouTube channel, and people like make shit up to like cancel you, it's very easy for you to be canceled because you're already a smaller person. It's very easy for them to be kind of gone. But you're not going to get rid of DSP, who has a big audience, and sometimes people support these people that feel bad. So I wouldn't say cancel culture doesn't. I mean, I wouldn't say it exists, but I also think I think there's something else going on that I don't think is necessarily cancel culture. I don't think it's that. I just think it's something else that's happening that people think it's that. But whatever. I mean, we don't have to go into the nuances of that.
You made a joke about Jews and Nazis. I've publicly apologized for that joke a million times, admitted how stupid it was.
He never apologized for it, though. He apologized for you being offended by it. He didn't apologize for making it. That's the difference.
I would never do anything like that again. And I've lived up to those words so I could continue to be a better person in the present day. Right? So there you go.
What if I don't agree with that, though?
Admittedly. Okay. When you talk about me and the stuff that I do, there are people literally watching this stream right now.
Oh,
live.
Shit.
They are trying to take things out of context. They are trying to take things the way that I say, way I look today, and they're trying to freeze frame things to say he looks bad here. Look how stupid he looks here. They're trying to take things that I say out of context or twist.
Oh my god, look how stupid he looks, man. Oh my god, look at him, man. Oh, let's analyze this. See, his eyes, dude, they're looking this way. And when his eyes look this way, that must mean something else, man. And then his eyebrows? Oh my god, his eyebrows, dude. They're like... And then, like, his beard. Oh, let me tell you about his beard and his hair, dude. Oh my god, man. Oh.
Them in a way that I don't mean to make me look bad. They're literally at every waking moment trying to find a way to say and do something negative towards me. Okay? And you might say, how the fuck did that happen? The thing is, it's probably different for a lot of different people. Maybe some people just have a bug up their butt about me for something that I said or did over the years. Maybe it's one of those things I did a million years ago, and they just can't let it go. They can't find it in their heart to forgive me for the messed up stuff that I did in the past, and therefore they latch on to me.
What if I don't agree with half the stuff you do, though? He's looking at the baby. Baby confirmed. Got him! Got him, dude. He was looking at the baby. That's why he was looking over there. He has the door open, and he has the baby door open. So he sees the baby in the crib. Guys, that break, he was like, oh, I gotta sneeze. He muted pretty quickly, and he got up. Obviously, that means that he was going to take care of Phil Jr. He went to pick up the baby. The baby was crying. He was gonna cry. He saw the baby. The baby was looking at him like at the crib like this. And then he saw the baby was like ready to cry. He mutes, jumps up, runs to the baby, picks up the baby to cradle back to sleep, and then throws the baby back into the crib, dude. He has a baby, dude. I confirmed.
And harp on it. Maybe there's people out there.
Yeah, he holds grudges too. It's so ridiculous to bring us up when he does the same shit.
Who are very, very antisocial people who don't have.
By the way, I think he mislabeled this. I think The Last of Us 2 versus Death Stranding was part 2, and he puts on part 3. But okay.
Latch on to me and harp on it. Maybe There's people out there who are part of a community of people who are very, very antisocial people.
Now look how much of a paradox that is. So they're antisocial, but they're in a community. What? How can you be antisocial and be in a community? That makes no fucking sense. Like if you're antisocial, you're not gonna be talking to anyone. Okay.
Who don't have big, productive, vibrant, positive lives of their own. Instead, they look for an online community of people like themselves to latch onto and have a group think.
What? Guys. You guys don't know this, but I was looking for you guys the whole time. See, it's like that saying, it's not the destination, it's the journey and the friends you make along the way. Maybe I didn't know it, but honestly, maybe I was looking for you guys to be my friends. I was longing for Mabel Pines in my life, Excalibur, Proxycon, David Cruz, Phoenix Rush, Kasune Neku, and 1337, Brian is cool, 789, Tevin, Goober, all these people. I was longing for them to be my friends for life. Obviously, that's why I did videos. I didn't do videos for fun and like kind of want to relax and talk, to the camera or anything. No, I did to make friends, dude. Obviously, but I'm antisocial, so I mean, you riddle me that, guys. And if his stupid parents bought him that Wolverine.
Kind of a feeling so that they feel that there's some kind of worth or value to the things that they say. When you say something negative about someone and 10 other people corroborate it, all of a sudden you feel like you're not alone and you have some kind of a value, right? And
he really wants us to be pathetic people. Yes, I care so much about what you guys think of what I say. I feel I have value just because you guys like my videos, obviously. I did a review on Brand New Animal. Check it out, and man, I'm happy with that video, but I'd be happier to know if you guys like that video and you agree with my opinion on it. Same with Last of Us 2. I reviewed that game too. You guys better like that video, Make me feel worthwhile, guys. Come on, step up.
Sadly, I hate to say it, that's pretty much what's happened with a lot of these people, whether it's someone who's a content creator on YouTube who illegally rebroadcasts my stuff and now has a mob of people constantly shitting on me on a daily basis, following along with their negative memes and the things that they say about me, or it's an entire forum's worth of...
You are my mob, guys. Welcome to the bun mob. Yeah, hell yeah, we're the bun mob. Cleo's the god bun. That could be a movie. You got the Godfather, you got the Godfather trilogy, great trilogy, classics. We're gonna start the God bun, the God bun, goddess bun, whatever you want to look at it. And Cleo will tell us she has a offer we can't refuse, in her own way.
People who for the greater part of 5 to 7 years have literally microanalyzed every piece of my life, obsessed over it, and literally just pile on me with the most obsessive, really fucked up, compulsive shit over at Kiwi Farms. All right?
Shouts out.
There's just
big ups to Kiwi Farms.
People who for some reason have come together to shit on me on the internet, whether it's for their own personal gain or whatever it may be. I have no idea. Okay? I have absolutely no idea. You would have to go to those places and ask those people directly. What is your reason for being here and shitting on Phil?
But you know what's funny though, Proxy, you bring up a good point because Proxy, you said blah. Proxy says, but actually, who found value once he started doing YouTube? It wasn't me. Like he shits on us for having meaning with our videos we make, all this stuff, but he tells us all the time how he found meaning because people like his videos. Like, this just sounds like a massive projection. Because he tells us every day that, I feel like I got meaning in my life now that I do Twitch. And it's like, dude, like...
Well, I think he's a horrible person because of this thing.
The
that he
Rabbit
did or that thing
Pack.
he does, or ba-ba-da-ba-da.
Ba ba da ba
Well,
da ba.
and then people will counter with something. Well, I don't think that that's the case. And everyone has a right to their own opinion. But I think you're right, at least in saying, unlike thing he does, or ba-ba-da-ba-da, is and ask those people directly. What is your reason for being here and shitting on Phil?
Now look how nice he is to us. Hey, why do you this don't like Phil? Ba ba da ba da ba. Like, okay.
Well, I think he's a horrible person because of this thing that he did or that thing he does, or ba-ba-da-ba-da. Well, and then people will counter with something. Well, I don't think that that's the case. And everyone has a right to their own opinion. But I think you're right, at least in saying, unlike most other content creators, I, for some reason, literally can't ever get a break. No one can ever give me the benefit of the doubt. Everyone always has to kind of pull out something negative out of something that I say or do. You know what I mean? I'll give you a perfect example. We were just previously talking about this whole Evo thing, how Evo has fallen apart because
Evo.
Mr. Wizard was exposed as a pedophile and had pedophilic actions that he did back in the 90s.
Pedophilic actions.
So the person
That's
who
such a
basically
weird thing to
exposed
say.
Mr. Wizard and came out with their own story is someone who I personally know because I used to have interactions with this person on a daily basis back when I used to be a major part of IRC chats on the internet around Street Fighter in the 90s and the early 2000s. I know the guy. He's credible. He used to go to Sunnyvale Golfland Arcade where Mr. Wizard used to work, and he's never come out and talked about these stories like this in detail before. And when he finally did, I basically went on to Twitter and I said, wow,
Wow.
number one, good on you for coming out with that story. But another thing that this person had said in their public story was, we were all pieces of shit back then. We all did really immature things. We did fucked up things. And in particular, he was like, man, I hope that people will take my story seriously because I used to be a really bad IRC troll. He used to be one of the people who come out and troll Street Fighter players and do negative things to them. And he's like, despite that fact, I hope people will take my story seriously. So my tweet to this guy was, hey man, we were all pieces of shit back in the day. I was just as much of a troll as you were, but I'm really happy that you came out with your story, and I'm sorry these things happened to you.
Now, wouldn't that kind of be belittling what he said though? To come out and say, yeah man, I was a piece of shit too. Like, it's kind of shitty to do this, and
seriously. So my tweet to this guy was, hey man, we were all pieces of shit back in the day. I was just as much of a troll as you were.
We were all pieces of shit. We were all pieces of shit, dude.
Well, I'm really happy that you came out with your story, and I'm sorry these things happened to you. I'm glad that you exposed what's going on to the world. People literally took that tweet, okay? Literally took that tweet and said, Phil is defending a pedophile. What? What are you talking about? Phil is defending a pedophile with my tweet to this guy, backing him up and standing out and saying, don't worry about who you were in the past. We will believe you in the present. Thanks for coming out. I'm defending a pedophile with my tweet to this guy. Why? Because they say, oh, well, Phil was talking about Mr. Wizard when he says that we were all pieces of shit back in the day. And he's saying, don't worry about that. We all did things we regret, so Mr. Wizard should be forgiven. I never said that at all. I'm not even talking about Mr. Wizard. I'm talking to the person who I know from IRC about our own personal experiences of being trolls back in the day and how we've changed for the better in the present. But people literally took the tweet and said it meant something else when it didn't to make me look bad. This is what these idiots do. They are nuts. They are fucking nuts.
I think I know what tweet he's talking about, and because I think it was the one where he said like trolls for life, IRC trolls for life, or some shit like that. Like, but I just think it low-key kind of belittles his statement to say that though, because he's saying like, oh man, I really hope people believe me, because I was a troll back then, but I hope people believe my story because he didn't want people to like belittle it. And he comes out to say like, oh yeah man, we were all trolls, dude, don't worry. And it's like, I don't know, that it just kind of rubs me the wrong way, personally. I mean, I guess I get the intent, but I don't know.
Okay. I can't believe
I usually would just say, I would just tell the person, I'm glad you came forward, man. That's really strong of you. I would have said that before I'd said anything else like that. Usually I feel like when someone's saying something serious, it's not the time to be like, to joke or to like kind of be like, yeah man, I was like you too, man. I've been there. And it's like, this isn't the time for that. This person is telling a personal story, and it's like, it's very serious, and I don't think it needs this. Just say, I'm glad you spoke up and shit. Like, you don't need it to be, like, funny or anything like that, because it's just kind of like, ugh.
People tell me you have to
Yeah.
check out something.
Well,
Like
he
Kiwi
was
Farms
different, dude.
because people are saying really fucked up
Oh,
stuff
Kiwi
about you and your
Farms, oh
family,
boy.
and they're threatening you. And you need to check it out for your own safety. And I go over there.
Wait, they're threatening Phil on Kiwi Farms. How does that make sense? If they're threatening someone, wouldn't they be doing it to him directly? Isn't that how threats usually work? Okay.
I can't believe the shit that I see over there.
Man, he should watch that documentary on Chris Chan, because, like, I've said that I've dropped this documentary up before. It goes into, like, massive detail about Chris Chan. There's stuff in that documentary that blows my mind that it actually happened. That the shit that happened to Chris Chan blows my mind. It's like, what the fuck? Like, holy shit. Uh it's wild. It's fucking wild. And him saying that Kiwi Farms is ooky spooky, dude. It's kind of wild. Ugh.
It's like you look at that, you're like, what normal human would do this? Like I'm sure you guys have heard about the video Down the Rabbit Hole. All right, you want to say my life is a rabbit hole? No. Kiwi Farms is the rabbit hole. Because when you go,
I'm sure Kiwi Farms is a rabbit hole. I mean, almost any website that, whatever. But that movie, that documentary on Down the Rabbit Hole DSP is like the most like uh nonsense video. But whatever.
go there and you start reading the shit that's over there, it's like, what the fuck is going on with these people? These people are not normal. They're not normal. These people don't have normal thought processes. You know, the normal person wants to come, okay, what's Phil's latest antics? Let me laugh at it for 5 minutes. They don't look at, okay, I'm going to give you an example. Just one example, then we're going to move on because I can't go down that rabbit hole. That anything over there is infinitely worse than anything that I've ever said and done in a video or a stream. It's so nuts the shit that goes on over there.
What?
Right now, okay, stuff is going good for me. Okay? As you guys know, recently I've talked about this. Things are going pretty good for me behind the scenes and everything.
Down the rabbit with you, down the Clio hole.
Those people are losing their shit so badly on a daily basis. They can't stand it. So instead of having anything to talk about, they literally make shit up. Someone actually told me last night, they sent me a link and said, you've got to check this out. They said, you know how all the memes and shit that were about you were...
Man, I love that he checks Kiwi Farms. He tells us every day he doesn't read Kiwi Farms. He doesn't care what the trolls say. Bupda. And here we are.
Negative for a while about your bankruptcy, and then it was about stupid WWE mobile games and shit. He's like, you've got to see what they're talking about now. I was like, I can't wait. I clicked on it.
Can't wait.
They're making fun of me for the video that I made like 6 years ago making pasta sauce.
I knew it. I've said this for years. He cries so hard that, oh my god, trolls make fun dude, take things too far, man. They make fun of Cat, they make fun of this. It's too far, man, too personal. And I sat there and I was like, he says all this, but he would say this even if you make fun of dumb shit. You could make fun of the dumbest shit and he'll still be a snowflake about it. Like, wow, man, they're making fun of how you make sauce. Who fucking cares? And according to him, he doesn't make the fucking sauce the same way. So why does it even matter? Why does it matter if they're making fun of his pasta sauce? It's so dumb. This is the dumbest thing to complain about. He talks about how he hated how people made fun of his old videos, the way he looks, the way he talks, all this shit. But then when they're like, oh yeah, man, look at him, he uses too much sugar. It's like, Can you believe these people are making fun of me, making fun of pasta sauce? You made the video, DSP. People can make fun of anyone's recipes. You're not the first. You're not the first person. There was a video series that someone made me aware of. I think it was like Cooking with the Doctor, and that shit was fucking wild. And he's like, they're making fun of the way I make my sauce. Who fucking cares? Oh yeah, the sauce talk was in the WWE Champions. Oh man, that's something.
The one time
Someone should say, "Hey Phil, isn't this what you would prefer? I mean, wouldn't it be better for them to make fun of your sauce than making fun of Cat?"
I documented myself making pasta sauce, okay? In one of my vlogs.
What if they have a retrospective?
This is how I make my pasta sauce. They're literally there's nothing going on now. So what do? They micro-analyze videos from 5 to 6 years ago to try to find something to make fun of me. So I was reading this, and it's like, did you see the amount of sugar he put in his sauce? Can you believe he put that sugar? Like, what Italian would put that amount of sugar in their pasta sauce?
What Italian?
What's hilarious about this situation is, back then, we're talking 5-6 years ago, I had moved out
What's
to
hilarious?
Washington. It was the
This
very
is my
first
mom's
time I
fault.
was actually making my own pot of Italian sauce, and I was using my mother's recipe to make this pot of sauce. My mother's recipe is very much estimation. She's even told me, she's like, I put measurements in the recipe, but they're not right. She's like, I eyeball it, and I've adjusted over the years to make the sauce taste good for my own liking. So chances are, when you make your own pasta sauce, you want to adjust it on the fly. You can use this as a guideline the first time or second time you do it, but you're going to want to do it to your own liking. So the first time I made my family recipe pasta sauce, I think it said like a cup of sugar. Put that in the sauce, right? So I did, and the first time I tasted it, I was like, that sauce is too sweet. So every single time I've made the pasta sauce since then, I reduced the sugar. At this point, I don't even put in a third of a cup of sugar when I make my pasta sauce. I put in just
Look how like insecure he is about his fucking sauce.
To maybe,
I don't put enough sugar in. I don't do this.
The major adjustments I made. Also, there's all these other things I've done to the sauce. I make it more spicy now and everything. But I haven't done a new video.
You know what? You know what, guys? Spiciness isn't always healthy. A lot of people could get ulcers from eating spicy food. So DSP could get an ulcer, dude.
Of me making pasta sauce in like 5 to 6 years.
He might get acid reflux.
Are so
reflux.
Not toxic and bad on my streams these days. These people are so obsessive compulsive about me. We have to go back to Phil's history 5-6 years ago and pull out the fact that he put sugar in his pasta sauce and make fun of him for 3 forum pages about this.
He knows the exact number.
This is what
incredible.
I mean. That's what when Thomas is adjusting, you don't even know the level of rabbit hole these people are in when they do this crazy shit. And that's what I mean. Like, people think a lot of the times that I'm like exaggerating.
You are.
I'm making stuff up. No, these people are fucked. These people.
Remember, he told us that he doesn't want to
about myself and my family
talk
members
about it
as they can. That has nothing to do with me or anything on the content of my streams. Zero to do with the content of my streams. But let's try to expose as much as possible and make fun of Phil for it and be disgustingly toxic about it. They are messed up in the head. You would not
that's what people want to hear.
Person with a happy, robust, healthy life and go to somewhere like that and behave like those people do. Not one of those people is normal, okay? And that's bad.
Great leaps there,
that's
buddy.
A self-propagating community of people who they're encouraging that kind of disgusting and toxic behavior.
How are they encouraging
it? And that's
it?
not good. That's like you're creating a community of people who think it's okay to overstep the boundaries of normal human behavior, and it's fine. They got no moral conscience anymore. They think that they can just literally say and do whatever they want and get away with it because they're on a protected forum somewhere. It's gross. It's fucked up. It's disgusting.
But shouldn't it be better for them to be in that forum instead of on your forum? Like
absurdity. Okay.
I mean, he thinks Kiwi Farms is bad. I mean, that's like the tip of the iceberg. There's many places that you may not want to travel to.
Normal mental health. It's not.
Whatever.
And it's scary because even though you might say, well, nothing on there is so bad, that kind of behavior just pushes other people to take the next step and take the next step and take the next step. And how long is it going to be until they think that it's okay to start doing things advancing in real life and shit, which it's not. Everyone knows. No, content creators, you leave them the fuck alone. You may think they're the worst content creator on the planet. You don't fucking try to fuck with them in real life. But that's the level of insanity over there.
It's gross for this.
Years ago, what was it, last year? They were actually making jokes, real jokes, about how they could break into my private community and break into my house when I'm not here because I was visiting my parents in Connecticut, in ways that they could get away with it. And they were even writing out plans on how.
It's like he doesn't understand. Him reacting to this is just is what's encouraging it more. He thinks that, like, oh, this website encourages all this stuff, but him going into this detail, this vivid reaction over it is what encourages it, because they're gonna see this now. Like, this is how dumb DSP is. They're gonna see this and say, guys, do you see that? DSP, like, had a meltdown on Ask the King about us making plans, and he's reading Kiwi Farms. So guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna keep doing it. They're gonna keep adding to the pages. Like, they're not gonna leave anytime soon. They're not, like, you would think, like, usually you might argue that by the time that people start going to older stuff to fall back on, that they're just gonna lose interest eventually. They're gonna move on. So all this does is renew their interest and just say, hey man, fuck it, we can do whatever. He reads it anyway. So he thinks this is gonna put a stop to it. It's just gonna get, it's gonna make them continue.
How to do it. All right, and that was the first time I ever was alerted. You need to go check out Kiwi Farms, because there's people literally making plans to break into your house, and you need to alert the police, which I did. I showed it all to the police, and they're well aware of Kiwi Farms and its presence.
No.
So if anything ever happens to me or my wife or my family, the first fucking place they're ever gonna go is Kiwi Farms.
That's fucking stupid. What are they gonna do? Oh, this username said this. Okay, let's get them. Like, how are they gonna pin it? Half these people may not even be in the same country. So how are the police gonna figure it out? I guarantee what happened is that he told the police, and the police were just like, oh, okay. They honestly probably did not care. They probably did it as a courtesy to pretend to care. It's like yeah, it's you know what I mean. Like, it's just gonna be nonsense. The police heard this and probably was like, oh yeah, okay. Like, the internet, the police are probably not gonna care. I mean, the police would probably care if, like, Kat ends up dead. Like, if Kat's murdered, okay, they might have an interest if there's some connection, but I don't even think that'd be enough to be like, yeah, let's get him. I mean, that's fucking stupid. What are the police gonna do? Okay. With Kiwi Farms.
Because they publicly post all of it like the mentally ill idiots they are. Okay?
But if someone wants to do something, they're not gonna post it online, though. Like, oh, this is dumb.
But yeah, like, it's crazy what people do. And it's just gonna take one person to not understand that that's the line of online stuff and just speculation, and not actually taking it to the realm of reality and doing those fucked up things those people talk about.
Oh, man. Dude. There's literally, like, in that Chris Jane documentary, someone pretended to be a girl, not only a girl, but pretended to be in a relationship with Chris Jane for, like, months, maybe even a year. I don't remember the details, but this person pretended to be Chris's girlfriend for a long time. Revealed himself to be a 13-year-old boy, then like, blackmailed Chris into, like, shoving his Sonic Shoe medallion up his ass. Like, think about that for a second. And DSP is freaking out over someone talking about his sauce. There's worse things out there than this.
Person to lose their mind and do it, that's going to basically put me and my life and my family's life at risk. And it ain't, I'm telling you, it's not going to go well, because everyone's already been notified, everything's already protected. You know what I mean? Like, Everyone's well aware of the
Pickle
situation
soup,
going on
man.
over there. So, anyway, it's fucked up. But yet, why did this happen to me and not other content creators? I could not.
Because they don't make it the viewer's business. You don't watch like a random guy stream and he's gonna tell you that about his taxes, like, and they don't make it. They don't make it the responsibility. They could say, sure, like, oh, your tips go to the bills, and you guys have been really helping out with the bills and the rent and the taxes that we're paying, the games we're playing. All this is because you guys support the streams, man. I have seen streamers do that, and no one has a problem because it's not like because they don't start the stream off by saying, guys, I got bills coming up, man. You gotta pay my bills. Or anything like that. Or say it's your guys' fault. Like, they might say, like, whoa, man, you know, your tips are really appreciated. You guys really don't know, man. I feel like there's something, like, crawling on me, but it's, like, nothing. Oh, your tips really go into the bills and the games I'm playing for the streams, all this stuff. Like, they usually, like, show that they're appreciative, and they might say where the money goes, but they're not going to be, like, giving you details about their lives, either. But okay.
Because here's the thing, too. Kiwi Farms is not just me, it's a bunch of other people under there, too. And just once I casually started viewing the other people that are under there, and it's no one else like me. They don't have Wings of Redemption.
They do have wings. They have wings, they have Angry Joe, they have LTG, they have Channel Awesome. They have more.
Have LTG. You know, other streamers who are compared to me regularly are not on there and are not just, you know, dissected and fucking obsessively, compulsively obsessed over like I am. I don't know why. I don't know why it's me. You would have to ask those people why they think I'm somehow worthy of that amount of wasted time of their lives.
Because of this.
I can't answer that. I'm a sane individual like you. I can't answer those kind of questions. Okay? All right, continuing on. Devontae asks, would you be willing to return to games that you quit in the past, especially before streaming? Whether it's due to false copyright claims like Splinter Cell, Conviction, or you lost patience at the time. I personally would have been curious to see if you ever would have finished Crysis 3 if you had a stream chat to help you out. Yeah, like, there were games back in the day that I just said, fuck this, and I quit for various reasons. Splinter Cell Conviction is because false copyright strikes, claiming they were Ubisoft and they were shutting me down, which they weren't, but I had no desire to go back to the game after I got the copyright strike cleared up. Crysis 3, I just hated the fucking game. I really thought it was terrible, but if Stream Chat was there to say, oh, here's how you do this easily or that, maybe I would have persisted and beat it. But I'm sure there's people out there who catalog the stuff that I've done, and if you guys ever wanted to see me go back and finish unfinished business, I'd be willing to do so. I'm sure, you know, I'm doing a viewer's choice event right now where that could be a good candidate of a
hell yeah.
Or maybe I could do a special event in the future if people were interested. If I hit a sub goal, I'll do
a sub goal.
Games that I had rage quit in the past or something.
A sub goal to do this. Not for free. You gotta pay up, bitch.
RBG
for me though, to go with the meme, I rarely rage quit games. I mean, well, I wouldn't say I rage quit. I just drop them. I drop them if I just can't get past them, and I kind of don't want to do it on stream because either I'd feel like an idiot or it's just gonna be me saying what do I do, and I don't want to do gameplay streams of me saying what do I do.
Kiwi Farms is the neckbeard's lair. I don't even really know what a neckbeard is.
A neckbeard is a guy with
so I can't even answer
a beard on their neck.
Okay. Vampiris asks the best fighting game of this generation and why. Honestly,
best fighting game, Skullgirls, baby. Gotta go Skullgirls, dude.
Fun factor overall, probably the Mortal Kombat franchise or the Injustice franchise.
Okay, I'm getting tired of these fucking fighting game questions.
Tekken 7. Jonathan asks, how did you go about training Jasper to use the litter box when you got him? I'm considering getting a cat, but I don't want it peeing everywhere. First of all, we didn't get him as a kitten. We got him as a 2-year-old, we think. We don't
get this. Get this.
2-year-old cat. We rescued him from a shelter. He was already trained. But cats in general.
The guy asked him, how do you potty train a cat, right? He says the cat was already potty trained. And then he follows with this. This is how shitty this is. This is bad advice.
Learn that stuff much more quickly than dogs.
How do you know cats learn it quickly than dogs? You never trained Jasper, dumbass. This is so stupid.
Dogs kind of need training to know where to go outside to go. cats, when they gravitate towards a litter box that has cat litter in it, they just kind of know to do it. They know to go in there and
How would the cat know? How do cats know? The wild doesn't have litter boxes, DSP. You don't you don't see wild cats running around and you see like a fucking litter box in the wild. How would a cat naturally know to go to a litter box? Like this is like bad advice to just assume that a cat. And he's been wrong about cats before. He said that cats you don't need no, Ludwig, you have to train the dog to go outside because you know but, like, he's been wrong about cats before. He's saying, cats are solitary creatures, you don't need to take care of them that much, whatever. And then he gets a cat. What the fuck, dude? I have to, like, take care of a cat? What?
bury their stuff. That's their instinct. So it's actually very easy.
How do you know that, though?
Beast Bod
What?
asks, it seems like outside of Halo and Gears of War,
I would not ask GSP about litter training a cat.
Like outside of Halo and Gears of War, Xbox doesn't have many exclusives to draw people in like they do from like PlayStation does, basically. What franchise would they resurrect or claim they could draw more people to the Series X? I mean, we already have an idea because supposedly it's been this.
No, Tomek, you idiot. They have instincts. Their instincts must go to litter box. Even I just can't believe it. I do think I've heard people talk about it, saying like, the way you train them is you have to put the cat in the litter box the whole day. So when it goes to the bathroom, it'll just assume it has to go there. You have to kind of like make sure he stays there. So it makes this is just dumb that what he thinks how to train a cat. That just shows how ignorant he is.
Discovered that they just renewed the trademark for the Fable franchise, so it's speculated they're going to make a new Fable game, or they're making a new Fable game.
But a lot of companies renew their trademarks, though. This is a common practice in video games, is to renew their trademarks. So they could be renewing it, doesn't mean much.
But outside of that,
I don't
know. Like, there aren't a lot of great franchises out there that are under the Microsoft umbrella. A lot of the ones that they were touting were going to be great. Like,
I think they should bring back Recore. I think Recore had a really good potential. I'd like to know more about it, but I think Recore should come back.
State of Decay, Sea of Thieves, they're duds. So, I think it's going to be more about bringing in new stuff. Like having these studios develop brand new IPs that are good, rather than what's an existing Microsoft IP that should be brought back. Honestly,
bring back Recore.
I can't really think of many. Like someone just said, Perfect Dark. Bringing back Perfect Dark is not going to put butts in seats. It's not going to sell consoles. It's not.
But if they market it as a reboot, they can. Like,
so.
There's so many remakes. They could just do remakes of shit and people
cancel
go
culture
crazy.
Is moral and just. The way things are going in the country, you could be hounded for having potentially any beliefs that differ from the mainstream worldview. And the moment you defend yourself, you could be silenced, from your job, etc. Cancel culture is a slippery slope.
Yes, cancel culture is real, guys, for sure. Man, I hate these questions about cancel culture so much. I've
already talked about this before. Cancel culture originally started out a couple years ago as a way to expose people who previously were completely immune to this kind of stuff, like the Me Too movement.
And they're still immune.
Just take a look at what's his name, Harvey Weinstein, and then other people like Epstein. And all these people who were doing these really disgusting things behind
Epstein had a whole network. Epstein had a whole network of people. He had the Trumps involved. He had the Clintons involved. All of these people were involved with Epstein. And they're still working. Hillary Clinton's still doing shit. Trump is still our president. Why aren't they canceled, dude? Come on.
But then it extends into the.
How many people lost their job over cancel culture? Like, I mean, again, I think there's something else that's going on, and I don't think it's cancel culture that's the cause. I think it's a scapegoat for what's actually going on with some of these people. But whatever.
Realm of the normal person, it extends into the realm of a celebrity who maybe is completely blindsided by the fact that someone maybe felt that they were abused or they were taken advantage of when they don't. We just recently talked about the Angry Joe scenario, where apparently Joe went to a convention and spent a lot of time with some girl who never told him she had a boyfriend, so he was under the impression she liked him.
The receipts, Ludwig. They named Trump. He said Epstein was a cool guy. There's connections. There's connections there with Trump, with the Trumpster.
And he was trying to impress her, and then come to find out at the end she had a boyfriend, and she pushed it as if she felt like she was just trying to hang out with a cool content creator. But
hold on, I gotta turn on. But like, I'm gonna turn on the fan so you can hear some noise. But Kevin Spacey had like corroborating evidence. I mean, there was people who came out to show that Kevin Spacey was a fucking creepy guy. I mean, he kind of deserved to be canceled. I mean, he did shit with, like, kids, man. But I mean, I mean, it's like I said before, like, I think there's something else that's going on with some of these people, like, because a lot of people bring up, like, oh, little content creators that, like, false allegations of stuff, and that's causing people to lose their jobs and all this kind of stuff, and I think that's something else that's going on. I think it's more of just, like, like people run to the whole thing with Keemstar and Ethan and H3 with the, with scaring sponsors away. I don't really think that, I don't think that's cancel culture as much as scaring companies to say, hey, this guy's fucked up. Why did you do this? And they're just like, oh shit, we're gonna lose money. Time to bail. Because like even then with that, Keemstar's still making videos. Keemstar's still around. I mean, I think, and Keemstar's done like fucked up shit. I'm not gonna really defend Keemstar. And HHC has done bad shit too, but like, I don't know. I mean, that's how I see it, at least. I mean, if you disagree, that's fine. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
he tried to take advantage of her, while at the flip side of that, if you look from Joe's perspective, there's really not much to go on there besides she lied to him a lot or told half-truths to basically get into events and stuff. So you know what I mean? Like, it's what I mean. Like, it goes both ways. Like, the cancel culture and the Me Too.
Well, but the thing that's bullshit about the Angry Joe story is that it's kind of lame to dismiss what she's been saying, because like I wouldn't necessarily agree about the allegation of rape, but I think she dropped the story because I think she realized that it wasn't worded correctly or something like that. But I think what she was trying to say, and because as I said, I think maybe she shouldn't say that he raped her. I think what she was trying to say is that she felt really uncomfortable with him, and he was doing some really creepy shit, and like, she did not feel like this was a healthy back and forth with him. And I think that's what she probably should have said in the initial story. I think the way that the headline was like, oh, Angry Joe raped me or something, and then when you read it, it's like, not really that, but it's more of him doing this creepy shit that's like very, like it was giving her red flags. Like he pretended to lose his phone to get her to call his phone so that he'd have her number. He kept kind of pressuring her to stay back. He pulled her aside to go somewhere, and a lot of this shit just seemed kind of creepy. And I think that's ultimately my takeaway with that whole story. It wasn't that like, oh, he's a predator. It was just more like, this guy is a creepy guy. And that's kind of where it ended for me. It's like, Joe could be whatever. He's still making videos. He's not canceled. I mean, cancel culture didn't really go anywhere with him. But I just think at the end of the day, I mean, you can either, still like his content all you want, like what you like, but I just think it was a little creepy with what I read from the story and just kind of like how it played out. I just think it's kind of creepy. But I think she probably dropped it because he was getting lawyers involved, and she probably didn't want to go through a legal battle either. So it's, because during a pandemic, I think the last thing people want to go through is a legal battle.
Me Too movement is great because it has exposed people who previously were completely immune to this kind of stuff. Mr. Wizard was guilty of this for 20 years, and only now the truth comes out. But at the same time, you got to be careful because what happens when it goes too far or when it goes to stuff that, like right now, people are bringing up
Jimmy Kimmel, Jerry came back
Jimmy
too.
Kimmel should be canceled because he did blackface on his Man show. He played a character, Karl Malone, who was a basketball player. He wore full body makeup to look like Karl Malone, making him look like an African American, and saying he should be canceled for that, which he did in the early 2000s. And it's like, that shit's been out there for a million years. The Man Show was popular.
The Man Show kind of sucks. I never liked that show, to be honest.
And watch it to this day.
Every time it went on TV, I was like, I don't want to watch it.
To do blackface, now we cancel him 20 years later? Like, huh? How does that fucking work?
The Man Show kind of sucked, honestly.
So it is. It's
never liked
a
it.
double-edged sword.
Never liked that show.
It's a slippery slope because how far is too far when you look at cancel culture, And I don't think I'm the person here to give you the answers. Certainly, I think if someone's been systematically doing things wrong for years and years and years and years, and it's not changed for the better, and it's not improved.
Well, like, the thing is that with this, though, is that he doesn't understand that there's an underlying issue with all of this, though. The fact that, like, when accusers come out, or like, victims come out, or potential victims come out and say, hey, this guy did this to me, there's always the gut reaction to say, oh, it's cancel culture, oh, we don't believe you, and this kind of stuff. And that's kind of, like, also where I'm stuck on too. It's like, with Angry Joke example, like when she came out, I didn't initially want to say, well, she must be lying, fuck her, anything like that. Like, I kind of took it at face value, but I was like, yeah, if he as I said, like, it sounded more creepy than anything else. So I was like, at worst, he raped her. At best, he's just a creepy guy that makes people feel uncomfortable. And I think that's kind of fucked up. That he should kind of address, like he should at least be aware that maybe she felt a little uncomfortable with some of the stuff he did, and maybe that he should change some of the stuff he did, because I think some of the things he did was kind of like really weird and creepy. But this is how I see that situation. But when people come out, I think it's more important to let people, to let them tell their story, and then just have it kind of be handled with the appropriate people. You can have your opinion on it, sure, you could say maybe this person's lying, but at the same time, it's also important to understand that, if you victim shame, or if you just immediately dismiss, you also might be letting the person who might have actually done something get away. It's tricky, because there's implications both ways. Because you're either going to be going after, because either way, someone is going to get hurt, and someone who whatever. Either way, someone's going to get hurt on either side of that fence. That's why I think it's just like it's better to just take things at face value and say, hey, this person is coming out and saying something. It could be true, but like let's have it play out and see how the people react to it. If there's evidence, this person should get, should sue this person for that, whatever, It's something. I mean, it's wild. It's a wild discussion.
Got into positions of power because they've been doing these fucked up things for years and years. That's when cancel culture or the Me Too movement or all this can actually be effective. But calling someone out for an action 20 years ago, something that they have not repeated, they've changed. Like, if you look at Jimmy Kimmel to the year 2000 and Jimmy Kimmel in the year 2020, he's a completely different human being. He's changed his opinions on things, his political stances. He's a different guy. How can you then say, I'm sure he knows now that what he did 20 years ago was fucked up and wrong, but why you're going to make him suffer for it now? You know what I mean? Like, same thing with me. Everyone always brings back the Nazi jokes that I made 10 years ago. Like, I'm sorry I did it. I really am. I know those jokes might have been harmful. I know those jokes were fucking wrong, and I paid the price getting kicked off of Blip TV for them, and I changed.
Yeah, no, I get that too,
Never did that kind of comedy ever again. So,
I mean, it's a tricky discussion.
How can you cancel me in 2020 for that when I've actively...
Like, that's kind of why I don't really run to talk about it.
It doesn't make fucking sense. So I would say, overall, cancel culture can have positive benefits, but just like everything else,
Yeah, and again, like he says, like, oh, they did something back then. They call him out now. Well, like, no, in the example of Jimmy Kimmel, that's a little different. Whatever, you could say whatever about that. I mean, I feel a lot of this stuff with Jimmy Kimmel, though. I think a lot of that's also a meme to kind of be like to point out a hypocrisy with it, because I mean I've seen this with Jimmy Kimmel in the past where like uh I can't remember, but I remember they also bring up like, well, Jimmy, you're on the Man Show, and that was that was a misogynistic show, dude. So I know that there's this meme going on with that as well. So it's whatever.
held in moderation, and you can't just use it to cancel anyone who's ever done anything that could ever be viewed offensive in any frame of reference. That's ludicrous.
Luda?
Okay. Sega Genesis 101 asks, given your long history in the gaming community, do you fear Twitch's rules are too strict? Do you see this being a hindrance as a platform to conform with modern PC standards? No. When I first started on Twitch,
low-key, I think, as I said before earlier, the Twitch moderation staff is so inconsistent. Like, some people get away with stuff that other people can't, and it's to the point where people suspect that there's favoritism going on behind the scenes. So it's kind of hard to say if Twitch is too restrictive or not. But I think if you're just an average gamer streaming on Twitch and, you're just chilling, I don't think it's that restrictive. I do think that the whole music stuff is kind of dumb, but that's the same shit with YouTube. So it's neither here nor there.
None of that stuff applied. When I came back to Twitch, I had a little bit of issue because I ran in with a couple of things. Like, for example, there was someone who insulted me, okay, on a stream chat. And I insulted them back and then insulted their physical appearance. And that's against Twitch's rules. And I got the hand slapped for it.
Oh my god. He got an indefinite suspension, and he's calling it a hand slap. Now, how many content creators has he said that, these guys, they get no repercussions at all. They get a slap on the wrist and they're back on stream. Dr. Disrespect broke the law. And then he gets a slap on the wrist and he's back streaming anyway. I mean, you could argue that, Dr. Disrespect broke the law, but that was like his manager and all this stuff, and he blames Dr. Disrespect for that. Like, why should his channel be, like it's a dumb fucking shit thing, honestly. But he's saying, it's a slap on the wrist. Like, don't you hate that, though? Don't you hate when websites give people a slap on the wrist? They should get full-on consequences.
Alright, on one stream, I was inebriated, and I said a word I should not have said. And I got my hand slapped for it behind the scenes. A lot of people don't even know that, but I did. I got my hand slapped for doing that.
Wrong. He, oh my god, this is so fucking fake. He called a stream a fundraiser. And that's why he got banned. That's why he's so, like, uptight about calling things fundraisers and all this other stuff, because he got banned for it. He never got banned for the faggot and was it homo? Whatever, like that shit. He got banned for that. He didn't get banned for that. Oh my god, whoops. He did not get banned for that. He got banned for calling a stream a fundraiser. But okay. Oh yeah, that person said, I bet he won't finish this 90% of the game he plays. And that's what got him a ban, dude. Worth it.
Don't assume I got away with it. I didn't. I got into a little bit of trouble for it because I did that and I shouldn't have done it. Okay. I got suspended a couple times on Twitch.
2 times.
But in general, I adapted my content and I changed as a person, and I said I'm not going to do those things anymore. I'm not going to take the lowest point. Like,
if we're gonna bring TOS, I don't know if it was this Ask the King, but he did say the R word. He should have been banned for that. That's against TOS. And if you also want to bring up TOS, this whole thing with the best streak and all the shit he does is also technically against TOS, but he still does it.
If you're an asshole to me in stream chat, go fuck yourself, asshole, and you get moderated. Not go fuck yourself, asshole. Not only click on your profile and make fun of how you look and dig deep. You know what I mean? Like, and the truth is, to be a good content creator, you have to.
Now look how fake this is too. Because if YouTube did this, let's say YouTube banned him for that same thing, right? You said it's a bunch of fucking idiots. They banned me because I said his hair was stupid. Oh my god! See how stupid YouTube is? But Twitch does it. Oh, Twitch is so cool. Oh yeah, I love it here. Twitch is so. Oh, I love Twitch.
You have to take something on the chin. Okay, fuck it. Brush it off. Move on. Don't harp on it all day. Don't get butthurt by every little insult. You know. And I've become
calling people an asshole and banning them is being butthurt though. So don't worry. You're still butthurt.
Better as a content creator, abiding by those Twitch rules. I'm sorry, but I don't see anything so horrendously bad in the Twitch rules. Now, some people will argue Twitch isn't fair with the way they enforce the rules, that some people get away with constantly breaking the rules while others don't. Okay, if that's the case, fine. I feel like that doesn't really affect me. I don't break the rule.
Then why do you care about all these other people on YouTube then? What? Like, he cries so much. He cried about fucking Dr. Disrespect coming back to Twitch. And he's saying that, oh, I don't care what these other people do. Get the fuck out of here. So full of it.
So now breaking the Twitch rules and putting out the kind of content that I like, I'm okay with. You know what I mean? Like,
he doesn't want to upset his little
an
pimp.
Issue with Twitch's rule set anymore.
He can't upset the Twitch pimp, dude.
I had to adjust to it.
Oh, you know, so, Dr. Disrespect will come back with buckets full of money.
Said you make fun of how Ninja and Dr. Disrespect look. That's wrong. That's absolutely
That's wrong.
What I do is I criticize the strategy they use as a content creator to attract a younger audience, which I feel is immoral.
So look at this. So these people do streams. They do stuff to attract kids to watch their streams, right? You know, to give them content. So it's immoral for these people to make content that kids enjoy. So, but the way he talks about it, you could argue that this vengeance is for kids. I could say, oh, what DSP does is for kids, and DSP is going to tell you, oh, no, it's not. I play M-rated games. I say fuck a lot. Kids should be watching my streams. But Ninja and Dr. Disrespect could say the same shit, and he would say the same thing in response. They play fucking, like, it's so insane that he does this, and you think that he would just capitalize saying, hey guys, you know, kids need entertainment too. Like, with this logic, Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, HBO that bought Sesame Street, they all should be ashamed of themselves, and those companies are immoral because they make content for kids. Like, Nickelodeon made Nick Jr. for kids to watch. They have these stupid cartoons that are like, oh my god, sharing is caring. Nickelodeon should be ashamed. That's immoral, guys. Nickelodeon is immoral, and so is Cartoon Network. These companies, they're terrible companies, okay? They made content for kids. Pretty bad, huh?
Actually having justification for what you do in a very rational way is different than just off-the-cuff insulting someone for the sake of insulting them. When I say I think Ninja dyes his hair and kind of looks like a cartoon character to attract kids, all right, that's a criticism of his content creation. That's not me insulting his actual looks, right? There's a difference, and you have to understand the difference there. But that's what I mean. The fact that I can actually criticize people fairly on Twitch, I'm okay with that. You know, I'm okay with that. I don't, no, I can't outright just insult someone blatantly and about that, but I'm okay with that too. I don't think that there's anything that's so restrictive here on Twitch that I wouldn't want to be a content creator here. That's why I feel when
he has to be a content creator though.
I'm leaving Twitch to go to Mixer because I find that Twitch is too restrictive. But then behind the scenes, you found out he got paid a ridiculous amount of money to move to Mixer. He was basically lying through his teeth.
That's literally what he did with Twitch, though. He ran to Twitch because YouTube wasn't paying him enough money. DSP, that's what DSP did. And he said, oh, I'm moving to Twitch because I'm listening to you guys. You guys have been begging me to go back to Twitch. So I decided to go back to Twitch. He told us many times he'd never go back to Twitch. He'd rather move out of the house then go back to Twitch. But then when YouTube dried up, he ran to Twitch. And then he told us how he ran to Twitch because he did it for the fans, which is a bold-faced lie. Everyone knows why he ran back to Twitch. We all know why he did. Ugh.
To try to have a justification for moving. See, you got to kind of take that with a grain of salt and understand that it's bunch bullshit, right? I don't have any reason to ever leave Twitch. I like being here.
Yeah, he loves the money.
Ryan asks, I read PlayStation would someday have backwards compatibility for old games over the cloud, kind of like PS Now. Do you think cloud-based gaming is the future? Do you think having the physical hardware will always be the gold standard? At one point, maybe you would feel that having the physical hardware was the gold standard because at one point you could just pop a game into your console and play it no matter what. And so people argued that's much better than having an online-only component of a digital game that you have to have online connectivity to play. But in the modern era, you can't even play a video game when you own the physical disc anymore. You have to pop it into your console. It has to install. It has to do day one updates. If you don't have an internet connection, the game won't play. So it doesn't even matter if you buy the physical game anymore. There's no
Wrong! Yeah! Well, actually, you know what? Semi-wrong. I'll take that back. Semi-wrong. Because some PS4 games, you could play it day one without the day one patch. But, I mean, you might run into problems, but...
difference between getting it digitally or getting it physically anymore. There's just none. What I would say is cloud-based gaming could definitely work, but as we just saw with Google Stadia, it can't work yet. We need to have better internet as a common denominator of just citizens. You know, right now in the United States of America, you could have a fiber optic connection, which is the best of the best. You could have
so then digital isn't the future then.
Cable modem like I have for the business level internet, but then you could have a cable modem that has data caps and limitations like normal Comcast customers have. You could have satellite internet that's hit or miss depending on the fucking weather. You could have a dial-up connection. You could have like a million
dial-up
that are all of
dial-up. What? I feel like people either have the cheapest internet or they don't have it at all. I don't see people using dial-up. I'm sorry. If you're... Who the fuck is using dial-up in 2020? Who? Oh, what? Dial-up? What? Oh my... I can't believe he said that, man. Dial-up.
Variable quality.
Okay.
So you can't depend on internet connection to be stable to have Google Stadia or other cloud services to work right now. So because of that, no, cloud gaming is not possible. Could it be possible one day, 10, 15 years down the line? Yes, and I'll give you a comparison. When the Xbox One was debuting at E3, Don Matrick...
This is good. This is a good part because this literally shows he forgot what Don was talking about. Listen to this.
Infamous is one of the worst guys ever when it came to what he did to the Xbox One launch. Basically said to everyone, we're not doing physical discs. It's going to be all digital. All right.
That's not what he said. It's still doing discs. It was still doing discs. What would happen though is that the disc would be kind of like a proof of purchase. So like once you get the disc, you don't need the disc anymore, and that disc would literally be dead. It would be a dead disc. Pretty much, you can't resell it. You can't give it to a friend. You can't share the disc. I mean, at that point, you might as well just break the disc in half. Because that's pretty much what he said. So, that's how good DSP's memory was of what Don Matrick was gonna do.
And you're not, if you buy the physical disc, you're not gonna be able to lend it to your friend. It's all, you need internet connection no matter what. At that point, everyone destroyed him and said, boy, you're off base or whatever. 5, 6, 7 years later, now everything's digital.
Now, this is funny he says this too, right? Because if you go back to when he was playing SpongeBob, do you know what he kept telling us? I can lose the internet, my electricity could turn off. Oh, what if the electricity goes off? What if? So like, you know, with constant online, what if the internet goes out? What if the internet goes out? You can't play your games. Like, what if the Switch did it, and the internet goes out, and you can't play your Switch games in portable mode? You need the internet, dude. What if? Like, this is so lame. How bad he forgot anything. So all Don Matrick was saying is that you could download games pretty much. And that's not what he was doing. He was doing shit that was so bad. Like, it said it would constantly need to check in online every so often. It was like a one-time check-in. It was a check-in like every so often. And then it was going to go through the Connect to count how many people were in the house. To say like, okay, so if you're renting a movie, if there's like 2 people there, you have to pay the movie 2 times to watch it, pretty much. Like, Don Medrick introduced all these bad ideas, and he's like sitting there like, well, Don was ahead of his time, man. He was saying digital, when he wasn't saying that at all.
So the internet has progressed. We've gotten to the point where everything's like that. And now Don Matrick, if he said that in 2020, maybe we wouldn't really be making fun of him as much. We just...
Wrong! We would, because he wanted super DRM. Super DRM. Because again, if you bought the disc, it would be meaningless. Literally meaningless. Because the way that it is now, you could buy the disc, you could trade it in to either get money back or trade into another game, you could sell it to your friend or give it to your friend. You could do all this stuff with the disc. Excuse me. And you don't have to worry, like, let's say that if the PlayStation Store pulls the game off the store, you know, you can still install the game on the hardware. You can still install the game because you have the disc. So this he thinks just because the game installs off the disc onto the PlayStation or whatever, like the disc is meaningless. But the disc, like, it has the data there. You don't have to worry about, oh, if the store goes down and you want to buy the game, you can buy it. Ugh.
Had a reveal of the PlayStation 5 where there's a version that doesn't have a disc drive. It's all digital. Are we making fun of Sony? Of course not, but we're 7 years later. A lot of the times these things are way ahead of the curve when they're way ahead of their time when they're...
By the way, take a look at this. Take a look at this hot shit. I'm gonna try to find it. Can I find it? Will I find it? Oh, I don't think I'll be able to find it. DSP historian. I know he has it.
Is October. That could be as late as okay? We're talking, if you look at numbers, I think at one point it was like 20 to 1 on Amazon. I don't like your videos because they're only 10 minutes long and I have to keep clicking on each one. I'll let the flexibility to now do their console earlier if they want. They're backpedaling now. It's a knee-jerk reaction to the negativity. So who's to say that down the line Microsoft might not go back to their old ways and start instituting more negative stuff regarding the Xbox One. And so a lot of people, I think, are afraid now. Always online. I'm just saying you're always going to have that fear now in the back of the consumer's head. So problem with business today. You've got these people who are designing things like game consoles to have a Blu-ray player in it because I want to watch Blu-ray movies on my PlayStation 3. Do you think those would have been the things that people said? No. They would have said, I want games. Toilet bowl. I actually want as also a game console. User and anti-developer. Because for the first 2 years of its launch said, we don't want to make games for the fuck because you're using shitty Bluetooth. That would you change your game plan? It's like I have a money-making scheme that 60 was the market leader. Actually, it was the past. How can he still have a job? If you're a shareholder, I'm publicly told, why would you change? Like, it's just the last console generation for the majority of the time. The Microsoft Xbox 360 was the market leader. Actually, it was the past 2 years where that wasn't.
Oh my god, he got really mad about it, and I can't find it now.
For 5 years, you're considered the winner of that generation. Why would you change? Like, it just blows you seriously and think that you've got evil. We're jokingly calling this the Xbox One. Well, not that. The Xbox. Microsoft. That is the question. Can you trust to do it after you have such an most people only have one choice when it comes to internet. They're not even able to choose and pick and choose what internet provider they have, and that one is usually they're forced with the limitations of that internet. So if someone has slow internet, they have slow internet. They can't download their games digitally, you fucking tool. What don't you understand? It's black and white. It's not, oh, it's just I think that people will like it, but they're just afraid of change. People can't use your digital services, you fucking moron. I don't
Call him a
understand how
fucking
stupid
moron,
this
dude.
guy is. Again, he lives in his ivory tower. He's probably got a fucking house, and everyone else will be taking feedback and delivering a great product for you later this year. Don Matrick went back home, and he went back to work at Microsoft HQ, and he walked in, and everyone probably gave him the dumbest fucking, Microsoft and Xbox told the company, not you, they don't have internet, fuck you, fix it, or you're fired. And he probably sat there and literally dropped a 10-pound load to be plugged into the console, or else you can't use the console. That has
Like, you can't use... Dude, you can't use the console! He's saying Don Metric had a good idea. Dude, if you didn't have online connection, you couldn't use the console at all. At all! And he's telling us, well, he was ahead of his time.
100% change. Let's continue. We imagined a new set of benefits such as easier roaming, family sharing, and new ways.
It's so fucking nonsense. He forgot all the stuff that Don Matrick said and only focused on the digital part. There was so much dumb shit that they wanted the Xbox One to have, and he's like, well, maybe it was a good idea.
Pronounced. Cloud gaming today is a joke. Cloud gaming in 7 to 10 years may be viable, and then we don't need, everything's in the cloud, right?
So then are you gonna say Stadia was ahead of his time? No, dude, wait. He said Don Metric was ahead of his time, right? So if we have cloud gaming that works in the future, do you think DSP is gonna say that Stadia was ahead of his time? No. Stadia sucks, dude.
Brian, this is the final Twitter question from Brian. He says, if prices weren't so inflated, what retro console would you want to collect for and why?
N64, honestly. I like N64.
It's not a situation.
That was my first console,
dude.
It's
a situation of the viability of the console. The Dreamcast. The Dreamcast console was so good at its time.
Maybe I should. Maybe that.
Really good ports of fighting games, arcade style games like Crazy Taxi, Power Stone. The Dreamcast was a crazy good console. But
it was crazy.
It died because of piracy. Piracy
Power
alone
Stone
killed the console, and it only lasted a couple of years before it became obsolete. I would love to get a working Dreamcast with a bunch of Dreamcast games and find a way to capture and play them. But guess what? The Dreamcast itself, sadly, was a console that regularly burned out. I know because I owned, like, a ridiculous amount of them. I owned, I think, like 6 of them over the course of me trying to run tournaments for Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I had a Japanese import Dreamcast. I had a modded Dreamcast. I had a standard American
that's the problem. Modded
Dreamcast. I had a Dreamcast that had a red shell that was painted a weird way. Like I think I want to say 4 to 5 Dreamcasts over.
Were they all legit Dreamcasts? Or were they all like secondhand?
They all died. The problem is the motor inside would break, or the laser would fuck up regularly. And don't even get me started on the memory card, because the memory card was a little Tomodachi thing, right? Instead of being a standard memory card, it was actually like a virtual pet. And if the battery died in those things and you tried to reboot it, like, you'd lose data. You'd lose all your save data. So it was like really a console that was fucked up to try to maintain long term.
You couldn't replace the battery?
So I would love to get like a Dreamcast with a bunch of the top level Dreamcast games and find a way to capture from it. I know that you could actually do, like, at that point, with like VGA out. Obviously, no one can capture from VGA, so you have to find a way to convert the signal to like a HDMI signal, I guess. We'd have to see, but that would be me. That would be the one that I would want.
Okay.
All right. Carlton Jr. cheered. He says, I've always found it weird you didn't like Dragon Ball FighterZ for its constant rushdown gameplay, but you like Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I'm well aware there's zoners in that game, but the majority of it is rushdown. It's a more unbalanced game.
Wrong.
In reality, Marvel vs. Capcom 2's high-level gameplay is primarily rushdown, but there are, like, Cable.
He literally just said that there are zoners, that DSP is just...
Sentinel is a hybrid.
Oh my god.
Storm can be played as a hybrid. And there are keep-away characters in the game that are very viable as well. Doctor Doom, Blackheart.
Dr. Doom, dude.
They're not top tier, but they're still playable characters in the scheme of things. Dragon Ball FighterZ is like 100% rushdown. At least from when I was playing it, I played it for 2-3 months. By the time that I stopped playing it, it was like everyone was in your face, constantly finding a way to hit you with an assist, so you were locked in place.
Like Marvel.
Crossover, and that was it. You had to either block or die. It was just rush, 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 rush. And I don't like that style of gameplay. I like variety. Super Turbo, my favorite fighting game of all time. There's definitely rushdown characters.
How is Super Turbo Super Turbo variety? He does the same move. Dive kick, jab, yoga fire. Dive kick, low jab, yoga fire. What variety? What variety?
All they're in your face constantly attacking the shit out of you. Then you've got zoners like Dalsim or Sagat. Then you've got hybrids, you've got grapplers, and all of those styles of gameplay are viable. Dragon Ball Fighters is rush.
How Super Turbo variety?
I was very disappointed.
It's such a
when it came out, at first
bland fucking fighter.
Beerus and characters like that. The game is just
like it's so
down.
trash.
And
Third Strike is variety because you don't really need to learn the parry system to be good at that game either.
The fun factor from it when you reach that point. That's the same thing with Marvel vs. Capcom 3. The game started off with variety of gameplay and everyone trying to play it differently. And then when it got to top level gameplay, it was just 1,000,000% rush down. And I did, I lost my interest in the game because of it. So that's why. Alice Telemon, cheers. I see a growing amount of reports stating console gaming will have 4K 60 frames per second with the PS5. Reasonable or bullshit? Every time
130 frames, but okay.
I will always remain a skeptic at this point because they told us this console generation was going to be full 1080p, full 60 frames, blow your mind away games, and all the games coming out aren't that. We just played Last of Us Part 2, 30 frames per second. So
why didn't say that in the review?
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I'm sorry.
Why
didn't so guys, this is pretty much it. For Ask the King, I'm gonna open up the stream chat for a few minutes.
Yeah, he definitely mistitled this part because The Last of Us and Death Stranding was in part 2.
And then we're gonna adjourn. All right.
Whoopsie doopsie.
Derek, there's not a single game in 2020 I've played that's a Game of the Year contender for me. I'm serious because he just said what would be your favorite. What would be your favorite year or your favorite game of the year? I don't even know. I would literally have to sit down and compare this game to this game to this game.
Why do you have to? Why does he have to compare so many games? It's so stupid.
You know, I don't even. No game stands out for me in my head.
This is so dumb. He does all this shit for no reason.
Basically calling me out for very disgusting sexual comments I made about iJustine in 2017, asking me did I ever apologize. To my knowledge, I have.
Nope.
I've said I fucked up. I shouldn't have said that.
Nope.
It was a messed up comment.
No, what happened? What happened was iJustine literally said that he has problems. I vaguely remember someone tweeted that to iJustine and she just said like, "Oh, it sounds like this guy has a lot of problems. You know, leave him alone." So he didn't apologize. iJustine just assumed that DSP had some problems. So there you go.
That I made during typing. It wasn't me saying something on a stream, but it was actually we were watching E3 2017 together in my stream chat. I said something very messed up about iJustine I shouldn't have said, and I don't know why. You know, the only thing I can think of trying to not really justify, but figure out why I would have said that is I was really messed up at that point. If you look at that time.
No, that's who you are. That's who you are, DSP.
Frame. I had, you know, just broken up out of a long-standing relationship. My future as a content creator was at stake. I was living.
I want to see because I think I thought it was 2018. Hell yeah, knee socks, baby. Scanty and knee socks. Big ups. Oh boy. we got that. Oh god, I just realized I have to search. E3 2018. No, not 2017. Oh my god, no. Fuck. Gotta kill this ant, dude. Oh, damn it. Fuck, it's near the power cord. Come on the carpet. Get on the carpet, bitch. Come on. Yeah, got him. Got him. Got him. Fuck. EA. Gotta be EA, baby.
Fallout hype.
Oh no, maybe it was 2017. Fuck it, I'm not doing it. Fuck it. Hold on, I'm gonna turn on the lights. It's getting dark in here. It was an ant. I mean, I've been seeing a lot of ants, and I don't know where they're coming from. I'm trying to like find out where they are. I have a spray, but I don't know where they're coming from. I know there were some outside my room, and I sprayed them heavily, but I don't know where they're coming in. I heard a trick you could do that, like they'll carry the poison to their colony, and it'll kill all of them. But I don't really want to do all that. Sounds like a lot of work, and I'm lazy. But maybe I should invest in doing that. It's like, I don't remember the chemical. It was like, you put bait out, and then you spray it with something. The ant will go there, and then it will take that to the colony, and they will all die. But I don't know. Because I also don't know if they're just like, they're outside and they're just coming in, Like, they could just be coming in. But I don't know. I'll have to figure it out.
Living alone, I was very depressed at that time, and I was just doing stupid shit, lashing out at people for no fucking reason, and there was absolutely.
But that's bullshit though, because we know he would do this regardless. That he'd be lashing out at Justine. He shits on her all the time.
Absolutely no reason for me to say what I said, and I am really sorry that I said it, because I never, ever should have made a comment like that.
That was my depression. And again, what kind of person uses their depression as an excuse like that? No one goes around and say say that like, oh, my depression made me do this, man. At least that's how ant traps work. At least the good ones. I got these ones from my hardware store, but I think these are just kind of traps. They get them inside and then they stay there. I don't think these are necessarily traps that are gonna make them go back to the colony. So I have to figure it out. I don't know. It is what it is.
Canadian Doink subscribed for 26 months and says good shit. Okay, thank you, Canadian Doink, for the ongoing support. Sitgo.
Oh, we got the boomer mode.
Remedy, control, or quantum break. So you mean between those two? Oh wait, he says, did you play Remedy's control or quantum break? I played them both. Full playthroughs up on DSP.
Skip the DLC though.
I played both games.
You can play the DLC for control you got for free.
You'll be able to stream at 4K or 60 frames, evolution of bandwidth, and maybe future rule changes on Twitch. In reality, that's a major limitation right now. It's Twitch. I can't even consider upgrading because Twitch only lets me stream at 6,500 kilobits per second. The rules still say that's the limit. I'm sure there's big Twitch streamers out there that do more than that. I can't, like, could right now,
good for them to
if they would let me
go
stream
against
at like
the
9,000
terms.
kilobits per second, I could do 1080p 60
Wow.
frames. But 4K, you're talking, you'd have to double, triple the amount of a bitrate that they allow. There's no way I could do it at 4K. It's impossible. Carlton Jr. chooses Heavy Rain, Detroit, or Indigo Prophecy. Out of those three, for first time experience of playing the games, Heavy Rain. That was a really cool murder mystery. It was a really cool ongoing murder mystery. It was a whodunit. You didn't know who had done it. You were trying to piece the clues together every time you played it. Indigo Prophecy.
Well, I have this one trap. Oh, let me show you. Let me show you this trap. Because I got these just in case. But I think I feel like these are kind of a marketing scheme though, because they're, you know what I mean. This is the I got this. This is what I got, but I don't know what this. Oh, I see. So even here it says that. So this should do it. Supposedly that's what this does. All right, so I'll set this up. But I don't know where to put it. I think what I'm gonna do. Let's see. Maybe the baits. I'll put this somewhere. I think I should just put this in, like, the corner of my room. So it goes there. I guess. I don't know. Figure it out. Yeah, figure it out.
Fun game, but it was just fucking weird. The plot was just out there, right? Detroit's a great game as well. I really like Detroit, but I think that the story of Heavy Rain's the best out of the three, and since those are narrative-based games, that's my pick.
Yeah, it's so lame. It's so lame because you could really tell that his review of Last of Us 2 is so not genuine. Because, like, oh, I don't want to do this, but, like, oh, I don't want to feel bad. I don't want to feel bad. But he likes Heavy Rain. But then again, I guess it got disarmed by the goofy voice acting, though. Maybe that's
games.
I want to feel bad.
Twitter questions, I forgot. What are you talking about? I just did Twitter questions. We're done with Twitter questions. The ones that I selected. I don't answer every single Twitter question. I pick the ones that I feel I have something, important to say. Like Derek is saying he had a question on Twitter, but I don't really have a good answer for it. So that's why I didn't select that question for the show. So
this is bullshit then. He tells us that, oh, I don't have enough questions, guys. I don't have enough questions. But then he chooses the questions. Okay. Okay. Fuck you, Derek. Nah.
Will I be allowing music during the Tony Hawk streams? I mean, if I do, I might get shut down for Twitch, because even Twitch has an issue with licensed music now. So I don't know what to do if I...
It only has an issue if you, like, archive the stream on their site, which he supposedly never does, right? Like, it's gonna be really lame. And the saddest part of it, honestly, the saddest part isn't really him turning the music off, is that his chat will still give him the money, and you'll still think it's good content. Whereas it's going to be silence, and it's going to be hearing... And it's going to be him doing boomer mode the whole time. So, like... It's such a waste of time. He honestly shouldn't do it, if that's the case. Because, like, it's not worthy. It's not good content.
I play this Tony Hawk collection. I really don't. Would I ever consider checking out Bug Fables, The Everlasting Sapling, if people thought it was a good game and they nominated and voted for it? Sure, during like a viewer's choice, but I'm not going to play that on my own.
Why don't you play it in Hyper Bug Snacks? Come on.
Actually, I don't know. See, Cookie Monster says, do you feel the implementation of progressive and LGBT issues in Last of Us 2 actually held it back from what it was trying to do? For me, it didn't.
Oh my god, come on. That wasn't even a major part of the game. Like, I'm sorry, but it's like... I mean, maybe Lev was something, but I thought that was done fine. I didn't have an issue with it. But anything else, I didn't think that it was that big of a deal.
Shit that Ellie was a lesbian. I don't care that there was a character that felt that they were out of place being their own gender and they cut their hair and tried to change their appearance to look like a different gender. I don't care that...
Wait, what?
That felt that they were out of place being their own gender and they cut their hair and tried to change their appearance to look like a different gender.
Oh, I see.
I don't care that Abby had insane amount of traits that
don't spoil DP2 to me. I'm still playing DP1, dude.
I've never cared like a different gender.
What about Abby?
I don't care that Abby had insane amount of traits that were very masculine. I don't care.
Oh, wow. That's... Oof. Muscles are masculine. I've delved a little bit into why people don't like Abby. I mean, I know Ludwig World Order kind of dunks on Abby, but I don't think... Okay, I don't want to speak for you, Ludwig, but I know your issue with it is that you think it's a little ludicrous for a character to have such a strong body, like such a well-built body in the apocalypse, which it's like I'm indifferent to. Like I see that issue, but it's at the same time they have a gym and it's like okay, yeah, she worked and maintained. I don't whoop-de-doo. But I can see that, but I don't think you're sitting there saying, "Oh, she looks like a man, dude. Fuck her." Like Like I've never seen that criticism outside of people who are just kind of out there to begin with. But uh, muscles are not a masculine trait. Everyone has muscles. You can like have a body like that, no matter the gender. Like it's not a masculine trait. So okay, jeez.
I've never cared about that shit. That's not a factor at all for enjoyment factor of a game for me. Are there people out there who are bigoted idiots who probably didn't like the game because of that stuff? Absolutely. Was that the mainstream reason that I feel most people disliked the game? No. I think people actually have very valid reasons for disliking the game, and what's happened is
I think it's a mix.
The defense crew for Last of Us Part 2 has tried to spin every issue that legitimately people have with the game and turn it into, oh, people just don't like games where girls are the main characters. People can't handle a game with LGBT. It's like, that's not the issue. That you literally created a straw man as the issue with the game, when in reality people are all coming out and saying we have issue with the plot for these reasons, and you ignore those reasons, and instead you say, oh, it's just because it's LGBT,
be more of a
people don't
thin
like
strong.
it. That's not the case.
Strong. I'll see it's a video game. I don't know. Like I've seen women like they're like kind of built like that, but I mean at the same time, it's as I said before. It's like it didn't bother me. I didn't really care. I was like, whatever.
Game. We were looking for something co-op to do because back then we did co-op every weekend, and it was just something different, you know. Why do I play the Street Fighter collection if I get mad at it every time that I play it?
He likes to torture, dude.
Well, because I love classic Street Fighter, and my opinion is this: if I have to put up with bad netcode, terrible matchmaking, bad lobby system in order to at least get a few matches every week of good old school Street Fighter, I'll put up with it, because I don't want to forget that awesome time of my life.
But he also tells us though that if I have a bad time, I wouldn't waste your time with that. But he's gonna waste our time with bad time with this game.
When I was
okay.
playing those games competitively, and I love those games. All right, not Alpha 3, Street Fighter Alpha 3, meh. But
ew, Alpha 3 is good. Fuck you. Super Turbo sucks ass.
I love those games. I really do. I love those games, and I would play inferior versions over never playing them ever again. Let's see here.
It's not unless the prisons.
Jerry did 100-bit cheers says, while trolling the community no doubt affect your opportunity as far as sponsorships go, do you not believe...
I mean, honestly, the male gaze does exist
part of your criticism
in design.
into that.
That does exist. I wouldn't say...
There's no way to know.
I mean, there is male gaze.
For example...
for example, Killer is Dead is an example. The publisher Crossseed, I think it's Crossseed, told Student 51 that, hey, you have to put in a lot of this dating simulator shit. You gotta make the women more sexy. You gotta do all this stuff. Because initially, Student 51 wanted a completely different game for Killer is Dead, but Crossseed wanted this sexualized kind of content in that game. They kind of told him to put it in, and I think Lollipop Chainsaw had similar notes for the most part. I mean, it's probably the only game that was during that period of time of Student 51's career that was like kind of close to his vision for what that game was, but it wasn't the full vision either. So that's a little wishy-washy, but I wouldn't say that male gaze isn't a factor with design. They do design characters with that in mind. That does go on with it. I think like, you know, if developers want characters to have this range of like, hey, we're just gonna have women that look normal and bland, I don't mind. I don't mind that, because that's just them building their own world into that. That's why I also don't care if games have sexy ladies. I'm fine with either one. You know, it's not a problem for me. But I kind of get it.
And I'm gonna get a sponsored stream on Twitch, and I play it.
You don't like the intent, like going out of their way to do that, but I don't mind it.
A moment when years ago during an older Assassin's Creed playthrough, I said something over the top like that, and they have issue with that, And that's
I hope
why,
that makes sense.
you
I mean, I know I'm like rambling at this
a
point.
company might not want to work with me.
I always
can
feel
tell
like
you
I
this,
talk a lot,
that's not
but
what happened. Both in the cases of the 2 sponsored streams I've done on Twitch, in both cases, the trolls went and harassed the shit out of those companies online. Those companies then went behind the scenes and talked to Twitch and said, make sure Phil doesn't do sponsored stuff anymore because we don't want the bad publicity on
he
social
told
media.
you he was gonna do a
It had
Magic the
nothing to do
Gathering
with me, my
bounty.
behavior, or anything I
Okay.
did in the actual sponsorship opportunity whatsoever. It was 100% the actions of trolls that cost me those sponsorship opportunities. Now, obviously, I have a 12-year body of work, and as I've already said on this stream, there's many things I've done over the years that I am ashamed of, that I've apologized for, I wish I didn't do, and you can't take back because it's out there public and people have documented it or whatever, right? But I'm still allowed to be on YouTube. I'm still allowed to be on Twitch. I have changed dramatically over the last
But
several years.
cancel
There's plenty of
culture,
content
people went
creators out
after
there
you,
who've done
dude.
terrible things in the past, and they get sponsorship opportunities in the present, and I don't.
He
It's
got
not
a
because of
free
what
game
I've done that I
last
don't get sponsorship
year.
opportunities. It
He
is
got Sonic
100%
and Mario
the
at the
fucked up people
Olympic
on the
Games for
internet who wrote them
free.
for me, okay?
Okay.
And you can choose to disagree with that, but that's just facts.
Okay, buddy.
Carlton Jr. Cheers says, what does Sonic have to do to finally compete with Mario? I have no idea. Alice Telemon Cheers says, have you ever been near a hurricane or experienced one from a safe distance? I've been in them. We used to get hurricanes all the time on the East Coast where I live. I've been in the eye of a hurricane.
I mean, we get hurricanes, but I mean, I don't think it's that crazy usually.
It could be pretty scary. Okay?
Whatever.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's going to be it for today's Ask the King. 3 hours of Q&A fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks for watching, whether you were live on stream or you were watching on demand on YouTube. Thanks to those who supported and got us to the tips goal. Much appreciated. Now, the next episode is going to be early September. I believe I set it up for September 10th. It's going to be highly dependent on if you guys post up questions. I'm just being honest. This episode was tough to get through because I had to really scrounge around for questions.
Tough to get through.
The more questions you submit, the better. The thread
guys,
is already
step up.
up over on thekingofhate.com.
Step up.
For you guys to post up your questions. In
Ask
fact,
questions.
I usually put it in the description of these videos on YouTube where you can just go and post up your next slew of questions. So please do so. If you want to see the show continue, please post up questions. All right? Thank you very much again for an awesome Ask the King. I appreciate all of your input and support. Until next time, peace out, everybody. See you later.
All right, everyone. That is it for my stream. I always say thank you guys for watching. I know I got opinionated in this stream. I have opinions. I know, fucking wild. But I would like to say thank you guys for listening to my opinions. You know, we may not agree. We may not disagree. We might agree to disagree. We might do whatever. But at the end of the day, when you look at the end of the day, I was able to kill like 2 ants on this stream. That's pretty cool. And hold on, let's go full screen for a bit. And guys, let's see. Hold on, I'm gonna get some music playing. Let me just get the music app out. It's gonna take a while. You know, sometimes you gotta load the Apple shit. You know, Apple has to do some crazy stuff with their music players. You know, the kids and their music, they want to do all kinds of crazy stuff. Okay, there we go. Oh, thanks! Thanks for the $10 super chat. Ludo Girl the Order, thank you. Thanks for the stream. Let's put tally on the next canvas. I will. Definitely do that. But I definitely will do that. Gotta find the song.
Ooh.
Where is the song? Where is it? There it is. This was what, season 6? Season 5? I don't remember the season. But we're gonna start a new page.
I thought that I could live for no one else, but now, through all the hurt and pain, it's time for me to respect the ones you love mean more. more than anything. So with sadness in my heart, feel the best thing I could do is end it all and leave for
This was a great season for the viewer canvas. It was a fantastic collection of characters. We did an unprecedented amount of characters that has never been done before. We did the chance. We broke the record. We made a new record with the season of the viewer canvas. It was rad. And I look back at all these viewer canvases, all these times, thinking to myself, what is the best season of the viewer canvas? And I can't decide. I can't decide which one I like more. Each one is better than the last. Each one. You know, this one started very strong. We had Pyramid Head, Ibuki on the scene, Shantae, Makoto, Ryuoki, Ralph from Edda and Eddie, Guile, the Orc people. I don't remember that snake lady. It was fun to draw, but I don't remember her name. Loki, Clank. We got Robot Lady. We got the character from Parasite Eve, Luigi, which was one of my favorite Mario Brothers characters. Really one of my favorites. You know, people always pick Mario. I'm always the Luigi man. We got Monster Hunters from Monsters from Monster Hunter here, which is really cool. We got Personas. We got Motoko, I think, or is it Makoto from Persona 3. We got Yu from Persona 4. We got Frappy, or Froppy. We got the Flash. We got character from Code Gear or whatever. I can't remember the name of it. It was so cool. Oh, Snake Lady is Zoe from Monster Prom. Okay, I never seen Monster Prom. Don't know what that is. But we got so many characters. Crash Bandicoot. This was just such a rad season. And each time we end a new one, I get excited for the next season. But I also feel sad that we get to move on from a full season full of lovable characters, lovable faces. It marks like an end of an era, in a way. You know, DSP might have the best streak. He might put on vests and count the amount of times. But we get memorable characters every day, every stream. Crosscode, okay. I keep forgetting Crosscode, and I need to look that up. The game looked rad. But, I mean, every time we see a new season, we get new memories. You know, DSP's fans get lame-ass fucking vests. We get the real shit. We get these characters. These lovable characters from lovable people. Sure, some of them, you know, tip me $1, $3, or pledge my Patreon to get on this. But there are also times where people are so generous that they tip and ask me to raffle off slots. So some of these are also from randos. Like Phoenix Rush got some characters up here. Ludogorld already got a character up here for free. Goober! You know, we got all these winners who get to participate in this. And we get to think about it. And we see it in videos, we see it on stream, we see it all the time. And it's such a rad time to see. You know, we got all these cool ass characters. So I really want to say thank you for supporting these viewer canvases. We're still going strong with them. And they've always been a fun time. I've always had fun drawing these characters, seeing what you guys tell me to draw, and drawing new stuff. And I got new ink stuff too, so that's pretty rad. So that'll be fun. So, alright guys, that's it for this stream. See you next time.